Chapter 1 Chapter 001 You're 3 minutes late. Wen Rao, the colleague who was supposed to meet you, will be there in 7 minutes. Please respond. Zila. Wen Rao could only hear the first half of the sentence in her headphones clearly, and the second half was ruined by an ear-piercing interference sound. She had to guess the rest. Was it 1 minute or 7? At this time, the middle-aged man in a black windbreaker across the street had already crossed the street and was walking towards her. The man was wearing a hat and a mask, and only his sinister eyes were visible. Wen Rao pretended not to see him and lifted her foot to walk towards the office building next to her. She was a young police officer who had just graduated. She had previously worked in the Miscellaneous Affairs Investigation Team, but because she was new to the team, she was temporarily transferred to the Criminal Investigation Team to track a suspect. The suspect had a strong ability to avoid being followed, and the original task was going well. Just as Wen Rao was about to call it a day, a child was almost hit by a red car that ran a red light. Wen Rao ran out to pull the child back, but when she turned around, she locked eyes with the suspect. Perhaps it was her well-trained skills that made the suspect suspicious. When she got up, the suspect actually started following her. Wen Rao had come all the way here, but because the receiver had malfunctioned, she had no choice but to enter the office building next to her. And the suspect followed her. Wen Rao went up the stairs and looked up, and the 6 words on the sign directly in front of her were clear: Sherbet District Civil Affairs Bureau. Civil Affairs Bureau? Isn't this where you get married and divorced? Wen Rao took a deep breath and steeled herself to walk up the last step. Suddenly, she was blocked by a tall figure in front of her. She subconsciously moved to the left, and the other person also took a step to the left. Wen Rao looked up at the other person, who had a straight posture and a strong aura. He was wearing a well-made dark suit and sunglasses that hid his eyes, but his features were clearly defined, and he looked vigorous and intimidating. You're 3 minutes late. The other person suddenly spoke, his voice low and magnetic, but with a huge sense of pressure. Wen Rao's first reaction was, is this the password for the meeting? Has the person arranged by the higher-ups arrived? Seeing that she was standing still, the other person waved at her. Follow me. Don't be late again. I'm busy. Zhang Yan's eyebrows were furrowed, his tone and attitude were cold, as if Wen Rao owed him a few $100 million. Wen Rao subconsciously walked forward with him, and in the corner of her eye she saw the suspect following behind. Wen Rao felt something was wrong as soon as she opened her mouth. She couldn't say too much now. The other person was arranged by her superior to come and pick her up. It must have been all arranged, so she just had to follow. And Zhang Yan was very annoyed at the moment. For the sake of his mother, he came to get married to a woman he had never met before. It was because that woman had saved his mother's life. His mother wanted to repay the other person for saving her life and used his marriage as a trade. But he knew that his mother's health could not take too much excitement, so he could only agree. Besides, everyone in the family was eyeing his marriage, and if he didn't agree, someone else would. But he made it clear beforehand that he could agree to the marriage license, but he would not fulfill any of the responsibilities of a husband except for money. He would also not reveal his true identity, but would appear in front of the other party as an ordinary person. If after marriage he discovered that the other party had a problematic character, he would immediately end the marriage. Zhang Yan glanced at Wen Rao, who was following behind him, without even taking a good look at her face. To him, she was just a roommate who would be living under the same roof in the future. ID card. I've arranged for a fast track. Zhang Yan, who was tall and had long legs, walked in front of her, his tone unruffled. Wen Rao, who was 168 centimeters tall, had to run the whole way to keep up. She looked at Zhang Yan's back in surprise. The colleague the higher-ups had arranged to pick her up was just too handsome, wasn't he? He just looks a little older, his face is taut. Is he too nervous for this first mission? Wen Rao handed her ID card to Zhang Yan, who didn't even look at it before handing it directly to his assistant, who was waiting at the elevator. Chapter 2, Chapter 002, Hello, I want a divorce. Go. Zhang Yan handed his ID card to his assistant. Okay, Zhang. Zhang Zone, the 2 words were not even spoken before Zhang Yan gave a cold stare that scared Wen Rao. The assistant hurriedly corrected himself and said, Yes, sir, just a moment. The assistant walked in front of Wen Rao with cold sweat dripping down his face. Seeing that the suspect was a little far away from her, Wen Rao asked in a low voice, Is there anything I can help you with later? I just need to follow you, right? Her voice was so low that she even looked sneaky, as if coming to register was such a shameful thing. Zhang Yan's brows knitted together, and a chilling aura surrounded him. Everything has been arranged. You just need to go in there and take your photo ID and you're done. But if you regret it now, the door is right in front of you, and you can leave immediately. Zhang Yan's voice was cold and his expression serious. Is this the perfect daughter-in-law that my mother was talking about? Why did he feel that the other person was strange? A bit contrived? If you don't want to come, don't come. And after you're here, you're pretending. It's best not to let him catch you out. Ha, you're really good at joking. Wen Rao deliberately raised her face and showed a bright smile. She thought she was acting for the suspect, so that he would not suspect that she was really here to register, not to follow him. But in Zhang Yan's opinion, she only showed her true colors when she tried to scare him. Just now, she was so cautious, but now she's smiling sweetly at someone. Isn't this a typical scheming woman? This kind of woman can only fool his vegetarian mother. She can't fool him. Mr. Zhang, you can go in now. The assistant came out with the two people's ID cards in her hand. Seeing the tense and awkward atmosphere, she subconsciously retreated to the back and didn't dare to let out a breath of relief until Zhang Yan and Wen Rao had entered the VIP room. Once they entered the VIP room, Wen Rao followed Zhang Yan's instructions and took photos and filled out the forms. Zhang Yan never looked at any of her information the whole time. After all, she was the woman he married to complete the task, so he didn't need to know too much about her. This was also the first time they had met today. All he knew was that she would appear at the entrance of the Sherbei District Civil Affairs Bureau wearing a beige jacket and carrying a brown backpack. After he finished collecting the certificate, he had to go to a meeting. For him, having an additional wife would not affect his work or life in any way. Wen Rao filled in all the information on her end suspiciously, thinking that it was all arranged by her superiors. Besides, the other person had just said that it was just a formality, that it was just to make it seem real so that they could trick the suspect. Otherwise, if the suspect knew that he was being followed, it would be difficult to lure him out again. Wen Rao was still feeling the criminal team's efficiency when, with a bang, a red marriage certificate was thrown in front of her by Zhang Yan. He hadn't smiled once throughout the whole process, and Wen Rao was a little nervous, worried that the suspect might suspect that they weren't a married couple. The staff member in charge of the registration said to Wen Rao with her trademark smile. Miss Wen Rao, Mr. Zhang Yan, congratulations. Although she felt that the couple didn't seem happy, she still had to follow the procedure. Almost as soon as they received the marriage certificate, Zhang Yan got up and left, but when he heard the staff call out Wen Rao's name, he suddenly turned to look at Wen Rao. Wen Rao? Who is Wen Rao? Wen Rao? Staff? Zhang Yan got no response, frowned, opened the red book in his hand, and the woman's column had the two words Wen Rao written in bold. Zhang Yan froze. Even if he didn't remember his marriage partner, he remembered that the other person's name was 3 characters. What the hell is Wen Rao? Just then, his mother's phone rang. After he answered, his mother's greeting came through the phone. Xiaoyan, did you and Xiaoguo just get your marriage certificate? Zhang Yan, we just got it. We'll talk later. Zhang Yan's expression changed after he hung up the phone. After adjusting his emotions, he walked back with long strides, handed the red booklet to the staff member, and said with a pale face, Hello, I want a divorce. Wen Rao. Chapter 3, Chapter 003, I just accidentally got married. The staff member looked at Zhang Yan like he was a fool. This is taking marriage too lightly. I've mistaken someone for someone else. The person I'm going to marry is not her. Zhang Yan's voice grew lower and lower, and Wen Rao stared at his perfectly cast profile for a second, and she just laughed in anger. Mister, don't you know who you're marrying? Wen Rao didn't believe the other person's words, and this wasn't just a joke to her? She could now see that the other person was not the colleague arranged by her superior to pick her up, and she had been a little hasty in her eagerness to get rid of the suspect. Zhang Yan took a deep breath, trying hard to suppress his anger as he looked at Wen Rao. So what about you? At this time, Zhang Yan regarded Wen Rao as a gold-digging woman who knew his identity, otherwise why would it be such a coincidence that she was wearing exactly the same as the pot? Wen Rao was not in a position to tell him that she was on a mission, and her silence only strengthened Zhang Yan's suspicions. He decided that he would get rid of her at any cost and as soon as possible. I never want to see this woman again. Get me a divorce. Zhang Yan spoke again, and the staff member was at a loss. Sir, there is a 1-month cooling-off period for divorce. Zhang Yan was wrapped in anger and gritted his teeth. I'm a VIP. Staff member, VIPs only enjoy not having to wait in line when applying for a marriage license, but not for a divorce. The system cannot be changed. Wen Rao was also dumbfounded when she heard the other person's words. 1 month? And the most important thing is that she is now a married person? Just when Wen Rao was at a loss for what to do, she suddenly saw the suspect's figure walking towards them. Wen Rao suddenly put her arm around Zhang Yan's arm and whispered in his warning glare, "I'm on a mission, your 8 o'clock direction is my target. Please cooperate." Zhang Yan stood still and tried hard to pull his arm away, but Wen Rao was after all an outstanding graduate of the police academy, and Zhang Yan failed for the first time. By the time he tried again, the suspect had already turned and left. Wen Rao let out a long breath and let go of Zhang Yan. "Wen Rao! Do you copy? What's the situation over there?" The backup colleagues have arrived. They're at the entrance to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Just then, the signal from the superior finally came through the headphones. Wen Rao covered her ears and said in a low voice, "Team Leader Lin, the suspect just left. Tell the colleague who was picking me up to follow directly, there is no need to wait for me. He should trust me by now." "Roger that. You should leave as soon as possible too." "I can't leave for the time being." "What's wrong? Are you hurt?" Team Leader Lin's voice became tense. Wen Rao, with a grave face, said, "I just accidentally got married." Team Leader Lin. "Wen Rao! You've got some nerve. How dare you make fun of me? You have 5 minutes to return to the team." Lin naturally didn't believe Wen's words, and Wen needed time to explain to him, so she could only temporarily agree. She was covering her headphones and talking to herself here, and Zhang Yan's patience had reached its limit. "Are you done acting?" Zhang Yan was tall and had long legs, and standing in front of her was like a wall, casting an endless shadow and enveloping her. Wen Rao then took out her work ID from her pocket and held it out to him. "I really am a police officer." Wen Rao briefly explained that she had mistaken him for someone who was picking up a colleague. Zhang Yan looked at her work ID, but still didn't believe her. But she didn't look like someone who would dare impersonate a public servant. "You. And I need to go back to the team and explain now. Take the marriage certificate for now, and leave me your phone number. I'll contact you later to resolve what happened today." Wen Rao was anxious to go back, and took the initiative to ask for Zhang Yan's phone number. Zhang Yan didn't want to give it to her, but thinking that she would need to cooperate with him in order to get a divorce, he didn't want to break with her either. So he gave her a personal number. Wen Rao wrote it down and ran away, leaving Zhang Yan alone in the VIP room, disheveled in the wind. Chapter 4 Chapter 004 Checking on a woman named Wen Rao. Zhang Yan knew that if his younger siblings at home found out about what happened today, he was afraid that the towering image he had built up would instantly collapse. The CEO of Zhanxin International had even mistaken the person when he got his marriage certificate. And a month later, he had to come back to get a divorce. Zhang Yan felt a surge of anger building up in his chest, and he had nowhere to vent it. Just then, his mother's phone rang again. Zhang Yan didn't want to answer, but thinking about his mother's temperament, if he didn't answer, she would probably keep calling, so he had to answer. However, her voice clearly showed her displeasure. On the other end of the line, his mother sounded anxious. "Zhang Yan, Xiaogua just called, she crashed her car and can't come, I'm going to go see her now. Did you lie to me when you said you got the marriage certificate? You child. Didn't we agree? Did you change your mind and didn't go at all?" Zhang Yan's mother couldn't help but scold Zhang Yan over the phone. She had worried so much about Zhang Yan's marriage, and he didn't love socialites or get involved with celebrities. She, as his mother, had thought that he liked men, and finally there was an ordinary girl she liked, and he reluctantly agreed to marry her because Gua had saved her life. She thought she was finally going to have a daughter-in-law. "Mom, I'm not lying to you, I did register, but I mistook someone for someone else." "What?" Zhang Mu's tone was incredulous. "Then who is the other person?" Zhang Mu felt her brain buzzing as she couldn't accept this sudden turn of events. Zhang Yan replied with his last remaining patience, "It's a woman." "Zhang Mu. I know it's a woman. I'm asking if you've investigated the other person's background? Could it be a woman who knows your identity and has other plans?" Zhang Mu's tone eased and she began to think of a solution. After all, she was a wealthy and prominent woman who was used to big scenes and could quickly calm down. "I'll take care of the investigation. I'll divorce her in a month." Zhang Yan was angry when he thought about Wen Rao's reproachful expression just now, as if he had ruined her mission. Jean calmly said on the other end, yes, hurry up and complete the divorce procedures, and then find a good day to register with Gua. Jean's mother is determined to marry Gua, which Jean Yen doesn't understand at all. It's just that she saved her life, right? Just give her enough benefits. Or maybe take care of her family, but why does she have to get married? Mom, I promise to get married, but no matter who it is, I'll only do it once. I'll never see that little bull again. And I definitely won't marry her. What little bull? Her name is Gua. Yes, you can keep that pot for your other brothers. I don't need it. Click. Jean Yen hung up the phone angrily, his entire face covered in frost. 3 minutes later, Jean Yen got into the black Rolls-Royce. The driver, seeing his grim and gloomy expression, drove even more carefully. The assistant bodyguards also dared not utter a sound. Jean Yen, wrapped in frost, dialed the butler's phone and ordered in a deep voice, "Butler, find out about a woman named Wen Rao." Meanwhile, Gua Anna, who was lying in the hospital, couldn't stop her tears from flowing. It was all that woman's fault for suddenly rushing out. If she hadn't, she wouldn't have crashed. She only ran a red light. It wasn't a big deal. She saw the child, so she wouldn't have crashed into it. That woman suddenly rushed out and pushed the child away, and she was so scared that she slammed the steering wheel and crashed into the barrier. She was going to be able to escape her old life today after registering, but it was ruined by that woman who suddenly rushed out. Damn it! Chapter 5 Chapter 005 I'm Your Father. Wen Rao received notification to return to the team. Team leader Lin and the others had gone out on a sudden task. The suspect had dispelled his suspicions about Wen Rao and gone to the lair. Wen Rao was arranged to stay on duty. There was only her and Ping, the deputy team leader, who was 1 month away from retirement. Deputy team leader Ping still had a cold face, as if everyone owed him 8 million. Wen Rao needed some information for a report, but after searching for a long time, she couldn't find it. So she asked Ping Jiwen. "Deputy Captain Ping, may I ask if you have the information I need?" Wen Rao asked politely. In fact, she was a little intimidated by Ping Jiwen. It could be said that no one in the whole team wanted to deal with him. Ping Jiwen turned his chair, giving her his back, and said in a perfunctory voice, "I don't know." Wen Rao was speechless. If he doesn't know, what does he mean by "I don't know"? Just as she was about to ask again, her phone suddenly rang. Seeing that the caller ID was a strange number, Wen Rao took it to be a harassing call and hung up without a second thought. She still had to rush out the document, so where was she going to find time for idle chatter? Jean Yen at the other end of the line. That woman named Wen what hung up on him? She has no right. Doesn't want to divorce him? Jean Yen was already full of anger, and without hesitation, he dialed again. Wen Rao had just hung up the phone when she looked up again and saw that Ping Jiwen had already left. Wen Rao looked around but couldn't find Ping Jiwen when the phone rang again. How dare you call the police and harass them? Wen Rao was furious when she saw the caller ID, but she answered the call this time. She didn't know that as soon as she answered, a deep, magnetic male voice came over the phone, angry, "I'm your husband. Why did you hang up on me?" Wen Rao froze for a moment, completely forgetting that she had registered and that she had a husband. She immediately retorted, "I'm your father." Jean Yen. "When what? You have guts." Pop. This time it was Jean Yen's turn to hang up the phone. He really couldn't remember Wen Rao's full name, only the surname one. He remembered the surname because it was the same as the surname of the Jean family's generation-old enemy. Jean Yen, who had been greeted by Wen Rao as her son, turned as black as coal and slammed the phone down on the car seat. The driver, bodyguard and assistant all kept quiet, not even daring to make eye contact. "I heard that when Mr. Jean went to register today, he registered the wrong person. The other person is still a junior police officer. I heard that the original owner had a car accident and is still lying in the hospital. And Mr. Jean has to wait a month to get a divorce. But Mr. Jean only agreed to marry once, but Mr. Jean's mother insisted that he marry that Miss Gua. Mr. Jean already lost his temper this afternoon. Now it seems that he was angered by that one again." Jean Yan's brows were furrowed and his expression was solemn. He should never have agreed to register with that pot. Wen Rao, who had been hung up on, was about to scold the other person for being crazy, when she suddenly remembered that she had really registered. It was in the evening. What was the man's name again? Wen Rao patted her head and immediately dialed back to try to explain to the other party. However, when the call went through, the other party had blocked her. Wen Rao sighed, this person still had a bad temper. Wen Rao could only grit her teeth and change to a landline to call back. The phone rang for a long time before it was connected, and it was still the familiar deep male voice, but the voice was even more frosty. Speak. Zhang Yan's tone obviously suppressed his anger. Wen Rao hurriedly explained, I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. I really forgot that I had already registered. And I belong to a special department, and registration requires an application to be approved. I don't know why it was directly approved when I registered with you. Is there something wrong with the process? If so, can we apply for the marriage to be invalidated? Wen Rao spoke the truth. Chapter 6 Chapter 006 A Self-Righteous Woman. Zhang Yan listened to Wen Rao's words with a cold tone. Because you are an intern police. The information has not yet passed formal review. And when I made the VIP reservation, I only filled in my name. I checked, and the marriage is legal. I see. Wen Rao understood, but then she felt something was wrong. How do you know I'm an intern police? Where did you get your information? If you got the information through improper means, as a police officer, I can arrest you. Wen Rao's tone was serious, and she directly made Zhang Yan laugh. His voice carried obvious mockery, intern female police officer of the Miscellaneous Affairs Investigation Team, isn't it? Wen Rao heard his mockery and said defiantly, so what if I'm an intern? She was also an outstanding graduate. She only joined the Miscellaneous Affairs Investigation Team to take care of her younger brother more easily. I'm not interested in hearing you talk nonsense. Let's meet and sort this out. Zhang Yan wanted to meet Wen Rao alone to sign a supplementary contract with her, and as for his identity, she would never know. Wen Rao could hear the bad tone in the other person's voice. If it had been about anything else, she would have hung up, but registering such a big matter did require a face-to-face meeting to sort things out. Then let's meet at the Wonton restaurant opposite the police station where I work at 9 p.m. I have other tasks right now, so I'll hang up first. Wen Rao hung up the phone directly, and Zhang Yan let out a disdainful snort. What a self-righteous woman. She has no manners at all. Zhang Yan thought that Wen Rao hung up the phone without waiting for him to speak, trying to manipulate and control him. She was just being petty. Little did he know that Wen Rao had suddenly seen Ping Jiwen come back, and she had been in a hurry to hang up the phone because she was in a hurry to write the document. Deputy Captain Ping, I remember you have that file. Can I take a look? Wen Rao asked Ping Jiwen politely. Ping Jiwen was in his 50s, with a weathered face and sharp eyes like an eagle's. I heard that when he was younger, he was also a popular figure in the team, but for some reason, he has now become detestable. Deputy Captain Ping, if you just tell me if you have it or not, I can find it myself, so I won't trouble you. Wen Rao knew Ping Jiwen's temper, and she was afraid that he might throw things and swear after she finished speaking. However, she was willing to take the scolding and complete the task. Ping Jiwen stared at her for several seconds, making Wen Rao feel uncomfortable. Just as Wen Rao thought he was about to scold her, Ping Jiwen squeezed out a sentence between his teeth, the fifth one on the left side of the third tier of the green file cabinet. After saying that, he went back to his seat. Wen Rao let out a long sigh of relief, found the file as Ping Jiwen had said, sat down and started reading it. Around 8 o'clock, team leader Lin and the others returned. Not only had they found the suspect's lair, they had also arrested a group of people who had been in contact with the suspects, and had arrested 7 or 8 prisoners. Team leader Lin had a bruise on his face, but he didn't care about applying medicine. He took off his torn jacket while giving Wen Rao a thumbs up. Little girl, you're quick. I'll give you credit for this. Team leader Lin, actually I. Wen Rao was about to explain, but team leader Lin turned around and went back to work. He is always in a hurry, and would rather run than walk, which is in stark contrast to the sluggish Ping Jiwen. Wen Rao never got the chance to explain. She could only wait until team leader Lin and the others finished interrogating the suspects that night. Team leader Lin and the others were all busy, and Wen Rao finished sorting out the documents and helped with the registration, and she was kept busy until after 10 o'clock at night. When team leader Lin asked her to go across the street to the Wonton restaurant to buy a late-night snack for everyone, Wen Rao suddenly remembered that she had a date with Zhang Yan. But it had been more than an hour now. Wen Rao glanced at her phone, and it was already past 10 o'clock. Zhang Yan should have already left. Chapter 7, Episode 007, I'm not some rich guy. Wen Rao dialed Zhang Yan's phone number while running, but it was still in the blacklist. When Wen Rao arrived at the Wonton restaurant across the street, she saw Zhang Yan sitting alone at the first table with a dark face. Business was slow today, and he was the only customer at the table. Wen Rao let out a long sigh and walked over. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhan, I suddenly had an urgent matter to attend to and forgot. Let me take you to dinner." Wen Rao's apology drew a disdainful response from Zhang Yan. He was dressed in a black suit, his body straight, his eyebrows and eyes cold and aloof, and his bearing proud. Sitting there at the moment, he didn't move a muscle as he looked at her, giving Wen Rao the feeling that she had been targeted by the king of hell. His aura was completely out of place in this wonton restaurant, which had been open for more than 20 years and whose seats were all worn and padded. No wonder he was frowning. Judging from his appearance, he must be a senior executive or some other business person. In fact, Zhang Yan was due to leave at 9:01, but a phone call from his mother made him change his mind. He decided to stay and wait until this one whatever. "In the future, tell me the address clearly, I can't even find it with the navigation." Zhang Yan finally spoke up, but with a face of disgust. The wonton shop owner happened to walk out and heard what Zhang Yan said, looking embarrassed. Wen Rao gave Zhang Yan a glare, finding his words unbridled and unrestrained, and turned her head to greet the boss with a smile. "Boss Jiang, the usual. 15 orders in total, plus 2 more for the wontons. 2 fried buns on the side." After Wen Rao finished speaking, the boss went back to his work. She then had time to take a look at Zhang Yan. The other party was probably in his late 20s or early 30s, dressed in expensive clothes, but his eyes were sharp and penetrating. "Mr. Zhan. Let me start." Zhang Yan interrupted Wen Rao with a raised hand. His voice was pleasant but lacked any warmth. "My name is Zhang Yan. I come from here and own a tea house on Zhongshan Road. I earn 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month. I usually work in a private company. I'm just an ordinary wage earner. I own a flat above the tea house and a domestic car. I'm not a rich man." Zhang Yan was talking about the qualifications he was going to tell the pot about. Wen Rao nodded and wanted to introduce herself as well. "I am a police officer." Zhang Yan corrected her, "trainee police officer." Wen Rao took a deep breath and continued, "I work in the Criminal Investigation Brigade across the street in Shubei District." Zhang Yan crossed his arms and said sternly, "You are actually in the Miscellaneous Affairs Investigation Team in the courtyard behind the Criminal Investigation Brigade office building. You are only seconded to the Criminal Investigation Brigade." Zhang Yan thought that Wen Rao was a vain woman who would lie to inflate her own value, and he unceremoniously exposed her. Wen Rao put her hands on her forehead in silence. "Mr. Zhan, do you have to interrupt? You didn't even let me finish speaking?" Zhang Yan had already said what she was going to say, so what else was there to say? Zhang Yan's face turned cold. "Wasn't I telling the truth? That courtyard was a pig farm 20 years ago." "What do you mean, Mr. Zhan?" Wen Rao felt that he was mocking her. She had evidence. Zhang Yan leaned back in his chair, his back straight. "I'm telling you the truth." Wen Rao felt that she couldn't communicate with him. "Let's get down to business. I've checked, and after registration, it cannot be cancelled. You can only wait a month before getting a divorce." Wen Rao's face showed her distress at Zhang Yan's words. But now she had to accept the result. After all, she had misunderstood. "But I don't want a divorce." Zhang Yan's words startled Wen Rao. She thought her ears were playing tricks on her. Apart from his good looks, this man was strange in every way. He was out of place in the familiar life she knew. Chapter 8, Episode 008, Name Your Price. Wen Rao's expression was shocked, but Zhang Yan's face remained cold as ever. "Don't get me wrong, I don't want a divorce. It's not because of you, it's because I don't want to remarry. Once I get a divorce, my mother will force me to marry another woman. The reason I registered with you today is because I mistakenly thought you were the person my mother arranged for me to marry. I haven't even met her before. If you agree not to divorce, I will try to get along with you. If you can't meet my requirements after a month, we'll get a divorce. You can also evaluate me. What are your requirements? Name them now, and I'll try to satisfy you." Zhang Yan's words made Wen Rao smile. But she just wanted to end the conversation as soon as possible, and she was anxious to go back. "Mr. Zhan, I'll tell you clearly, I want a divorce. I really want one. In fact, if you don't want to get married, no one will hold your head down. Our 3 views are obviously incompatible. Not to mention 1 month, even if it's 1 year or 10 years, it's impossible." Wen Rao's tone was calm, but her eyes were firm. Zhang Yan's eyebrows and eyes were cold and serious. Is Miss Wen saying that I'm not good enough for her? Do I need to add your name to the property deed? Or do you want a few 100,000 yuan in gifts? Or do you want a car and jewelry? Name your price. Zhang Yan's tone of taking things for granted made Wen Rao laugh. Seeing that the boss of the wonton restaurant had brought 2 bowls of wontons, Wen Rao stopped him. Boss, I'll take it all to go, I won't eat here. She couldn't stomach a smug jerk like Zhang Yan. I'll treat you to the ravioli, but that's all there is to say. One what? Zhang Yan felt a headache coming on for no reason when he saw Wen Rao leaving. He thought the negotiation would go well, but they couldn't agree on anything. This was completely different from negotiations in the marketplace. My name is Wen Rao. Wen Rao repeated her name. Wen Rao. So what's your view on love? Zhang Yan's question caught Wen Rao off guard, but the next moment she said without hesitation that it should be pure, simple, and complimentary. If it's the best for a lifetime, one should be able to accept it with an open heart. Wen Rao's view on love was just that simple. But in Zhang Yan's opinion, it was unrealistic. Your view on love is like a fairy tale in today's society. It's not practical. It's not that he's pessimistic about love, but nowadays there are very few pure and simple loves in society. He was brought up to be the successor of the Zhanxin group. He has a lot of younger siblings, but they are all afraid of him. He is a proponent of the no marriage doctrine, and in the future, he can just choose a successor among his younger siblings' children. If it's not his own child, he will have fewer concerns and less selfishness. This time, if it weren't for that pot that saved his mother, he would not have agreed. Now that the pot hasn't come, but when something has, it happens to make his mother give up the idea. Because from the beginning, he felt that the pot had an ulterior motive. His plan was to use Wen Rao to calm his mother down so that she would stop pressuring him to marry the pot. After a while, when the pot's true character had been revealed, he would divorce Wen Rao. Wen Xiao, here are the keys to a car, the black BYD outside the door, and a house key to the apartment upstairs from my tea house. You can move in there whenever you've made up your mind. Think carefully. After Zhang Yan finished speaking, he threw down the keys and left. Wen Rao was about to chase after him when the boss took out the packaged wonton and Wen Rao had to scan the QR code to pay first. Zhang Yan, who had just left the wonton restaurant, took a turn, raised his foot and was about to get into the Rolls-Royce waiting by the roadside. The bodyguard also got out of the car and was about to open the door for him when Wen Rao suddenly chased after him, still carrying her bags. Chapter 9 Chapter 009 Throw away the key if you don't want it. Zhang Yan. Wait. Hearing Wen Rao's voice, Zhang Yan gave the bodyguard a blank look and a wink, then stepped aside and stood next to the black business car parked on the roadside. Seeing this, the bodyguard also smartly got back into the car. Wen Rao handed Zhang Yan a wonton. I said I'd treat you, so take it. And here's your key. If you don't want it, just throw it away. Zhang Yan only took the ravioli, but there was a flash of disgust in his expression. He never ate from these roadside stalls. Wen Rao wanted to say something more, but then team leader Lin called, so she had to hurry back with the takeaway. As she walked away, Zhang Yan's expression remained cold and calm. This one what is just a little maid who does odd jobs. She really thinks she is the elite of the police force. Zhang Yan waited until she had gone far away before getting into the Rolls-Royce next to her. As soon as he got in, he could smell the takeaway in his hands, and he frowned as he handed it to his bodyguard. Throw it away. Yes, Mr. Zhang. The bodyguard Shashan got out of the car and tried to stuff the takeaway into the rubbish bin, but found that the mouth of the bin was too small, so he ended up placing it on top. Inside the car, Zhuang Tao, the assistant, sniffed and said, I heard that the wonton filling in these roadside fly-by-night restaurants is made from the cheapest lymphatic meat, which is only 2 yuan a pound. I don't even want to think about eating it. Zhang Yan, on the other hand, continued to look grim. He would never come to a place like this again. As the Rolls-Royce and the 4 black bodyguard cars left, an old woman passed by the trash can and saw the unopened takeaway. Surprise flashed in her cloudy eyes, and she quickly picked it up. She walked happily home. Inside the car, Zhang Yan closed his eyes to rest. He should have been at home resting at this hour, but he had been tricked by one to wait in a small, shabby restaurant for over an hour. Zhang Yan was feeling depressed when his mother's relentless chain of calls came again. Zhang Zong, it's your mother calling. The assistant carefully handed him the phone. Although Zhang Yan disapproved of his mother's approach to forcing him to get married, his mother was impeccable in every other way, so Zhang Yan sat up straight and took the phone. Mom, what's up? Zhang Yan, Gui is really a good kid. She knew you registered the wrong person, so she let you get on with your own business. I want you to come and see her. She wouldn't even let me. She also said it's okay if the marriage doesn't work out. You really can't let Gui down. After listening to her mother's words, Zhang Yan said in a low voice, Mom, do you know what it means to retreat in order to advance? Zhang's mother was stunned for a moment, and then she complained, you always think too complicatedly. Mom, actually I have a new idea. I want to try it with that one. What? If it works, we can just get together, and there's no need to go through the trouble of getting divorced and then getting married again. As for the walk, you can keep it. We can be sisters or godmothers. Zhang Yan's words left Zhang's mother stunned. Before she could react, Zhang Yan hung up the phone. Why did the child hang up? I still want to give you the phone and let you two chat. Zhang's mother came back to her senses and looked apologetically at Guiana. Guiana had delicate features, fair skin, and moist eyes, and she exuded a pitiful aura. At first glance, she is a pure and innocent little white rabbit. Auntie, don't bother brother Zhang with work, I'm fine. Guiana said but frowned, as if it had pulled the wound on her leg. You child just doesn't like to cause trouble for others, don't be stubborn. Although Zhang Mu is a wealthy and powerful woman, she has been protected by the Zhang family and her family for many years, going to school, getting married, having children, and having a smooth life for most of her life. She even insisted on being a vegetarian for the sake of her mother's health. She hadn't been completely unsuspecting that Guiana had other motives for saving her, but she had tested Gui before, and Gui was genuinely simple-minded. Guiana smiled, but changed the subject to Zhang Yan. Has Zhang Gur settled things with that girl who got the job by mistake? I think so. Don't worry about it, let him handle it. Guiana inexplicably felt a sense of crisis from Zhang Yan's mother's somewhat stuck-in-the-mud attitude. Chapter 10 Chapter 010 She is an expert at playing the weak and vulnerable in front of men. Guiana had an inexplicable sense of crisis when she saw the somewhat stuck-in-the-moment attitude of Zhang Mu. That woman wouldn't be trying to cling to Zhang Yan, would she? Zhang Yan's qualifications could be considered those of an urban high-quality man. He has a car and a house with no mortgage, and can earn $1 million or $2 million a year. Although he is not at the level of a domineering CEO, he is also a potential stock. She has seen his photos, and he is a handsome guy with no flaws. His parents still live in a suburban villa, and his relatives all work well. After she took his mother to the hospital last time, many relatives came to visit, all of them well dressed, and it was obvious that they were doing well. She must seize this great opportunity. Unfortunately, that time, Zhang Yan was on a business trip and couldn't come back, otherwise she could have met him and cultivated their relationship. She is an expert at acting vulnerable and considerate in front of men. Wen Rao returned home after finishing work at the police station. It's not her home, though. Her and her younger brother's home had long been occupied by her aunt and uncle. There were 2 sets in total, and they each occupied one. Auntie coaxed Wen Rao, who was in her 3rd year of high school at the time, into letting her keep the compensation money in her account and give it to her when she needed it. But when she needed money to send her younger brother abroad for medical treatment, her aunt denied that the money even existed. She even scolded her for being obsessed with money. That was the first time she had experienced the coldness of family ties in the face of money. Her grandparents' old house was also partly paid for by her parents. Later, it was demolished. Her second uncle pretended to be helpful and persuaded Wen Rao to sign a power of attorney, giving him the authority to handle the demolition. Taking advantage of Wen Rao's trust, he added a clause to the power of attorney: Wen Rao and her brother and sister would give up their inheritance rights to the house and give it all to him. Later, she was left with only the funeral subsidy from her parents, which amounted to just over 100,000 yuan. She almost lost this money to her sister-in-law too. A girl still in college and a 12-year-old brother with a rare disease, with only 100,000 yuan in hand, the degree of difficulty can be imagined. Wen Rao's initial choice was not the police academy, but archaeology. She liked to uncover the wisdom of ancient civilizations, liked to draw, liked to write, and liked to incorporate archaeology into drawing and writing. She never thought that one day she would become a police officer. But after graduating in archaeology, she faced unemployment. Tuition at the art academy was expensive, and she couldn't afford the paints alone, let alone the writing, which she could only do as a side job. Graduating from the police academy means a job, with benefits, the chance to stay in the city, and most importantly, cheap tuition fees. Wen Rao and her brother are currently living with her aunt. They have been living here for 4 years, and because of her brother's special circumstances, she can't leave him alone. Wen Rao can't take care of him while she's at school, and she doesn't feel comfortable renting a place for her brother. Her aunt took the initiative to find her and asked her to pay 3,000 yuan a month to take care of her and her brother's accommodation and meals. In fact, she only comes back on weekends, and her brother usually lives here. Her aunt has been frugal all her life, and it can even be said that she is stingy. However, her stinginess is targeted, and her cousin is the only one whose food and drink expenses she does not mind. Her younger brother has a small appetite, so his aunt uses this as an excuse to give him plain congee and a small dish for all 3 meals. For the same 2 bowls of noodles, her younger brother's bowl really only has plain noodles in it, with at most 2 vegetable leaves. But her cousin's bowl will always have 2 poached eggs at the bottom, and when he eats noodles, he will hold the bowl in his hands and eat with a big mouth, so that his younger brother, Wen Rao, can't see the poached eggs at the bottom of the bowl. Wen Rao had long since thought about moving out, but she had just graduated and it would take 2 to 3 years to apply for a dormitory. Wen Rao opened the door to take off her shoes, walked through the living room and was about to go back to the bedroom she shared with her brother when she suddenly noticed a dark figure walking around the room. Without thinking, Wen Rao grabbed the baseball bat in the living room and walked over. Chapter 11, Chapter 011, Who do you think is a pervert? The dark figure was standing in front of the closet, rummaging through something. Wen Rao raised her arm and brought the bat down hard on the man's back. Ouch! The man let out a scream. Wen Rao knew who it was from his build, and now she was 100% sure after hearing the sound of his voice, but she didn't stop. She beat the man from the bedroom to the living room, making him scream in pain. Stop! It's me! It's me! Wen Rao's cousin Louis Bao shouted. The noise woke up his aunt and uncle. His aunt switched on the living room light, and the couple looked terrified. What happened? His uncle asked, his voice shaking. A thief broke into my room in the middle of the night and stole things. I was just teaching the thief a lesson. Wen Rao was still holding the baseball bat. Louis Bao had a cut on his head and several bruises on his arms. He looked furious. What valuable things could there be in your room? Who would steal from your room? Louis Bao shouted angrily, gasping in pain. Then why did you sneak into my room in the middle of the night without turning on the light? Wen Rao expected Louis Bao to argue. I heard some noise in Wen Xiao's room and thought he had a seizure, so I went in to check. You see why Xiao rummaged through the closet. Wen Rao turned on the bedroom light. Xiao heir had taken his medicine and was fast asleep. He was still asleep, but the closet was in a mess, especially the place where the underwear was kept. Wen Rao had known that her cousin Louis Bao had a strange habit before. He obviously had a decent job, but he liked to steal her underwear. He never knocked on the door when he entered her room, especially in the summer, and tried to pry open the bathroom door from the outside when she was taking a bath. Later, she never took a bath at her aunt's house. But Louis Bao is clean-cut on the surface, wears glasses, and looks gentle and honest, but in fact, he is rotten to the core. Every time Wen Rao said something about him, her aunt would stand up and defend her son, saying that her son only took her as a family member and didn't care about the consequences. Wen Rao, how can you suspect your cousin? We are all family, you have lived in my house for several years, and I treat you like my future daughter-in-law. Auntie defended Louis Bao, and seeing the pain on his forehead, she couldn't help but say what she had been thinking for years. She knew that Bao quite liked Wen Rao, and that Wen Rao would have a good job in the future, with a stable income. The most important thing is that by marrying Wen Rao, she can save the money for the bride price and the money for the 3 gold items, and she can also ask Wen Rao to give her the control of her salary card. As for Wen Xiao, the burden, she will find a way to persuade Wen Rao to send him to a nursing home and let him fend for himself. Wen Rao's aunt had her own plans in mind, and she didn't care at all about Wen Rao's shocked expression. Auntie, if you can't cure Sierra's illness, I won't get married. Besides, even if I want to get married, I won't marry someone from the same family. And I definitely won't choose a pervert who likes to steal underwear. Wen Rao. Who are you calling a pervert? You're lucky I'm even interested in you. I pity you. There's a long line of girls at the company who want to date me. Louis Bao's eyes behind his glasses were gloomy. His face was pale, but he always gave the impression of being gloomy and calculating. My Bao is right. What's wrong with inbreeding? It's called strengthening the family bond. I won't let you get away with hitting Bao. By the way, transfer my next month's living expenses to me later. Prices have gone up recently, and you're almost done with your internship, so I can't give you 3,000 anymore. From now on, you'll get an extra 1,000 every month. You know how much trouble your brother is. He can't live without me day or night, and he eats very delicately. I have to save every penny of the 4,000. Chapter 12 Chapter 012 Could it be that she has been evicted? Auntie can't stop talking about money. Uncle just stands there silently, completely invisible. As long as it doesn't involve his interests, he couldn't care less. Wen Rao had no choice but to let heir stay here at that time. At least she could get a call from her aunt as soon as something happened. Now it seems that it's time to leave. She has given her aunt more money over the past 4 years than she owes her, and she doesn't owe her anything. But she won't tell her aunt now. From what she knows about her aunt over the years, if she finds out in advance, she will definitely cause trouble. Wen Rao turned around and went back to her room to pack. Seeing that she was not talking, her aunt assumed that she had been convinced. Wen Rao, don't you get paid on the 15th? Today is the 16th, so remember to transfer it to me, don't forget. Wen Rao didn't say anything, and continued tidying the table, noticing that there was only one chocolate bar left that she had bought for heir last week. She always bought a month's worth at a time, and heir was very good, eating only 1 bar a day, so there was no way it could be gone. Seeing her staring at the chocolate, her aunt felt guilty, cleared her throat, and said, heir eats all the chocolate, and you know he's sick, he eats it and forgets. Wen Rao put the last piece of chocolate in heir's school bag, turned around and closed the door. She was even more determined to take her brother away from here. Chocolate was heir's obsession. He ate 1 piece a day, only recognized 1 brand, and would never eat more. But often it was gone before the end of the month. If it wasn't his aunt taking it, then who was? She already gave her 3,000 yuan a month, and lived with her brother in a bedroom converted from a balcony. It was a total of 7 square meters, and it was almost completely filled with 2 single beds. Her brother's monthly food budget is a mere 500 yuan, and her aunt often cooks extra for her cousin, so there's no food for her brother. If her brother wants to eat something, Wen Rao can only take him out to eat. If she buys food home, her aunt usually only makes a little, saying that she'll save the rest for her brother the next day. But Wen Rao goes to work the next day and her brother can't eat it at all. Wen Rao didn't sleep all night. The next morning, while her aunt's family went to work and her aunt went shopping, she packed her own and heir's luggage, woke up heir, and the siblings left their aunt's house. On the roadside, 15-year-old heir sat in a wheelchair, quietly looking across the road, occasionally looking at Wen Rao. Passers-by couldn't help but stare at heir when they saw him, and they couldn't stop praising the little boy for his delicate appearance, saying that he was even better looking than a girl. Few people could tell that heir was a person with kabuki syndrome. His face was delicate, as if he had applied exquisite makeup, but his body was stunted, his bones underdeveloped, his internal organs also developing differently than normal, and he also had a mild intellectual disability. Wen Rao stood by the roadside and dialed Zhang Yan's phone number, but it was still in black status. She wanted to talk to Zhang Yan about whether she could reserve a room for her brother at Zhang Yan's house if they tried to live together. But the phone was always in black status. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce convoy passed in front of her, followed by 4 business cars. Inside the car, Zhang Yan was looking at some documents when his assistant Zhuang Tao suddenly pointed out the window and said, "Mr. Zhang, that's Wen Rao." Zhang Yan frowned and looked up, taking a look outside the window. It was indeed that one what, and there was also a little boy in a wheelchair next to her. According to the butler's investigation, she was living with her aunt and had to pay 3,000 yuan in living expenses every month. Seeing that she had luggage next to her, was she being kicked out? Chapter 13 Chapter 013 You know nothing. Zhang Yan saw Wen Rao keep dialing the phone number, and suddenly remembered that he had blocked her number before. Could it be that she was calling him? Stop the car. Zhang Yan ordered, and the driver parked the car steadily around the corner. Zhang Yan just released Wen Rao's number from the blacklist, and a strange number came in. Zhang Yan smiled, but his laughter was extremely mocking. Mr. Zhang. Just as Wen Rao was about to give up, the phone miraculously connected, which even she found unbelievable. Say it. Zhang Yan's voice was low, still in that arrogant and proud manner. Wen Rao took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "I want to accept your offer, but I want to live with my younger brother." No way. Zhang Yan refused without even thinking. The reason was simple: she had promised herself that she was not doing it to live with him, but for her younger brother. She had impure motives and purposes, so why should he agree? I hate people who are protective of their younger brothers, Zhang Yan said without hesitation. Protective of his younger brother? Wen Rao laughed. This was the first time she had heard someone use this term to describe her. Anyone who knew her situation would not say that. You know nothing. Wen Rao shot back and hung up the phone with a carefree air. She should never have sought out Zhang Yan. Her views on life were poles apart from his. Even if he didn't want to remarry, and she just wanted a place to stay, they probably wouldn't get along. Zhang Yan, on the other hand, had been scolded by Wen Rao once again. Last time, she wanted to be his father, and this time, she scolded him for knowing nothing. As the eldest son of the Zhan family, he has been groomed to be the successor since childhood, and there are clear rules for everything he says and does. It is also unlikely that he would have the opportunity to be scolded over the phone. This was the first time. The bodyguard's assistant heard Wen Rao's words, "You know nothing," mainly because the voice was so loud that it was difficult for them to ignore. At this time, in the car, apart from Zhang Yan's ashen face, everyone else was dumbfounded and trembling with fear. They felt that President Zhang would never look at that Wen What again. On the roadside, it was Wen Rao's turn to block Zhang Yan's phone number. Looking at the two suitcases behind her, as well as the wheelchair and Wen Xiao, Wen Rao was thinking of taking him to a cheap hotel for the day, when a black business car slowly pulled up in front of them. The car door opened, and Zhang Yan got out of the driver's seat and walked straight towards her. Every step he took exuded an imposing, powerful and dignified air. His dark suit was well made, his short hair neat and refined, his eyebrows and eyes three-dimensional and firm. He could be considered a super handsome guy who is flawless from any angle, except that he looks a bit older, almost 30. Wen Rao saw Zhang Yan and froze for a moment. Get in. I'll take you to my place. Zhang Yan was driving the bodyguard's business car, while the Rolls-Royce and the other bodyguard cars were on the other side of the road at the moment. Wen Rao came back to her senses, first carrying her luggage to the car, and then turning around to push the wheelchair to the car. Help me put Shower in the car. As Wen Rao finished speaking, Wen Shower looked up at Zhang Yan and winked at him. Zhang Yan was momentarily stunned by this delicate yet sickly pale face. This was also the first time he had come into close contact with a rare disease patient, and even the well-informed him was shocked at first glance at Wen Xiao. Wen Rao saw that he was not moving, and thought that he did not agree with Xiao living in his house, and turned around to carry the luggage down. What are you doing? Zhang Yan frowned and spoke, his tone not good. Zhang Yan's attitude made Wen Rao think that he did not accept Xiao. Then she would not ride in his car either. Chapter 14 Chapter 014 Do you really think I'm a chauffeur? Zhang Yan's attitude made Wen Rao think that he didn't accept Xiao. Then she wouldn't get in his car either. I'll do this kind of trivial thing. You stand aside. Zhang Yan felt that he was a man, and carrying a sick child into the car was something that one person could handle, so why let her help too? But Wen Rao took it as him not accepting Wen Xiao. This woman, as usual, is so self-righteous. Even if he doesn't like Wen Rao, he won't have anything to do with her, but she is now his wife, and there are some things that a husband should do. Zhang Yan bent down to put Xiao in the car, but he had a problem when he tried to put the wheelchair away. The older members of his family have also sat in wheelchairs, but doesn't this thing automatically store itself? Just press a button and it automatically folds up, and after folding it is the size of a briefcase. I'll do it. This wheelchair is the oldest model, and it needs to be folded manually. Wen Rao could tell that Zhang Yan was having trouble, so she took the wheelchair, folded it in a few quick movements, and put it in the trunk. Wen Rao was still a little touched to see the well-dressed Zhang Yan carrying Xiao into the car. As long as the other person doesn't mind Xiao, she is willing to try it for a month. The bodyguards in the shadows were at a loss for words. Mr. Zhan is doing manual labor. Although he usually works out regularly, this is the first time he has done anything like this. Xiao and the luggage are in the car, Zhang Yan is driving, and Wen Rao is about to go sit in the back row when Zhang Yan glares at her and says, "Do you really think I'm the driver?" Wen Rao. She just felt that she didn't know Zhang Yan well enough to sit in the passenger seat without being embarrassed, but who knew he was such a stickler? Wen Rao was about to get out of the car and sit in the passenger seat, but Zhang Yan waved his hand with a cold face, saying, "You sit there. It's a waste of time to keep switching back and forth. I'm busy." Wen Rao, what a double standard man. Zhang Yan always had a cold and frosty face, with an inexplicable arrogance. Before Wen Rao could get angry, he handed Xiao a bottle of juice and turned around to concentrate on driving. Thank you. Xiao managed to spit out 2 words with difficulty. He was only slightly mentally disabled and had poor motor skills, but he could sense when people were kind to him. Wen Rao also felt that Zhang Yan's attitude towards Xiao'er was much better than towards her. The car drove for more than half an hour before arriving at the Hushan Huadu residential community where Zhang Yan lived. This was a mid-range gated residential community with a mix of high-rise and Western-style houses. There were kindergartens, primary schools and middle schools, and there were 7 or 8 bus lines at the entrance to the community, so the transportation was well developed. The only problem is that underground parking is a bit tight. Zhang Yan bought this place after agreeing to register with the owner of the pot. It is a fully furnished house with 4 floors. Zhang Yan bought the 3rd floor, and the shop in the middle of the upper floor next to the house is the tea shop he was talking about. There is no elevator in the 4-story house. Zhang Yan is carrying Xiao'er on his back, Wen Rao is carrying 2 suitcases behind him, and the wheelchair is directly straddled on his arm, all the way following Zhang Yan upstairs. She was also an outstanding student at the police academy, and her physical strength was not bad. She went up to the 3rd floor in one go. When they arrived at the door, Zhang Yan put Xiao'er in the wheelchair, opened the door, and waited for Wen Rao to push Xiao'er in. He stood in the doorway, looking proud and indifferent. "This is my house. You can choose any of the bedrooms except the master bedroom. You can't go into my room, including the master bathroom. If you need anything, call me. If you can't find me, go to the tea house and ask for Auntie Sunday. She's the one I hired to watch the store." After Zhang Yan finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. "Wait a minute, Mr. Zhang, you're done talking, it's my turn." Wen Rao gestured for him to wait, first pushing Xiao'er into one of the bedrooms, then stepping out again. Zhang Yan looked down at his watch with a face full of impatience. "Mr. Zhang, You have 1 minute, so speak quickly." Zhang Yan's attitude towards Wen Rao was like that of a subordinate who was not doing his job well. He had not yet adapted to the role of being someone else's husband. Chapter 15 Chapter 015 Are you afraid I'll take advantage of you? Wen Rao took a deep breath and told herself not to get angry. Who told her that she was now in a position of need? "Mr. Zhang, a month is fast by any measure, and in order for us to get along harmoniously, I have 3 requests for living here. First, I want to bring my younger brother along. If I go to work, can I bring him to the tea shop and ask Auntie Sun to look after him? I can pay for the expenses myself. Second, we will keep our marriage a secret for now, because I haven't figured out how to tell my colleagues and friends yet. Third, although this is only a 1-month trial period, I don't want to take advantage of you, so we'll split the household expenses." Wen Rao said she wanted to transfer money to Zhang Yan using her mobile phone. "I'll transfer half of the electricity, water, gas, and property management fees for the month to you first. How much will this cost you for the month?" "Your time is up." Zhang Yan spoke coldly. He handled hundreds of millions of dollars in major projects every day, so how could he have time to calculate the water and electricity bills with her? His assistant did all that, so how would he know? "I agree with the first 2 things you said. Especially the idea of being secretly married. I don't want to have a wedding either. As for your brother living here, it's just an extra pair of chopsticks. But if we're going to split the bills, there's no need for that. I want to try to get along with you, and I can support you. I'll still pay for the household expenses, and you can buy whatever you need, and I'll pay for it, but you have to keep a record of what you buy." After Zhang Yan finished speaking, he slapped a bank card down on the countertop of the shoe cabinet. He told Wen Rao to keep a record of the purchases so that he wouldn't spend his money on nonsense. I'm going to work. The car I just got in was from the company, and I have to drive it back. I only took it today to pick up a client." Zhang Yan finished speaking and left. He deliberately explained the origin of the company car, just so Wen Rao wouldn't think he was rich. "Then take the car keys I gave you last time." Wen Rao caught up with Zhang Yan and forcefully shoved the keys at him. Her fingers were warm and slender. The moment they touched his hand, Zhang Yan frowned and took a step back, at the same time shaking his hand off. As if she were carrying a disease. Wen Rao was furious. "Mr. Zhang, you're a man, what's the meaning of this? Are you afraid I'll take advantage of you? I just want to tell you, I can't use your car, it's only a 20-minute walk to the police station, and I'm used to running, so I don't need a car. As for Xiao'er, if I need to take him to the hospital, I have a long-term driver." When Rao finished speaking and turned around first, quickly entering the house and slamming the door behind her. With a thud, Zhang Yan's face turned extremely ugly. This woman is rude and pretentious. She is not even 1/10 as cute as her younger brother. He now regretted the 1-month engagement. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want to give his mother another chance to pressure him into getting remarried, he wouldn't want to see her again. Zhang Yan left with a dark face. He first drove the business car to the next community, and then switched to having his bodyguard Shashan drive, while he got into the Rolls-Royce. The convoy of luxury cars drove steadily towards the cross-sea bridge. At Zhang Yan's home, Wen Rao settled heir and then looked around each room, but she didn't go into the master bedroom. Zhang Yan had spoken, and she wasn't the type to seek trouble. The house was on the 3rd floor, but it had good lighting, and the upper floors blocked the light from the back. The balcony was large, connecting 2 bedrooms and a living room. Wen Rao gave the other room facing south to heir, and she lived in the room opposite facing north. Although the lighting was average, it was also very large, and there was also a living balcony. Just as Wen Rao was about to see what else was missing in the house, her phone beeped dozens of times. She picked up her phone and looked at it, and she immediately laughed angrily. Chapter 16 Chapter 016 No way. An apology? Just as Wen Rao was about to check what else was missing in the house, her phone beeped dozens of times. She picked it up and immediately burst out laughing. She had been added to a so-called family group at some point. The group was full of relatives from her grandmother's side of the family. Her eldest aunt was in the group, listing her 10 major crimes and 8 lesser ones. Auntie phone, Mom, you're the elder, you tell me what's right. I've served Wen Rao and Shower well for 4 years. If it wasn't for me, how could she support Shower while she was at school? Now she's moved out without even saying goodbye. And she still owes me half a month's living expenses. I don't really care about the living expenses, because I give her more than that every month. I'm just angry that she doesn't see me as an elder. When I got home today, I saw that there were a lot less fruits and vegetables in the house. Who else could have taken them if not her? How could this child be like this? Just let me know what you want to eat, I'll buy it for you, won't I? Looking at the group name, Happy Family, Wen Rao smiled. She had never known about this group at Grandma's house before, and she didn't want to join it. Today she found out that everyone in Grandma's family was in it, including her peers, except her. Today, my eldest aunt is going to condemn her, and she finally decided to drag her in. She doesn't even care. Family treasure Grandma, Rao, you have to know how to be grateful. Don't think that just because you have a job now, you don't need your eldest aunt anymore, and you turn your back on her. If you don't know how to repay kindness, there will be consequences. Hurry up and go to your aunt's house and apologize to her. We are still a family, and it is most convenient for you to still live at your aunt's house. Don't meet some random person and just move in with them. A girl should have some sense of propriety. What is the point of casually moving in with someone? You are now employed, and if you don't apologize, I will go to your workplace and find you. I will ask your leader nicely, how dare he want an employee like you? As soon as Grandma opened her mouth, it was a mixture of threats and intimidation. It was obvious that it was at the behest of her aunt, and her eldest aunt must have been standing nearby. As for her younger aunt and 2 uncles, they were all silent and watching the show. Wen Rao was in no hurry to respond, and after checking her accounts on her phone for a while, she took screenshots and posted them all in the group. She then posted a prepared text. Fairy nibbling pigs trotters Wen Rao, the picture I just posted shows the monthly living expenses I transferred to my aunt during my 4 years of university. Over the past 4 years, I have lived at my aunt's house for less than half a year, and I have eaten less than 20 meals in total. But whenever I go back, I do all the housework at my aunt's house, and my aunt saves last year's cotton shoes and pants for me to hand wash. My aunt also asked me to hand wash my uncle and cousin's underwear, but I refused. The money Xiaoye spent on the doctor's visit was the funeral expenses left by my parents. If my aunt's family loses fruits and vegetables, they can call the police, and I can cooperate with the investigation. But I will never apologize. If my grandmother goes to the police station to look for me, please bring enough evidence. I will record the whole process on video, and if anyone wrongs me, I will also fight to the end. After posting this message and those screenshots, Wen Rao quit the group. Some so-called relatives don't need to keep in touch. Usually, they set up a group behind her back, and when they can't get any advantages, they drag her into the group to condemn her. Although she is an orphan, Wen Rao doesn't fall for that. Living with her eldest aunt was a temporary measure, but she didn't take any advantage. After Wen Rao left the group, her cousin Wen Minmin sent her a WeChat message. Chapter 17, Chapter 017 You're the only one in the whole group who can see it. Wen Rao left the group not long ago, and her cousin Wen Minmin sent her a WeChat message. Wen Minmin, cousin, you're amazing. Someone in our family finally dared to confront the older woman. She usually likes to show off in the group, bragging about how you take up so much of her time, saying that you never charge her, and only occasionally accept a small token of appreciation. I told her she was lying. How could someone who's so money-minded not charge you? After you post a screenshot of the transfer, let's see how she can argue anymore. When Minmin's words made Wen Rao cry with laughter. Once she posted the transfer record, her auntie would be so angry that she would spit blood. But since Wen Rao had moved out, there was no way she could go back. Apologizing was even more out of the question. Ding dong. At this moment, her phone suddenly rang. When she saw it was team leader Lin calling, Wen Rao's expression tightened. Wen Rao's first reaction was that team leader Lin knew about her accidentally getting a marriage certificate. But after the call connected, team leader Lin instead told her that she had a new job. Wen Rao, come back to the team immediately for a meeting. I have a new task for you. Team leader Lin, my secondment is about to expire. Wen Rao wanted to return to a 9-to-5 work environment as soon as possible, because Xiao'er needed someone to take care of him. Although she was living with Zhang Yan, it was only for a period of 1 month, and it was questionable whether she and Zhang Yan could get along for the whole month. Wen Rao, I have applied for an extension for you to return to the team. The higher-ups have approved it, so you should be fine with it. Wen Rao, Wen Rao, the last time I asked you to do this was because the team really didn't have any fresh faces left, and asking you was actually a risk. You're too pretty and can easily make a big impression. You're not suited to surveillance, but this is a high-end dinner, and the only one on the team who can look the part is you. You said that I would at most look like a bodyguard if I put on a suit and tie, and I don't look like the celebrities attending the dinner either. Team leader Lin, Wen Ao wanted to say that she had to take care of her younger brother, but Lin hung up the phone because he had other things to do. Wen Ao put her hand on her forehead. This was her first time shadowing someone and she had already made a mistake by following the wrong person and getting the wrong ID. She didn't know what would happen at the dinner party. But since it was arranged by her superior, she would do her best. Even though she was temporarily seconded from the miscellaneous investigation team, she couldn't let the police academy down. Wen Ao simply put her luggage away and pushed Xiao'er downstairs. On the way, she called Zhang Yan. He hung up on her after 1 second. Wen Rao guessed that he was either driving or in a meeting, so she didn't bother him anymore and pushed the wheelchair and Xiao'er to the tea shop. There was an aunt in her 50s in the shop. Her appearance gave people a feeling of comfort, simple and elegant, and the fabric was of high quality, but she was a bit cold. Hello, Auntie-san, I'm Wen Rao, and this is my brother, Xiao'er. Zhang Yan said that I could leave my brother here while I'm at work, so I'm troubling you to take care of him. Wen Rao politely explained her intentions to Auntie-san. Auntie-san's expression was indifferent, and she gestured for her to wheel Xiao'er into the corner. I understand, you go ahead. Auntie-san is an elderly member of the Zhan family. Previously, Zhang Yan had arranged for her to keep an eye on Guyana, but now she was watching Wen Rao instead. Thank you, Auntie-san, here are the instructions for taking care of my brother. Wen Rao always carries the printed instructions for taking care of her brother with her. Auntie-san's expression remains indifferent. After Wen Rao leaves, she pours a glass of water for Xiao'er and then resumes her painting. Xiao'er suddenly makes a strange sound, and Auntie-san frowns at him. Chapter 18 Chapter 018 I wish you happiness. Xiao'er suddenly let out a strange sound on the side, and Auntie-san frowned at him. Auntie-san's attitude towards Wen Rao was average, and she would not be enthusiastic towards Xiao'er either. She just wouldn't let him get cold or hungry, and she wouldn't abuse him either. I need to be calm when I draw, so don't make any noise. Auntie-san warned Xiao'er. No, you can't draw like that. Xiao'er gathered his courage to speak, his voice breaking but still clear. Auntie-san looked at him in surprise, and with some disdain. This is Chinese painting. I have been painting for decades, do you think you know better than me? Xiao'er blinked, his beautiful features exquisite and perfect like a real person. At the police station, Wen Rao hurried to meet with team leader Lin. Wen Rao, this is considered a new assignment, but it's not. Last time you followed that suspect, because you were good at improvising, you helped us expose the theft ring behind him. This group of people specializes in targeting wealthy people. Last time we raided their lair, but the mastermind behind them is still at large. This mastermind never shows his face, only directing things from the shadows. I suspect he has already blended in with Qing City's upper class. This person is now keeping an eye on the safes of the wealthy in Qing City. He is the first to receive news about who has valuable jewelry. This person is bold and meticulous, and is likely to pull off a big heist and run away. He must be caught as soon as possible. Tonight there is a charity auction in Qing City, and there will inevitably be priceless jewels on display, and that person will also show up. Our investigation has been narrowed down to 3 people, and the Bureau will arrange your identities and partners for you. You have to be flexible. Team leader Lin didn't want to miss this opportunity, for fear that the mastermind behind it would take the opportunity to escape. Team leader Lin, who is my partner? Wen Rao asked curiously. Zhu Huxiu. Him? Wen Rao's mouth twitched, and it turned out to be that brat. No. I can't call him a brat anymore. He's now an elite member of the police force. You should be familiar with each other, and he specifically asked for you as a partner. After introducing the task, team leader Lin couldn't help but gossip for a while. Wen Rao didn't hide anything either. Team leader Lin, he's the younger brother of a classmate from my university. But he skipped grades in elementary and junior high school, and although I'm 2 years younger than him, I graduated a year earlier. I've also heard that this kid is very capable, with an extraordinary memory, and he's also a crackshot. You have no idea how rebellious he was in college. Wen Rao mentioned Zhu Huxiu as if he were family. She has always treated Zhu Huxiu like her own younger brother. Since you are familiar with each other, I'm waiting for good news from you. Team leader Lin patted her on the shoulder and went to get ready. After team leader Lin left, Wen Rao's phone rang, and a male voice with a sunny and bright tone came from the other end. Wen Rao, I'll come pick you up, I'm right in front of the police station. Okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Wen Rao walked out of the police station and saw a low-key white Audi A4 parked at the side entrance of the police station. The car door opened and Zhu Huxiu, dressed in casual clothes, got out and gave her a bright, warm smile. Wen Rao gave him a dirty look, then punched him in the shoulder. You little brat, you didn't even tell me you were transferring back here. And you even asked me to take on this assignment. I'm going to tell your sister and let her deal with you. Wen Rao, I wanted to surprise you. I hope that the eyes you give birth to are bright and clear, and when you look at Wen Rao, your eyes smile and narrow, but you see her in the bottom of your eyes. At this moment, across the street, the bodyguard Xiaoshan got off the car and went to the convenience store across the street to buy something. He happened to see this scene, so he took out his phone, snapped a few photos, and sent them to Zhang Yan. Chapter 19, Chapter 019, Don't forget that you are now a married person. The atmosphere in the meeting room was oppressive and low-spirited. Zhang Yan's phone rang again. This time it wasn't a call but a WeChat message. He had just hung up on Wen Rao because of the meeting, and guessed that she didn't have anything important to say, so he wanted to call her back after the meeting. He clicked on the WeChat message to see the photo sent by Xiaoshan. In the photo, Wen Rao was smiling unusually brightly at a young man, and she had even patted the other person's shoulder, acting flirtatiously. The man's back was turned to the camera, so his face was not visible, but he was dressed in a very sunny way, tall and straight, and looked to be about the same age as her. Zhang Yan sneered inwardly. Wen Rao, you really know how to act. You acted all coquettish and self-righteous with him, even slammed the door in his face, and now you're smiling so brightly at another man. Stop it. Zhang Yan suddenly spoke, picked up his phone, got up, and walked out of the meeting room, leaving a group of stunned executives behind. Zhang Yan went to the corridor and called Wen Rao back. Wen Rao had already got into Zhu Huxiu's car by then. When she saw the caller ID, she gave Zhu Huxiu a gesture to indicate that he should not speak. Zhu Huxiu glanced at the screen of Wen Rao's phone. The note she had written to the other party was arrogant and fussy. Zhu Huxiu looked at it for a second time, and felt inexplicably upset. Zhang Yan, what's the matter? The phone connected, and Wen Rao's voice was businesslike. Where are you? I have to go back tonight. Hearing her voice, and remembering the way she had smiled at that man in the photo, Zhang Yan felt ironic. How good an actress is this woman? I have a task right now, and I'm not sure when I'll be back tonight. After Wen Rao had hung up, Zhang Yan sneered. A task? Ha ha. Don't forget that you're married now. Pop. Zhang Yan hung up the phone without hesitation. She wasn't telling the truth, and he didn't bother to expose her. Anyway, in a month, if she didn't meet his requirements, he would let her go. Wen Rao was confused by Zhang Yan's phone call. Zhu Huxiu, who was standing nearby, sensed something was wrong and asked softly, Wen Rao, what's wrong? Who is this arrogant and picky person? He's only been away from Qingshi for a year. Has Wen Rao got herself tangled up with someone? Wen Rao rubbed her forehead. She had planned to tell Zhu Chunfeng, her sister Zhu Hushu, and her best friend, about her marriage. Zhu Chunfeng would definitely tell Zhu Hushu, because the three of them had sworn brotherhood as children and Zhu Chunfeng had always treated her like a younger sister. Hisu, actually I have a secret that can't be considered a secret. I'll tell you because you're my brother. I'm married. My husband is a proud and picky person. Squeak. A harsh brake sound rang out, and Zhu Hushu slammed on the brakes, almost causing the car to scrape the curb. Fortunately, Wen Rao had fastened her seatbelt, or she would have hit her head. Zhu Hua turned his head, his face slightly pale. She looked shocked and hurt. Wen Rao could only see shock. Wen Rao, don't play any April Fool's jokes on me. Zhu Hua's voice was hoarse. Wen Rao gave a bitter smile. Would I joke about something like this with you? Mom? Marriage is a done deal. We'll talk about the details later. Aren't we going to change and go to the dinner? Wen Rao's tone was calm. After a day of recuperation, she had accepted the fact that she was now married. But Zhu Hua couldn't accept it. When they were at university, if it wasn't Wen Rao and Zhu Chunfeng, he would have gone astray. It was Wen Rao and her sister who had awakened him. It was only then that he found his future goal. He had secretly loved Wen Rao since then, and thought that this time he had finally returned to have the opportunity to formally pursue her. Who knew? Chapter 20 Chapter 020 Acting as a Couple. At 8 p.m., Wen Rao and Zhu Husheng appeared in the lobby of the Intercontinental Hotel, the most luxurious hotel in Qing City. This hotel is owned by the richest man in Qing City, Zhan Xin International. It is also the most luxurious 6-star hotel in Qing City. Naturally, the auction held here attracted many upper-class people in Qing City. In particular, when everyone heard that the CEO of Zhan, who had just returned from abroad that night, would also be in attendance, many people scrambled to get an invitation just to show their faces in front of the CEO. Wen Rao and Zhu Hushu played the role of a young couple, and Wen Rao naturally took Zhu Hushu's arm as they entered. Zhu Hushu glanced at Wen Rao from the side of his face, but there was a heavy heart beneath his eyes. In college, he was once the kind of student who gave his teachers the most trouble. He was arrogant and loved to argue with them. He almost went the wrong way, but Wen Rao and her sister changed him. In particular, Wen Rao's tolerance and help during his most rebellious time was unforgettable. He had a secret crush on Wen Rao for 4 years, but after not seeing her for a year, she had actually gotten married. Zhu Hushu's heart was sad, but he had to put on a brave face to complete his task. Wen Rao, you look really good in that turquoise dress. Zhu Hua sincerely compliments Wen Rao. Wen Rao, on the other hand, looks at the hem of the dress repeatedly, looking cautious. You borrowed this dress from your sister, don't get it dirty. Wen Rao feels that she has been careful enough, so why did she get it dirty? Zhu Chunfeng's evening dresses cost no less than 10,000 yuan each. Although she is her best friend like a sister, one thing is one thing, if she so much as stains or damages it, she must pay for it. It's okay, the team will reimburse you if it gets dirty or damaged, Zhu Hushu reassured her. Wen Rao sighed, don't make team leader Lin uncomfortable with these kinds of things, I'll be more careful. I think I can get the footprint out. Next, Wen Rao only focused on observing the target, and didn't feel that her attire was eye-catching. At the tender age of 22, she had fair skin and delicate features, a long, slender figure, and a simple bun hairstyle. She didn't wear any jewelry, but she gave off an overwhelmingly beautiful impression. However, she had shouldered the burden of supporting her family at a young age, and rarely had the time or energy to pay attention to her appearance. Zhu Hushu's eyes fell on her from time to time, both amazed and conflicted. He shouldn't show his emotions towards Wen Rao, she was someone else's wife. Although he liked her, he would not be the much-hated third party. General Zhan is here. Let's go. Go take a look. Wen Rao and Zhu Hushu were staring at different targets when suddenly there was a commotion in the hall. Lin's voice came over the headphones. The head of the Zhanxing group is entering the building. You don't need to worry about him, just keep monitoring the target. Wen Rao and Zhu Hushu received the order and both stood still. Most people went to the door to watch. Zhan Yan entered the building, surrounded by bodyguards. He was wearing a dark suit, with a handsome face and stern eyebrows. Even surrounded by bodyguards, he was the most eye-catching presence in the crowd. Many entrepreneurs who had met Zhan Yan before waved to him to say hello. Zhan Zonghao. Zhang Yan nodded in response and quickly entered the inner field. Wen Rao was at this time facing away from the door, intently staring at the suspect, while Zhang Yan and his bodyguards passed behind her. When his bodyguard Xiaoshan passed behind Wen Rao, he couldn't help but glance at her, vaguely feeling that her back looked familiar. He never forgets a face, so he couldn't help but take a second look, but Wen Rao kept her back turned to him. "Wen Rao, we should go in." Zhu Huixu walked over at this time and held out his arm, indicating for Wen Rao to take his arm. At this time, Xiaoshan glanced back again, just in time to see Wen Rao, who had turned around, walking towards them with Zhu Huixu's arm around her shoulder. Chapter 21 Chapter 021 Come here to fish for a wealthy husband? When he saw Wen Rao, Xiaoshan's first reaction was to turn around and leave quickly. General Zhan and Wen Rao were secretly married, and no one else knew about it. Especially since General Zhan's identity, Wen Rao must never know. Wen Rao didn't see Xiaoshan, and even if she did, she wouldn't recognize him. She and Zhu Huixu followed the others into the auction hall, and their seats were relatively far back, in the row behind the suspects. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xin came. I heard that he had just returned to Qing City and immediately attended the banquet without rest. Just as the rumors said, he is a workaholic. Zhu Huixu glanced at Zhang Yan, who was being escorted into the hall, and whispered. Zhu Huixu's family is well off. His parents are both highly educated, and they bought 4 apartments in the city center in earlier years, as well as a suburban villa and townhouse. They are worth tens of millions of yuan and are considered to be among the upper ranks of the middle class in Qing City. But in front of the Zhanxing group, it's not enough. It's not Zhu Huixu's business, but his mother is not satisfied with the current middle-class configuration and is determined to cross the class. Therefore, she often mentions the situation of the richest family in Qing City, the Zhan family, at home, and Zhu Huixu has also heard a lot about it. Zhang Xin? Wen Rao frowned when she heard the name. It's just one character different from that arrogant and meticulous man. This Zhan must be at least 40 or 50, right? Wen Rao asked casually. He's not even 30. Young and promising. He was groomed to be the successor of the Zhanxing group from a very young age. That's pretty young. Wen Rao didn't even remotely associate Zhang Xin, as Zhu Huixu had said, with her husband whom she had mistaken for someone else and married by mistake. After all, which heir to a wealthy family would live in a mid-range neighborhood and drive a car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan? This isn't a novel or an idle drama. Zhang Yan was on the other side, as the auction had not yet started, so he was in the lounge dealing with some paperwork. After Xiaoshan spoke to Zhuang Tao for a few moments, Zhuang Tao quickly came in. President Zhan, Xiaoshan saw Wen Rao come with the man from the police station this afternoon. He is also here for the auction. After Zhuang Tao finished speaking, Zhang Yan threw the signature pen away and frowned at him. That Wen whatever is really everywhere. What is she doing here? Fishing for a rich husband? She really is restless. Zhang Yan picked up his phone and dialed Wen Rao's number, but it was turned off. Zhang Yan sneered. Is she afraid of disturbing him on a date? Find out who that man is. Zhang Yan's face was cold. He had promised Wen Rao a month to get to know each other, because he didn't want a second marriage, but during that time, if Wen Rao got involved with another man, he would not hesitate to drive her away. During the duration of their marriage, he would never date other women, and would not allow her to have similar problems. Zhuang Tao went out for a while and then returned. In his hands was a tablet with a photo of Zhu Huixu, but there was very little information. Zhang Yan had a thought flash through his mind, and told Zhuang Tao to turn on the surveillance camera that was directly facing Wen Rao and Zhu Huixu. Just then, he saw Wen Rao seemingly casually touch her earlobe, but her eyes were fixed on a middle-aged man diagonally in front of her. And Zhu Huixu's gaze was also staring at the middle-aged man's back with a sharp vigilance. Zhu Huixu? Is he the Zhu Huixu whose father is a biologist? Zhang Yan had a vague impression of the Zhu family. Zhu Huixu's father was a well-known biologist in Qing City and a special advisor on a certain project for the Zhanxing group. Zhuang Tao nodded. President Zhan has a good memory, it is him. But what is strange is that there is no information on Zhu Huixu for the last year. There is no need to look it up, I understand. Zhang Yan waved his hand, still looking at Wen Rao with a detached and calm expression. Chapter 22, Chapter 022, What a Big Face. Zhang Yan is also a representative of high intelligence. From Wen Rao and Zhu Huixua's current reactions, as well as the lack of information about her work in Zhu Huixua, he deduced that they were most likely on a mission. But when he saw on the surveillance camera Zhu Hutsa raise his hand and tap Wen Rao on the shoulder, even though he knew they were on a mission, Zhang Yan still felt uncomfortable watching it. In fact, it was also due to his lack of consideration. He should have thought about Wen Rao's work background earlier and should not have made a 1-month agreement with her. Instead, he should have cut the Gordian knot and divorced her directly after 1 month. As for his mother, he could delay things for a few days. Then he wouldn't have to avoid her at a charity dinner. Tell the organizer that I had to leave suddenly due to prior engagements, and Zhuang Tao will attend in my place. Zhang Yan got up and left, and Zhuang Tao was put in a difficult situation. After leaving the venue, Zhang Yan, sitting in the Rolls-Royce, gave a cold shoulder smile. What a big face that one has. Even he has to avoid her. Zhang Yan looked down at the photos that Zhuang Tao had passed over. One of them was a photo of Zhu Hushu and Wen Rao from their university days. There were other people in the photo, but Wen Rao stood out the most. She was the kind of person who was young and beautiful without any makeup, and you could see her at a glance. In the photo, there is a girl between Zhu Hushu and Wen Rao, but Zhu Hushu looks at Wen Rao through the girl, his eyes clearly showing an innocent crush. Zhang Yan locks the screen of his phone and pinches his eyebrows. That self-righteous and pretentious woman is liked by someone? President Zhang, Hushan Huadu is here. The driver, Lao Lu, stopped at the intersection opposite Hushan Huadu. Zhang Yan had originally planned to stay at Hushan Huadu from tonight onwards. After all, he still had to put on a show for his mother, but he was unhappy at the thought of Wen Rao ruining the good dinner tonight. He was going to go to the tea shop to say hello to Auntie Sun and then go back to the villa. After all, he was already here. However, as soon as he entered the tea shop, he saw Wen Xiaoye pushing a wheelchair towards him. Brother, I'll buy you some chocolate. Wen Xiaoye recognized him and handed him his only piece of chocolate. The chocolate had been in his pocket for a long time and had melted, still retaining the warmth of Wen Xiaoye's palm. Good boy. Zhang Yan couldn't look stern at a big boy of 15 with a rare disease, so he patted him on the head, took the chocolate, and put it in his pocket casually. Wen Xiaoye saw that he had accepted the chocolate and gave him a pale but bright smile. Auntie Sun, thank you. Zhang Yan greeted Auntie Sun, who was familiar with him. Auntie Sun was his first teacher, teaching him painting and manners since he was young. Later, when Auntie Sun reached retirement age, he wanted to buy a villa for her to retire in, but Auntie Sun disagreed and just opened a tea shop nearby. Zhang Yan agreed to register and bought a house in the same community as Auntie Sun, so that it would be convenient for her to keep an eye on it. When Auntie Sun walked out, her expression was not as calm and indifferent as when she saw Wen Rao before, but rather a warm smile. The young master is here. Auntie Sun and Zhang Yan gave each other a wink, telling her not to call him young master. Auntie Sun smiled apologetically. She was used to calling him that and couldn't change it all of a sudden. Have you eaten dinner yet? Zhang Yan looked at Wen Xiaoye and saw that he was standing in the doorway looking in the direction of the house, obviously wanting to go back. We have eaten. He also ate. Auntie Sun's look at Xiaoye was also different from before. I'll take him back, you close up early and get some rest. Zhang Yan said goodbye to Auntie Sun and pushed Xiaoye's wheelchair back. Xiaoye let out a long breath, as if he was looking forward to going back. Zhang Yan didn't think much of it, and when they got downstairs, he first carried Xiaoye upstairs, arranged him in the living room, and then returned downstairs to carry the wheelchair up. Because Xiaoye was there, he couldn't let the bodyguard help, so he had to do it himself. After doing all this, Xiaoye pulled his sleeve and made a request, and he then realized the reason why Xiaoye was in a hurry to come back. For some inexplicable reason, he was glad that he had returned. Chapter 23, Chapter 023, His sister is his world. Brother, I want to go to the bathroom. Xiaoye said and turned his wheelchair towards the bathroom. When he reached the bathroom door, he slowly stood up with the wheelchair supporting him. I'll help you. Zhang Yan stepped forward to help him, but Xiaoye waved his hand. I can do it myself. Don't worry, brother, I'll be fine. When Xiaoye said and gave Zhang Yan a smile. A sickly pale smile blossomed on his face looking like it was covered in heavy, beautiful makeup. Zhang Yan nodded and didn't insist, but he didn't walk away either, instead standing by the bathroom door waiting. Looking down, he noticed that his suit had become dirty at some point, probably when he had moved the wheelchair and it had scratched the wheels. He frowned and took off his suit, going into his bedroom to get a new one to change into. He had asked the housekeeper to bring a few sets of clothes for emergencies, and they came in handy now. He left the soiled suit on the sofa for the time being. Bang! Splash! As soon as Zhang Yan finished dressing, he heard strange noises coming from the bathroom. What happened to you? Zhang Yan wanted to call Heir, but realized that he had not even remembered his name. Not only his, but also Wen Rao's. Click. The bathroom door opened, and Wen Xiao, pale, was holding onto the doorframe to stand up. Can you stand up by yourself? Zhang Yan looked at Wen Xiao, who was leaning against the doorframe, and his face showed shock. His mind was racing. He could clearly walk by himself, so why did that what's-her-name let him sit in a wheelchair? He couldn't help but think of a news story he had read the other day. A mother deliberately made her healthy daughter ill in order to gain sympathy and money, and even tortured the child on purpose. Could it be that his brother, in fact, is not completely unable to walk or stand, but is just more likely to fall and get hurt than the average person? My sister helps me walk and exercise at home, but when we lived with my aunt, she didn't have time to take care of me, so she let me sit in a wheelchair. That way, she didn't have to practice walking with me and didn't have to take me out. Just now at Auntie Sun's, I kept holding back from going to the bathroom, for fear that I wouldn't be able to stand up and fall, and it would be inconvenient for Auntie Sun to help me. I accidentally knocked over the storage cabinet next to the toilet. I'll clean it up in a minute. Shower speaks clearly and speaks softly. He is unfortunate, but luckier than many children with the same illness. He is only mildly mentally disabled, but can clearly express his wishes and thoughts. You are very understanding. Go rest in the living room, I'll clean up. Zhang Yan has a good impression of Wen Xiao. Or maybe it was just sympathy for a sick child. Didn't you live with your aunt before? Zhang Yan asked while helping to lift the fallen storage cabinet. Wen Xiao replied softly, my aunt would only tell me how much I ate and used, and how I used an extra grid of toilet paper, all day long. She would also scold me for flushing the toilet, so I couldn't drink much water even when I was at my aunt's house. My sister has to go to school and work at the same time. My parents' compensation money was all cheated by my aunt and uncle, and the remaining funeral expenses are only enough for me to do basic treatment. So if I can do more myself, my sister will be able to relax a little. Wen Xiao tells the truth. In fact, my aunt has done even more outrageous things. My sister was afraid that he would have trouble getting up at night, so she bought him adult diapers. When my aunt saw them, she secretly took them and sold them to the elderly man in the neighbor's house who was paralyzed in bed at a low price. Not to mention taking his chocolates and other snacks. I know my sister is very tired. She could have gone to a department with a better future with her grades, but she chose the miscellaneous affairs investigation team just to take care of me. Wen Xiao hopes that by saying this, Zhang Yan will be less difficult for his sister. To him, his sister is his whole world. Chapter 24 Chapter 024 You're willing to come back? Wen Xiao studied hard to learn life skills, just so that his sister wouldn't be too tired. His eldest aunt was stingy and calculating with him, but she didn't abuse him. That was why he was able to persevere until now. Zhang Yan walked out of the bathroom, his shirt sleeves rolled up halfway, and looked at Wen Xiao with a gentle and restrained gaze. She thought about how Wen Rao had also carried Wen Xiao downstairs like him today, and then had to come back and carry the wheelchair again. She wasn't without her merits. At least she was responsible to Wen Xiao. But that was the only merit she had. Wen Rao, on the other hand, went back to the team after the dinner party. It was already midnight when the meeting ended. Fortunately, she had told Auntie Sun in advance that she might have to work overnight. As she walked out the door, a cold wind blew, and Wen Rao shivered. Shu Hushing, who was standing nearby, immediately took off his jacket and put it on her. Hushing, you don't have to. Wen Rao felt embarrassed and wanted to return it to him. Wen Rao, if you catch a cold and miss your sister's gathering next week, Zhu Hushing made a motion of wiping his neck. Wen Rao laughed. Shu Chunfeng is the nemesis of Zhu Hua. When your sister Ing returns next week, the three of us will finally be together again. This gathering is a rare occasion. Wen Rao's sister Ing is called Wang Ying, and like Shu Chunfeng, she was also her university classmate. However, they got married young, and this time, they are following her husband back to his hometown to see his parents with their 1-year-old son. Wen Rao, you can't bring me to your gathering, can you? Zhu Hushu's tone was half petulant, and coupled with his sunny and bright eyebrows and eyes, there was no sense of incongruity. Why would we bring you to a girls' night out? If you won't bring your own sister, how could I possibly bring you? You're going to your guy friend's night out too. You can't go with your girlfriend. Zhu Hushu hastily clarified, I don't have a girlfriend. Wen Rao, then find one. I can't find one. Zhu Hushu quickly responded. In fact, he didn't want to find one. Because the one I want most is right in front of me. Then you take your time looking, I'm going to take a taxi and go home. Wen Rao stopped a taxi and was about to get in. Sister Wen Rao, let me give you a ride, and I'll buy you a midnight snack. Zhu Hahua was worried about her going home alone, and also wanted to spend some more time with her. It's 12 o'clock, I need to go back and pick up heir, you should get some rest too, you have a busy day tomorrow. After saying this, he waved at Zhu Hahua and got into the taxi. Although disappointed, Zhu Hushu did not force her, and wrote down the taxi's license plate number. He did not turn around and get into the car until the taxi disappeared from view. After Wen Rao arrived at Lushan Huadu, she got out of the car and ran towards the tea shop. She went there and really saw that the shop was closed. There was Auntie Sun's phone number on the door, but when she called it, it was turned off. In the end, she had to muster up the courage to call Zhang Yan's phone. The phone rang several times before it was answered, and before Wen Rao could say anything, Zhang Yan's clear and indifferent voice came over the phone. Are you willing to come back? Do you still remember that you have a younger brother who needs your care? Zhang Yan hung up the phone after saying that. Wen Rao was dumbfounded, having been lectured for no reason. Why did Zhang Yan sound like a resentful woman? But she was relieved to know that heir was at home. Wen Rao went upstairs to her apartment and used her key to open the door, but the door was locked from the inside. Wen Rao. Is Zhang Yan really Cinderella's evil stepmother? Locking the door after midnight? Bang bang bang. There was no choice, Wen Rao could only knock on the door. It took more than 10 knocks before there were footsteps inside, and Zhang Yan opened the door while drying his hair, his pajamas half open and water dripping from his hair. His honey-colored chest was firm and tight. His pecs were faintly visible, and as for a six-pack, one could easily imagine one from his pecs alone. Luckily, he was still wearing his pajama pants. Wen Rao outside the house and Zhang Yan inside the house both froze when they saw each other. One was shocked, the other was angry and ashamed. Chapter 25, Episode 025, Has she seen something she shouldn't have? Zhang Yan's first reaction was to quickly slam the door after he opened it without getting dressed after his shower. Bang! Wen Rao was thus locked out of the door. She froze for 3 seconds before reacting, and could only use the key to open the door again. This time, it wasn't locked, the door opened, Zhang Yan wasn't there, but there was movement in the master bedroom. Wen Rao went into the room to change her shoes, walked to the door of the master bedroom, and just as Zhang Yan opened the door, she saw him, fully dressed, in a sharp suit, except for a tie. Wen Rao's mouth twitched. Zhang Yan gave Wen Rao a fierce glare. Wen Rao couldn't help but snicker, "Why are you glaring at me? I don't even care to look. Mr. Zhang, don't look like you've suffered a great loss every time." She still remembered the way he had looked at her when she accidentally touched his hand once before. Now he had just seen the way he looked after a shower, and he had locked himself out of the door. Did this person have a purity complex? Zhang Yan was extremely depressed at the moment. Just now, he wanted to take a shower before going to bed, but the shower in the master bedroom was not working well, and it was too late to find the butler again, so he went to the bathroom in the living room to take a shower. He had also thought that it was inappropriate for Wen Rao to come back early, so he locked the door. But after the shower, he got a phone call, and while talking on the phone, he heard a knock on the door. Naturally, he walked over to open the door. And that's what happened just now. In the past, when he encountered this situation at home, the people who knocked on the door were the butler and Zhuang Tao. He didn't react for a moment to the fact that there was now another woman in this house. She was his nominal wife. Zhang Yan didn't want to argue with Wen Rao, so his eyes fell on the men's clothing in her hands, and he sneered inwardly. Isn't this Zhu Hushu's shirt? Does she like to dangle around with men in an ambiguous way? Sister, you've brought back a midnight snack. At this moment, Wen Xiao'er appeared in time to temporarily ease the awkward and tense atmosphere. He also pitifully glanced at Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan's body felt a lot less cold, and he sat on the sofa without saying a word. Yes, my sister bought a midnight snack. Mr. Zhang, do you want to eat together? I bought a lot. Wen Rao is not a stingy person, and she and heir have a place to stay thanks to Zhang Yan, even though he is a bit of a pain and arrogant. She bought the late-night snack on her way back. When she opened it, the familiar smell filled the living room. Zhang Yan's face turned even colder. The smell was the same as that from the wonton restaurant across from the police station. He couldn't stand the smell. It all feels like MSG and seasonings. These street-side stall wonton use lymphatic meat, and the oil is not good oil either, don't let the child eat it. Zhang Yan saw Wen Rao push a bowl of wonton towards Xiao Heir and frowned to stop her. Wen Rao, however, felt that he was deliberately arguing. Mr. Zhan, this shop has been open for more than 10 years, using only good meat. The owner is in the neighborhood business and the food is absolutely genuine. And the owner has also set up a separate meal in the restaurant for those who are temporarily unable to afford a meal. They can just say they want the meal when they enter the restaurant and get a free, filling meal. Don't think of people's hearts as being so complicated. When Rao finished speaking and handed Xiao Heir another oil cake. In Zhang Yan's opinion, this oil cake is also full of oil and wormwood. Xiao Heir looked at Zhang Yan, then at the oil cake wonton, and finally couldn't resist the temptation of the food, and started to tuck in. Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan got up and went back to her room, out of sight, out of mind. It was only when the corner of her eye caught a glimpse of the back of the chair and Zhu Hashu's jacket that her eyes grew colder. If she couldn't behave herself for the next month, then don't blame him for kicking her out early. The next morning, after Wen Rao got up and washed up, she went to the living room to open the windows to let in some fresh air. Seeing that Wen Xiao was still asleep, she left him alone. As she passed by the master bedroom, the door opened and Zhang Yan walked out, seeing her. He suddenly realized that he had left 2 buttons on his shirt unbuttoned, so he immediately went back in and slammed the door behind him with a dark face. Wen Rao, did she see something she shouldn't have? Chapter 26, Chapter 026, Don't Touch My Things. Zhang Yan, who had retreated to his room, was also very depressed. He didn't expect Wen Rao to have slept so late last night and still get up early in the morning. He quickly buttoned up his shirt with a swift motion. He was not used to being half-dressed in front of strangers. Wen Rao was waiting for him in the living room when Zhang Yan came out. Mr. Zhang, can I put a drawing board and a telescope on the balcony for shower? Wen Rao finished speaking, and Zhang Yan walked over to the shoe cabinet without stopping to put on his shoes. Do you know how much a good telescope costs? Zhang Yan asked this not because he was reluctant to spend money, as he had plenty of it, but because Wen Rao's financial situation meant that they had to go halves, and she couldn't even afford 1/10. We bought one before, for more than 800 yuan. Although it couldn't compare to a professional one, Xiao Heir said it was very clear. But after it broke at my aunt's house, we couldn't find it. Wen Rao knew that it was just her aunt's lie to fool her. Because she later saw a similar one at her aunt's neighbor's house on the first floor, and the scratches on the tripod were exactly the same. She suspected that her aunt had secretly sold it to her neighbor. At that time, she was busy with her graduation and unable to pursue the matter, so she had to let it go. Less than 1,000? What can you see? Zhang Yan raised an eyebrow. She was sure that you could see stars with a telescope that cost less than 1,000 yuan? Do what you can with what you have. 1,000 yuan is enough, and I'll pay for this one, no need for a joint expense account. Wen Rao thought that Zhang Yan's reaction was that he was afraid she would ask him for half the money. I'm not worried about the money, but I think you should buy a good one. I know a store that sells them at a discount. I'll buy it for one. Zhang Yan got stuck for a moment. What was her brother's name again? The names of these siblings were so difficult to pronounce. My brother is Wen Xiao Heir, and I'm Wen Rao. Mr. Zhang Yan. Wen Rao's tone was calm. She didn't expect Zhang Yan to remember anything about her. After all, it was only a temporary stay for 1 month. Once the date was up, she and Xiao Heir would move out, not wanting to take advantage of Zhang Yan. I said I'll buy it, so I'll buy it. I can use it even if it's just sitting there. That's settled, then. Zhang Yan said, got up and left. Wen Rao turned around to tidy up the living room and saw Zhang Yan's suit lying on the sofa. She didn't want to touch it, after all, he had said not to touch his things, but when she saw a tire mark on it, she couldn't help but pick it up and look at it. My brother helped me carry my wheelchair upstairs yesterday and it scuffed it. Xiao Heir got up at some point and sat in the wheelchair and slid out. Sister, you help brother Zhang Yan wash it. Wen Xiao Heir suggested. Wen Rao, she's washing Zhang Yan's jacket? Why does he have such a big face? But when she thought about how the suit got dirty because of Xiao Heir, she really should help him clean it. However, Wen Rao is not a person who makes decisions on her own, so she called Zhang Yan before washing it. At this time, Zhang Yan had just driven the new energy vehicle out of the community and parked it at the corner of the next intersection. He handed the car over to the bodyguard and got into the Rolls-Royce parked on the roadside. He had barely settled in when Wen Rao's phone rang. Zhang Yan answered indifferently. Mr. Jean, the suit you're wearing in the living room got dirty when you lifted the wheelchair yesterday. Shall I have it cleaned? Wen Rao tried to keep her words short. But Zhang Yan sounded as if Wen Rao owed him a few $100 million. I told you not to touch my things, including my clothes. With that, Zhang Yan hung up the phone, his expression as cold as ever. Wen Rao on the other end of the phone laughed angrily. Who could stand this man? Fine, don't touch them. She'd be saving herself the trouble. Wen Rao didn't have much to do today. Yesterday's suspect was being followed up by other colleagues, and she had wanted to spend more time at home with heir, but then a phone call came in and ruined the peace. Chapter 27, Chapter 027, I'll give you a chance to explain. Wen Rao had just put Zhang Yan's clothes back when the phone rang urgently. Seeing the caller ID, Wen Rao knew she was in for it. Zhu Chunfeng. After answering the phone, Wen Rao called out sweetly. She had thought that Zhu Chunfeng on the other end of the line would scold her. After all, her best friend was Zhu Chunfeng, but she had not told Zhu Chunfeng about such a big matter as getting the wrong permit. Instead, it was Zhu Hushu who found out first. Given Zhu Chunfeng's temperament, she would not let her off lightly. You still know my name is Zhu Chunfeng? I thought you had forgotten me long ago. I'll give you a chance to explain yourself. Zhu Chunfeng was as sharp as ever. Let's meet and talk. Wen Rao spoke gently. Okay. Meet at the Peninsula Cafe in Mingzhu Square in an hour. Click. Without waiting for Wen Rao to speak, Zhu Chunfeng hung up the phone in a hurry. Wen Rao was a little stunned. She thought Zhu Chunfeng was going to rebuke her before hanging up. This was a bit unlike her usual self. Although Wen Rao felt that Zhu Chunfeng was a bit strange today, she still handed heir to Auntie Sun and left the house. Auntie Sun still treated her indifferently, but heir didn't resist going to Auntie Sun's place. She thought that Auntie Sun was just cold-natured and was still nice to heir. Zhu Chunfeng chose a place in the city center, an hour away by bus. Wen Rao was worried about being late and reluctantly hailed a ride. After Wen Rao got in the car, the driver politely greeted her. A middle-aged man in business attire was sitting in the passenger seat. He glanced at Wen Rao and then looked down at his phone. Wen Rao sat consciously in the back seat on the far left. The driver took a detour to pick up another person. The woman on the phone asked the driver to drive into a small road. The driver told her that the road was a bit narrow and it would be difficult to reverse in. He asked if she could walk out, as it was only about 20 meters away. But the woman refused on the phone, saying that it was inconvenient as she had a lot of things with her. The driver didn't say anything, and carefully drove into the small road. However, the two-lane road was full of parked private cars on both sides. The driver drove very slowly, lowering his speed all the way. He was worried about having to reverse out in a while, and it made his head ache. When they arrived at their destination, there was a young woman standing by the roadside wearing a long white dress, carrying a backpack, with long flowing hair. She wasn't holding anything in her hands either. The woman waved for the car to pull up, and after looking at the back seat, she didn't say anything, but gave Wen Rao a quick glance. Then she looked at the middle-aged man sitting in the passenger seat. Uncle, can I switch places with you? I get a little carsick, so I can't sit in the back. Thanks, Uncle. Anna spoke sweetly. She had delicate features and a pleasant voice, and she always knew how to make the most of her advantages. Wen Rao was looking down at her phone message with Zhu Hushuan, but when she heard Anna's words, she couldn't help but look up at her. To be honest, even though they were carpooling, Wen Rao hoped that the person sitting next to her would be a girl. After all, it felt strange to be sitting next to a stranger of the opposite sex. But since she had chosen to carpool, she had to accept the rules. So Wen Rao didn't say anything. She thought the middle-aged man in the passenger seat would readily give up his seat to Anna, but he coldly refused. I get carsick too. No change. The driver looked at Anna and was about to say something, but then stopped. Wen Rao lowered her head and didn't say a word. Anna had the words of thanks she wanted to say on the tip of her tongue, but they just got stuck there. A flash of disbelief crossed her eyes. In the past, when she had made this request, no man had ever refused her. Uncle, it's actually only half an hour's drive, can you let me go? I get really carsick, and I'm afraid I'll throw up in the car, thank you, Uncle. Anna was not giving up, and she didn't believe that her charm would ever fail. Yes, you also said half an hour, just hang in there and you'll be there. If you really get carsick that badly, why share the ride? Wouldn't it be nice to take a taxi by yourself? the middle-aged man retorted, leaving Guyana speechless. Chapter 28 Chapter 028 They are both beautiful women, but why is the quality so different? Madam, if you are not comfortable riding in the car, you can cancel the order. The driver is in a hurry and looks apologetically at Guyana. My dear young lady, I can see that you are also a reasonable person. Please judge for me, is this request of mine too much? Guyana was unwilling to take a new taxi, and she was also unwilling to admit defeat. The seat she, Guyana, wanted to change was definitely going to be changed. And she must find someone who agrees with her. It would be best to find someone to help her out, so she can just watch the show. Wen Rao didn't expect the other person to ask her for her opinion, and blinked, whispering, "Your request is not excessive." Wen Rao's voice was very soft, and Guyana, upon hearing it, gave a satisfied smile. The driver and the middle-aged man glanced at each other, and their faces fell. Wen Rao continued, "But this man has the right to refuse you. He's helping you by switching places with you, and it's reasonable for him not to do so. You're asking me to judge the situation, which is a bit like dragging me into your moral abduction with you." After Wen Rao finished speaking, both the driver and the middle-aged man secretly gave her a thumbs up. Look at how positive her values are. They're both beautiful women, but why are their qualities so different? Guyana's complacency didn't last long, and she turned pale with anger at Wen Rao's words. "Little miss, we're both girls, shouldn't we help each other out when we're out and about?" Wen Rao was really amused by Guyana's worldview. She had been looking at her askance before, and now she wanted to help each other out? This woman is schizophrenic. If you lose something now, or encounter harassment or harm, I will definitely help you. But we're all carpooling, so we have to accept the rules of carpooling. First come, first served. You can't force it. Wen Rao spoke in a measured tone, with reasons and evidence. Guyana was furious for a moment, her facial features flying about. The back of her hand gripping the car door was bursting with veins. I can't argue with you. I can't fight you three either. I'll take another taxi and leave. Guyana slammed the car door in anger, turned around and stormed off. Inside the car, Wen Rao waved her hands at the driver and the middle-aged man. Can we go? The driver nodded and started the car. The middle-aged man looked back at her and said sternly, "Little girl, you don't think I'm a scumbag for not giving up my seat, do you?" Wen Rao was amused by his words. There are thousands of scumbags, but there really aren't any like you. Ha 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 ha. The middle-aged man and the driver both laughed. And I know why you didn't give up your seat. Wen Rao pointed to a folding crutch he had placed next to his legs. He must have hurt his leg and find it difficult to move back and forth, and the driver's initial expression of wanting to say something but holding back also gave Wen Rao a hint. She had graduated from the police academy and had excellent observational skills. The middle-aged man gave her a thumbs up. Actually, I'm not the type to argue, and when she first spoke, I was about to get up and give her my seat, but then I suddenly saw the obvious disgust in the way she looked at my phone. The screen of my phone had broken before I got on the bus and I hadn't had time to replace it yet. I guess she thought I was the type of person who looked like a snob but was actually a poor guy carrying bricks, so she looked at me with disgust and contempt. Since she dislikes me so much, why should I give her my seat? Wen Rao suddenly realized what the middle-aged man was saying. She hadn't paid that much attention while she was texting before. So, are you Warren Buffett in the brick-carrying industry or the sweeping monk in the financial industry? Ha ha. Wen Rao's words once again made the driver and middle-aged man laugh. The man knew that she had seen the word Zhangqin Finance on the document bag he was holding. My name is Zhan Shou Chang, this is my business card, you can contact me if you need help in the future. Zhan Shou Chang had a good impression of Wen Rao and took the initiative to hand over his business card. Chapter 29 Chapter 029 Blind Date Agency, Help. Wen Rao politely accepted Zhan Shou Chang's business card, glanced at it and then put it in her bag. My name is Wen Rao, I'm an intern, I don't have a business card. Wen Rao said truthfully. It's okay, we'll meet again if it's meant to be. Zhan Shou Chang didn't care, because meeting and getting along with people was meant to be, and if it was meant to be, it would happen, if not, it wouldn't. After arriving at Mingzhu Square, Wen Rao got off the car first, saying goodbye to the driver and Zhan Shou Chang. Wen Rao entered the shopping mall. Zhan Shou Chang didn't expect that taking a taxi together could lead to such an interesting event. He would have to tell Zhan Yan about it later. Guyana, on the other hand, had failed in her attempt at moral blackmail and had to hail a new cab. While she was in the cab, she received a call from Zhan Yan's mother, and after just a few words, she burst into tears. Zhang Yan's mother asked her what was wrong, and Guiana told her the whole story, embellishing it with details. She didn't admit any fault on her part, but rather turned the tables and portrayed herself as the victim. Auntie, actually it was my fault. I got car sick and wanted to change seats, but that man didn't want to, so I didn't say anything. I never knew that the three of them would gang up on me and scold me. Especially that girl, so young, and scolding me so harshly. If I had known, I would have taken the bus to meet you. Guiana's car is still being repaired, and she is trying to show Zhang Yan's mother how diligent and virtuous she is by taking the bus to go out these days. She got up late today and was afraid of being late, so she took a ride together. Who knew I would run into three psychopaths? Xiaogua, don't be upset, I know you're being wronged. How about this, until your car is fixed, you can use my son's car. It's a 7-seater business car, bought last year. It's a bit big for a girl to drive, but you won't have to squeeze with other people. Zhang's mother almost said it was her son's company car. No need, Auntie, I'll just take the bus from now on. Guiana said no, but she was overjoyed. The little red car she had was bought second-hand, and it was a converted delivery van that would be scrapped next year. If she could drive Zhang Yan's car, and then find a way to change the nameplate to her own, it would be very convenient in the future. Auntie said you can drive it if you want. I'll ask him to bring it over in a bit, and you can just drive it back. Zhang Mu gave the go-ahead without further discussion, and Guiana pretended to be reluctant for a while before finally reluctantly agreeing. At this time, Zhang Yan was still in a meeting and had no idea that Guiana and Wen Rao, who had almost registered and mistakenly registered, had actually met. And sparks flew. The astronomical telescope that he asked Zhuang Tao to buy arrived, and Zhuang Tao said that he could arrange for it to be installed that night. Zhang Yan asked Zhuang Tao to go to the tea shop first and ask Wen Xiaoru if he liked this one, and if he liked it, to order it. He admitted that he was facing Wen Xiaoru with sympathy. The boy's eyes were so pure and innocent that it was hard to say no. Zhuang Tao went to the tea shop and brought Wen Xiaoru home with him, so that he could watch the installation. Zhuang Tao was stunned at the first sight of Wen Xiaoru. This boy is even better looking than a girl. It was the morbid paleness that was visible to the naked eye. Wen Rao, on the other hand, realized when she entered the coffee shop that there were two young men in their 20s sitting opposite Zhu Chunfeng. And Zhu Chunfeng, a change from his usual refined attire, had actually just worn a pair of sweatpants and went out casually, looking like he had just finished jogging. Wen Rao, over here. Zhu Chunfeng saw Wen Rao and hurriedly got up and walked towards her, grabbed her arm and whispered, "Help me. Blind date. Help." Wen Rao, what? Wen Rao's head ached at the mere mention of the word blind date. She said, why has Zhu Chunfeng changed his ways? She didn't tell her about such an important matter as registering for a blind date first, and Zhu Chunfeng didn't even scold her on the phone. She dared to lie to her and ask her to accompany her on a blind date. Chapter 30:30 Beauty, add me on WeChat. Zhu Chunfeng. You're something. Wen Rao's voice was only heard by Zhu Chunfeng. Hey, let's not tell each other about it. The guy my aunt set me up with talks about himself like he's some kind of elite sea turtle. He speaks in a mixture of Chinese and English, and can't stop talking about all the surfing, skiing, and golfing he does abroad. I'm going to throw up just listening to him. Only you can save me. Zhu Chunfeng hates men who think they know it all and spout Chinese mixed with English. What's more, he's brought a friend along, who is inferior in every way and looks greasy, presumably to set off the matchmaker's superiority. What should I do? Wen Rao is annoyed and amused, but understands Zhu Chunfeng's aversion to the blind date. You go and sit down and strike up a conversation. Then you pretend to answer the phone and say that there's a fire at home. Just make something up and we'll go. Wen Rao. Zhu Chunfeng still has a lot of questions to ask Wen Rao, so there's no time to deal with the blind date. Wen Rao gave an okay sign and was dragged back to her seat. The young man in designer clothes looked up and down at Wen Rao, and seemingly unintentionally placed his wrist with the designer watch on the table. The man next to him also looked at Wen Rao with sparkling eyes. His old schoolmate said that the family conditions of today's blind date were very good, and it would be even better if she could introduce him to a best friend. Unexpectedly, there was such a beautiful one. I just don't know how is her work. Are the family conditions good? Can she help him to reach the next level in his career? Does she have a house in the city center? Wen Rao had not sat down for 3 seconds when the man sitting opposite her started asking her questions. Miss, what is your last name? Are you a university classmate of Miss Zhu? Are your two families old friends? So you have been on good terms since childhood? The man from Puxin asked 3 questions in a row. Wen Rao looked at Zhu Chunfeng, who gave her a "you now know why I asked you to come to the rescue, right?" Wen Rao nodded silently. It really is annoying. I came here to accompany Chunfeng for coffee, not to go on a blind date. Wen Rao snapped back. But the oily man was not deterred. When a girl from a family with some background pretends to be aloof. Seeing that Wen Rao's appearance is average, he guessed that she comes from a poor family and is looking for a rich husband. There's no need to waste too much energy on her. Just for fun. After all, she's not bad looking. Yes, my friend is here to keep me company. Aren't you tired of asking so many questions? I hope Chunfeng doesn't like his blind date, let alone this greasy guy he brought along. Before, in front of the waiter, she was arrogant, and she had to say something in English when ordering coffee, and she even got it wrong. Miss Xu, don't be angry, my friend also studied abroad, so he has an open personality. Wen Rao held the cup and drank the lemonade, and when she heard it, she almost threw up. She felt a million sympathies for Zhu Chunfeng. Zhu Chunfeng rolled his eyes. If it weren't for her mother threatening to send her abroad, she wouldn't have come on a blind date. I'm going to answer the phone. Wen Rao thought she could stay for a few more minutes, but now she really couldn't stand it anymore. She took her phone and walked towards the bathroom. After she came out of the bathroom, Wen Rao was going to use the excuse she had previously agreed upon to take Zhu Chunfeng away, but she saw the greasy man at the door to the bathroom. Beauty, add me on WeChat. My friend is opening a club in a few days, and I'll invite you to go for tea and watch a show. The greasy man said as he held out his phone towards Wen Rao, with the QR code already set up. Wen Rao waved her hand, saying, I don't have WeChat. And even if I did, I wouldn't add you. Then I'll apply for one for you. How about the name Sunda's girlfriend? I'll be Sunda. The greasy man took a step forward, leaning one hand against the wall and waving the phone in front of her with the other. He thought he was very handsome and cool. Wen Rao felt like vomiting. Chapter 31031. This Wen Rao is not very reliable. The greasy man said this and shook his hair. He was young, but he had a greasy hairdo, and his hair could be used to cook 2 dishes. The greasy man kept pestering Wen Rao for her phone number, put his arm out to lean against the wall, and wanted to do the wall slam thing. Wen Rao really wanted to throw up. She took out her ID and waved it in front of him. I'm a police officer. Those 4 words were very powerful. The greasy man's facial muscles twitched, and he subconsciously took a step back to make way. Wen Rao walked forward to find Zhu Chunfeng, but the greasy man chased after her again, thinking of something. Right, which police station are you from? Do you have many connections? A friend of mine has run into some trouble. Can you help? Also, I have a few traffic fines. Can you get someone to cancel them for me? I won't let you help for nothing. How about I treat you to some spicy food? Puxin thought for a long time before he came up with the word spicy hot pot. He said it nicely, they were tired of the delicacies from overseas and wanted to eat something ordinary. Wen Rao had by now walked over to Zhu Chunfeng. Chunfeng, I have an urgent matter at home. Can you drive me back? Great. I'll give you a ride. Zhu Chunfeng had finally waited for Wen Rao to say those words and got up to take her away. The overseas returnee behind her was still asking when they would meet again, but Zhu Chunfeng had already pulled Wen Rao away. Before leaving, he took out 100 yuan and put it on the table as payment for the coffee. Sunda looked at the boring 100 yuan and shrugged. She ran away so quickly, I'm sure she couldn't help because of my busy schedule. I'm sorry. I thought she was the daughter of a wealthy family, or at least a member of the middle class, but she's just a little cop. Is she really looking for a rich husband? And she's still pretending to be reserved. What are her qualifications? Sunda snorted. He was a white-collar worker earning 10,000 yuan a month, and he couldn't even get a WeChat ID. The overseas returned man was dissatisfied because he knew from Zhu Chunfeng's attitude that there would be no more. Women nowadays have their eyes on the top of their heads. If you have to go on a blind date at the age of 22, what are your qualifications? That Zhu Chunfeng thinks her family is something because they own a few houses. She also has a younger brother. People like her are at the bottom of the despised chain in the matchmaking market. Her family's houses and money will all go to her younger brother in the future. What does she have to do with it? I looked up to her when I went on a date with her. The returned overseas male also thought that after telling so much about his experiences abroad, Zhu Chunfeng would definitely admire him and chase after him to arrange the next meeting. But he just left. That Wen Rao is obviously a gold-digging woman, hanging out with Zhu Chunfeng for free food and drinks and picking up men on the side. And that Zhu Chunfeng pretends to be reserved and noble. I heard that she went abroad to study for a year, so she probably had a lot of fun. I don't even know how many kids she had. Sun De followed his old classmate's words. Neither of them was convinced. They had such good conditions, so why would they not look at them? At this time, Auntie Sun, who happened to be passing by, heard their conversation and frowned as she dialed Zhang Yan's phone. Young master. I saw that Wen Rao and a friend at the cafe meeting two men. Auntie Sun said calmly after the call was connected. Auntie Sun was originally minding the shop, but Zhuang Tao went to pick up Wen Xiaoye, so she came out to mind her own business. Who knew she would hear those words by chance? Zhang Yan's hand holding the phone tightened slightly, and his expression remained cold. Thank you, Auntie Sun, I will handle it. Young master, this Wen Rao is not very reliable. Auntie Sun feels that Wen Rao is simply not worthy of Zhang Yan, whether it is character, knowledge, ability, or family background. There is nothing she can hold her hand up for. If it weren't for her good luck in taking the wrong certificate with the young master, would she have the opportunity to meet someone as outstanding as the young master? Luckily, she doesn't know the young master's identity. Zhang Yan hung up the phone and looked at Wen Rao's name in the address book, musing in silence. Chapter 32032 Marriage is not that simple. Zhang Yan did not rush to call Wen Rao's phone number, but asked Zhuang Tao to retrieve the surveillance footage from the coffee shop to reconstruct what happened. After watching the footage, he understood what happened. Although Wen Rao was not there to catch a rich husband, what she did still disappointed him a little. She was unreliable, and so were her friends. He also reflected on himself and decided that he had not thought carefully enough about the idea of trying to get along with Wen Rao for a month. He thought that he would be able to handle the month easily on his own. He had still thought too simply about the secret marriage. He thought that as long as Wen Rao behaved herself, he would just give her an identity and it would not affect his life, and the two would not intersect in any other way. But marriage is not that simple. He is a man who is afraid of trouble. He is already busy with work every day, but Wen Rao's special nature of having strange relatives in front and work behind her is destined to make her life trajectory not calm. There are still many trivial problems waiting for her. He and Wen Rao should have a good talk. If they really can't get along, then it's better to part amicably. Don't wait until you've broken up to talk about it. After careful consideration, Zhang Yan dialed Wen Rao's phone number. He wanted to ask her what time she would be back. When the call connected, a male voice came from the other end. Hello. Where is Wen Rao? Zhang Yan's voice was cold, but it gave off an inexplicably oppressive and powerful aura. Sister Wen Rao went to the bathroom. Do you want her to call me back? Zhang Yan hung up the phone without asking who the caller was. He didn't need to ask, it must be Zhu Hushu, the man who had a secret crush on her. His jacket was still at home. Zhu Chunfeng let out a breath of relief after hanging up the phone. This arrogant and meticulous person is Wen Rao's husband? From the sound of his voice, he seems like a tough guy. He wouldn't bully Wen Rao, would he? Although Zhu Hua secretly liked Wen Rao, he would not answer her phone call at random. Just now, his phone ran out of battery, so he took Wen Rao's phone to send a message to team leader Lin, and accidentally answered Zhang Yan's phone call. Hua, why are you spacing out? Just as Zhu Hushu was at a loss for words, Wen Rao and Zhu Chunfeng returned. The two of them had just said goodbye to their two strange blind date partners and had come to a restaurant near where Wen Rao now lived. After Zhu Hushu found out, he insisted on coming for dinner, and since Zhu Chunfeng hadn't seen him in a few days, he reluctantly agreed. Wen Rao, I accidentally answered your phone just now, and the person on the other line asked you to call back. It should be your husband. Zhu Hutsua already knew that Wen Rao wanted to continue to get to know the other person, but he resisted in his heart. However, this was Wen Rao's choice, and he could only respect it. Oh, it's okay. Wen Rao glanced at the caller ID and didn't care. It was just Zhu Hutsua who accidentally answered the phone, and Zhang Yan couldn't eat her. You guys eat first, I'll call back. Wen Rao got up and walked out of the restaurant, dialed back. When the call connected, Zhang Yan's voice was as indifferent as usual, but also calm. What time will you be back tonight? I want to talk to you. Wen Rao, who was in a calm tone, couldn't believe her ears. Are you okay? Wen Rao was not used to it, and even felt that Zhang Yan might be sick. Just answer me if you are free. If you are free, you will be home around 8 o'clock. I picked up heir. When heir, I will pick him up and wait for you at home. Okay. Wen Rao hung up the phone after she finished speaking. Xu Hao looked out of the French windows of the hotel and felt very uncomfortable. Xu Chunfeng glanced at Xu Hao and shook his head helplessly. She knew her younger brother's thoughts. Chapter 33033 Nonsense. This is the new. Xu Chunfeng glanced at Xu Hao and shook his head helplessly. In fact, she had long known her brother's thoughts, and had hinted that he and Wen Rao were not a good match. Wen Rao was already tired of taking care of a younger brother, so how could she find someone younger than her to continue taking care of in the future? Wen Rao did not lack suitors in college, but she rejected them all. She had to take care of her brother, and simply did not have the mood or energy for a relationship. Their family was well off, and if Wen Rao married Hawa, she would not need to work to supplement the family income. But Wen Rao had her pride. Besides, Xu Chunfeng knew his mother too well. His mother was so shrewd and powerful, and she longed to integrate into high society, so how could she accept Wen Rao as a daughter-in-law? When she took Wen Rao home as a guest during the university holidays, her mother didn't say anything on the surface, but after Wen Rao left, she told her to avoid socializing with classmates from less well-off families. She said it would lower her social status. Xu Chunfeng had an argument with his mother and returned to school early. Since then, although her mother no longer mentioned the matter, she would never agree to Hisu dating Wen Rao. She understood Wen Rao a little. She seemed independent and strong-willed, and took the initiative to bring warmth to others, but that was precisely what she lacked. The right man for Wen Rao would definitely be a mature man who could guide her spiritually out of the darkness of the past. After dinner, Wen Rao did not go shopping with Xu Chunfeng. She wanted to go back early to see heir. Since the restaurant was close to Shanhua, she didn't ask them to send her home, and walked back on her own. Xu Heshu watched Wen Rao's back as she left, and his gaze never wavered for a long time. Wen Rao returned home to find Zhang Yan teaching Xu Heshu how to use the new astronomical telescope. Wen Rao greeted him and walked over to take a look. The brand of the telescope surprised her. She knew this brand of telescope, and it starts at a minimum of 5 digits. This is a sample from my friend's store. I can rent it to me for a while, calculated monthly, which works out to just a few dollars a day. Zhang Yan knew what Wen was worried about and told her the excuse he had long since made up. Wen Rao nodded and said, "It's a sample, but it looks like new." Zhang Yan, nonsense. This is new. The monthly rental is still cost-effective, after all, it won't be used for long. By the way, how much is it? I'll transfer it to you. Wen Rao had no intention of continuing to get along with Zhang Yan after a month, so she didn't want to owe him any money. Come with me to the study for a moment, I have something to say. Zhang Yan didn't take Wen Rao's transfer, and usually a dedicated financial specialist is responsible for his personal accounts, so he doesn't need to do it himself. Okay. Wen Rao thought that Zhang Yan wanted to copy the transfer number for her, so she went with him to the study. My mother wants to meet you. She doesn't believe we can get along for a month. Tomorrow, I hope you can cooperate with me in a play. Go buy a set of clothes and shoes to meet the parents. I'll pay for it. Zhang Yan gave Wen Rao instructions like this. Wen Rao wanted to refuse, but then she thought of how Zhang Yan had just rented a telescope for heir and how good he was to him, so she swallowed the refusal that was on the tip of her tongue. I'll buy my own clothes, I don't need you to reimburse me. I can wear them in the future anyway, I won't embarrass you. Okay, I have a few more conditions to say. As long as I'm around, even if my family doesn't like you, they won't make things difficult for you, and they won't say anything nasty, so don't worry about that. But I hope you can hang in there a little longer, don't rush into dating, don't get involved with ambiguous relationships, and don't try to pick up guys. Pop. As soon as Zhang Yan finished speaking, Wen Rao slapped the table. Chapter 34034 Are you sulking with me? After hearing Zhang Yan's words, Wen Rao slapped the table. Her palm was shaking with pain. If she could, she really wanted to slap Zhang Yan in the face. Zhang Yan, you're a man too, just say what you mean. Don't beat around the bush and make insinuations. Wen Rao knew that Zhang Yan did not like her, and she tried her best not to provoke him. But his accusations against her had to be based on facts. What does it mean to flirt with someone to get a boyfriend? Zhang Yan looked at her coldly, his lips pursed, his tone icy. Fine, I'll be blunt. Today you went on a blind date with a friend. Although you were helping him out, you are now married, and you should avoid this kind of thing. You haven't met my family yet, and if you do, and they see this, Zhang Yan, you don't need to worry so much. Since you know I was there to save the day, I won't explain anything else. I'm moving out now, so you don't have to worry about me causing your family any misunderstandings. Wen Rao finished speaking, went to her room, grabbed 500 yuan, and then came back and slammed it in Zhang Yan's face. 500 yuan. That's the cost of renting the telescope. If it's not enough, I'll add more. Wen Rao, are you sulking with me? Are you being childish? Zhang Yan sat behind the desk with his arms folded, looking up at her with a slight tilt of his head. Wen Rao sneered, Zhang Yan, we don't know each other well enough to be sulking. And I'm not sulking over this. I'm determined to really leave. Maybe I should thank you for finally remembering my name. And not calling me when something. Wen Rao's last sentence was clearly sarcastic towards Zhang Yan. Heir, get ready, let's go. Wen Rao has her pride, and she is not an impulsive person. But Zhang Yan's words did step on her bottom line. She knew that saying that she would support her brother by herself and cure his illness sounded like a fantasy to Zhang Yan, but she had earned every penny she spent, and she felt at peace about it. She also never gave up, and would never live without a bottom line. When Heir had been sitting on the balcony. Hearing Wen Rao's words, he turned his wheelchair and walked to the living room, politely saying goodbye to Zhang Yan. At this time, Wen Rao had already gone into the bedroom to pack her things. She didn't have much, just clothes and simple daily necessities. Zhang Yan's brother, thank you for the astronomical telescope. I will remember your kindness to me. In fact, I know that how much you care about me has some element of sympathy, but I know you are an upright person, so I want to thank you. When Heir's words made Zhang Yan can't help but frown. The next moment, he walked to the door of Wen Rao's bedroom and saw her packing clothes with the door open. Zhang Yan suddenly walked up and took the suitcase. Where can you go at this late hour? You don't have a car either, so are you relying on your unreliable friend? Zhang Yan could tell that Wen Rao was serious. It wasn't that she didn't want her to go, but he felt that if something happened to her and Wen Xiao at this late hour, he wouldn't be able to bear it. Zhang Yan, it's my business how I spend time with my friends. Just like you, I won't tell you how to spend time with your friends and family. You're questioning my character now, you've stepped over the line, there's nothing more to say between us. Wen Rao was resolute, but when she saw Heir, who was pale and looking scared in the living room, she couldn't help but feel for him. Zhang Yan could see that Wen Rao was hesitating because of Heir, so he put the suitcase aside. If you want to go, you can leave tomorrow. Don't make your brother suffer just because you're angry with me. After Zhang Yan finished speaking, Heir looked at Wen Rao quietly. Whether to leave or stay, he would listen to his sister. Heir, go to bed. After saying this, Wen Rao took the lead in going back to her room and closing the door, which was considered tacit consent to leave tomorrow. In the living room, when Heir turned his wheelchair and went to the balcony again. Aren't you going to sleep yet? Zhang Yan asked him. Zhang Yan felt that Wen Xiaoya's back was thin and desolate at this moment, and it was completely not the melancholy that someone his age should have. Chapter 35035 Apologize? No way. When Xiaoya heard a voice, smiled at Zhang Yan, and whispered, Zhang Yan brother, don't laugh at me, I just want to look at the astronomical telescope for a while, to see it all at once. Because there won't be many opportunities in the future. But you don't need to feel sorry for me. There are many people with my illness who are in a worse situation than me. Some of them died when they were 7 or 8 years old. I'm already considered lucky. Although I don't want to part with such a good astronomical telescope, my most important thing is my sister. If I look at it for a while longer tonight, I won't have any regrets in the morning. When Xiao's words inexplicably struck Zhang Yan's heart at a certain moment. The calmer his tone and the more his smile, the greater the impact on Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan remembered that when Grandpa had first fallen ill, countless experts had been consulted, and there had been endless meetings every day to formulate the best surgical plan. There had been 3 dedicated nurses just taking care of him, and his meals had been nutritionally balanced. Grandpa had stayed in a private hospital, taking an entire floor, just like at home. He had never encountered a situation like that of the Wen siblings. They have to rely on each other for survival, and they are trying to grow up, while also being covered in sharp spines. Don't you think I was a bit harsh just now? Zhang Yan asked Xiao with a devilish smile. He felt that his tone had indeed been a bit harsh. He hadn't put himself in Wen Rao's shoes. When Xiao shrugged. If my sister were really like you say, she would have long ago abandoned me in a nursing home and let me fend for myself. She rejects the idea of dating, and she won't rely on anyone. She used to work part-time making handicrafts to support me, and she wore out almost all 10 fingers doing it, but she kept at it with duct tape, and couldn't get her fingerprints registered for class. She stayed up late studying for her scholarship, and when she was most tired, she had to drink 5 espressos a day to stay awake. Eventually, even that didn't work anymore, so she just poured the coffee powder straight into her mouth, and gulped it down with a little water. I'm not saying this to make you think my sister is great, but I want to tell you that you're really wrong. Anyone can make a mistake, and you're no saint, so just apologize. When Xiaor finished speaking and turned to continue looking through the telescope. Zhang Yan, an apology? No way. Zhang Yan was also full of anger, and didn't want to stay there any longer that night. He put on his shoes and was about to go out the door. Looking up, he saw the man's jacket on the hook by the door. Without knowing where the anger came from, he picked it up and threw it out the door. This jacket belongs to Zhu Husheng. She has been keeping it without returning it, isn't that ambiguous? She's still in the right. Zhang Yan closed the door and left, leaving Zhu Husheng's jacket lying quietly outside the door. On the balcony, Wen Xiaor looked at the moon through the telescope. The surface of the moon is uneven. If there are aliens there, can they cure his illness? Then his sister wouldn't have to work so hard. The next morning, Wen Rao woke up and found Shui still asleep. She wanted to wait until Shui woke up before leaving, so she tried to call in sick to Team Leader Lin. But before she could dial, Team Leader Lin called. Wen Rao, your grandmother is here, outside the police station, and she insists on seeing you. I told her you've been transferred, but she refused to go, and she's still causing trouble. Team Leader Lin's voice was serious. Wen Rao felt her brain explode, and the next moment she was shaking with anger. Grandma was best at rolling on the ground and cursing. She had cursed at her second and third aunts, and her mother had experienced it before. But compared to her second and third aunts, her mother was more upright, and Grandma could not get the better of her mother, so she dared not provoke her anymore. But such tricks were often played out in the family. Chapter 36036 I'll play along. After listening to what Team Leader Lin had said, Wen Rao's hand holding the phone kept shaking. She knew that her grandmother was good at playing the spoiled brat card, but she didn't expect her to act so quickly. Wen Rao briefly explained what had happened before, and Team Leader Lin also knew her situation. She was living under someone else's roof, and she also had a younger brother who suffered from a rare disease. Wen Rao, I'll try to block this back for you this time, and you don't need to come in today, but these problems must be resolved as soon as possible. You know that our job doesn't allow us to let family conflicts like this get to the bureau. Team Leader Lin had previously taught Wen Rao and Zhu Hushu at the police academy for a year, and still had a lot of faith in Wen Rao's character. It's just that this matter will always be a problem for Wen Rao if it's not resolved. Thank you, Team Leader Lin, I will solve it. Wen Rao thanked him and hung up the phone, beginning to think of a countermeasure. At that moment, WeChat kept ringing, as Wen Minmin was looking for her. Wen Minmin, cousin, where are you now? I'm off today, and I want to ask you out for a movie. Wen Rao frowned as she looked at WeChat. Among the Wen family's cousins, Wen Minmin was her best friend, but Wen Minmin hated typing and always sent voice messages. Wen Rao, didn't I tell you last time? I've been transferred to another police station and I'm really busy now. Have you already forgotten? Wen Minmin, yes, you did say that. I've forgotten. Cousin, where are you? I'll come and pick you up, so you don't have to take the bus. Wen Rao didn't reply again. She was 100% sure that the person on the other end of the line was not Wen Minmin. It must be Grandma and Auntie who have taken Wen Minmin's phone and used it to get her address in Wen Minmin's name. Wen Rao thought for a while and then directly dialed the voicemail, which was quickly hung up. Wen Rao was even more certain that it was not Wen Minmin on the other end. She didn't need to be polite with them. Just expose them. Fairy nibbling pigs trotters Wen Rao, I know I'm not talking to Wen Minmin, it's Grandma or my eldest aunt using my cousin's WeChat. You all went to the police station today and know what happened. You think I'm scared of you because you're causing trouble, but you know I'm scared of losing my job and having to support myself and shower. But I'm telling you clearly, I'm not scared. I've kept the group chat records and screenshots of the transfers. If you go to the company again and say nonsense, I'll collect evidence and formally file a complaint. After my parents died, I don't blame you for not helping me. Everyone has old parents and young children. My eldest aunt asked me to take care of Shower in exchange for money, and I took it. Because I knew that my eldest aunt was only greedy for money and would not hurt Shower. But my eldest aunt wanted me to marry my cousin, which touched my bottom line. If my eldest aunt doesn't want the people at my cousin's workplace to know that you want to marry him in an incestuous marriage, and doesn't want them to know that my cousin has a special fetish for collecting women's underwear, then keep making trouble. I will see this through to the end. Wen Rao sent this message without deleting Wen Minmin's WeChat. The grandmother on the other end was so angry that she cursed and cried. Auntie wanted to call Wen Rao to scold her, but she found that Wen Rao had already blocked her. Not only her, but also the phone numbers and WeChat accounts of the whole family of 3. This heartless little girl. I raised her and that sickly boy for 4 years. Now that it's so expensive to get married, won't I save up money for her and Yi Bao in the future? She's so good, moving out without saying a word, who knows who she's fooling around with? It's better to help outsiders than your own people. My sister-in-law was so angry that she cursed. Chapter 37037. If she had a choice, she wouldn't want to live like this, either. Mom, this brat has ruined our family. She's so ungrateful. She's an orphan with no parents, and that shabby old apartment isn't worth much. We've been so good to her, isn't that her good fortune? I won't let this go. I'll get my revenge. The eldest aunt became more and more angry as she thought about it. Her son is so outstanding, he has a good job, and he is good-looking and tall. Why shouldn't Wen Shower marry him? Don't worry, I'll call your 2 younger brothers. I'm sure we can fix her. Grandma was also very angry. There was nothing in this family that she couldn't decide. But what if she hides from us now? Why don't we find one of those mediation programs and let the media get involved? Then she won't be able to hide. Grandma hesitated at her eldest aunt's suggestion. Won't that mean everyone knows about our family? That would be so embarrassing. Mom, even if she doesn't become Yi Bao's daughter-in-law, I can't let Wen Xiao and I have raised her for 4 years for nothing. I'm going to make her pay. I reckon the damned girl has at least 100,000 yuan in her hands. She worked so hard at her part-time job before, sleeping only 3 or 4 hours a day. The chocolates she bought the sickly boy were all imported, costing 7 or 8 yuan each. If we don't take the money, it'll just go to her boyfriend outside. 100,000 yuan is enough for Yi Bao's engagement. If it's not enough, you can give me some more. My eldest sister-in-law is getting her own son married, but she's counting everyone else in, and she won't part with a single penny of her own savings. Grandma gave her a cold stare and said, "You're only thinking about the money I have in my hands." Mom, who do you think you can rely on for your old age? You have to rely on me, don't you? My sister got divorced, but she divorced because she had a son and could change boyfriends 6 times a year. I have 2 younger brothers. One often goes abroad and I can't see him all year round, and the other drives a taxi. His wife is laid off and works odd jobs. You expect them to help? They'll starve you to death. Our family is different. I'm retired and have a pension. Your son-in-law is a high school teacher and will retire in a few years. He'll get 8,000 to 9,000 yuan a month. Yi Bao is a public institution, and you get 2,000 yuan a month in Provident Fund. If you don't follow us, who will you follow? Don't worry, Mom. When you come to our house, you'll eat what we eat. You eat better than we do. A few words from my eldest sister made Grandma beam with joy. Grandma has always been a snob. Her youngest son earns less, so she bullies her youngest daughter-in-law. Her second son earns more, so she does everything she can to drive a wedge between them, so that he will find a mistress and give her a grandchild. As you wish, I will give it a try, but I will stay out of sight. Grandma still doesn't want her old neighbors to laugh at her. Zhang Yan returned to the Shangfeng Shanshanshui villa last night after leaving Hushan Huadu. After breakfast, he was about to go to the company when he received a call from Zhuang Tao, asking him how the astronomical telescope was working. Zhang Yan couldn't help but think of Wen Xiao's thin and desolate back on the balcony. There was also Wen Rao's stubborn and resolute eyes, as well as the powerful aura she gave off when she slapped him 500 yuan. Anyone who didn't know would think she slapped him with 5 million yuan. It seems that he went a bit too far last night. But was Wen Rao right? Butler. Zhang Yan stopped the butler. After all, he was an old hand at this, and might be able to give him some advice. Zhang Yan briefly told the butler about last night's conflict. After hearing it, the butler smiled and said, Mr. Jean, in our era, not many people understood romance, and most marriages were just a compromise. Everyone thought that a marriage of convenience was a blessing. That's not entirely true. Nowadays, your situation is special, but the other party is also a first-timer. From what you've said, she's a fresh graduate who has never been in a relationship. She can't accept the change in her status either, not to mention the fact that she has a sick younger brother and a bunch of eccentric relatives. If she had a choice, she wouldn't want to live like this either. Chapter 38038. He's just a tool. Zhang Yan was touched by the butler's words. He had indeed neglected the fact that Wen Rao was also getting married and falling in love for the first time. If given the choice, who would want to live under someone else's roof? Who would want to watch their younger brother get sick and not be able to provide the best treatment? Does he really have to apologize? Zhang Yan rubbed his eyebrows. He had never really apologized to a woman before. Because the female elders in his family never had the chance to clash with him. His two cousins were still young, and they were good at reading people's moods. They were also a bit afraid of him, and they were polite when they saw him. They didn't like to chat with him either. So, he really didn't know how to apologize to a woman? Butler, what do I have to do to apologize without having to say it to her face? Butler. The butler didn't expect that Mr. Jean would give himself such a difficult problem. He thought for a moment, then said with a stiff upper lip, Mr. Jean, you could try it through someone else's mouth. The butler didn't know if this would work. Zhang Yan suddenly thought of Wen Xiar. Wen Xiar, I'm just a tool? Am I not a patient? It was almost noon when Zhang Yan returned to Lushan Huadu. As soon as he got to the stairs, he saw Zhu Huxu's jacket that he had thrown on the floor before leaving. That meant Wen Rao hadn't left the house yet. The house opposite was empty and unoccupied, so they were the only ones living on this floor. Wen Rao was on the phone in the bedroom when he opened the door. She froze for a moment when she saw him, then got up, closed the bedroom door and continued talking on the phone. Wen Xiao was sunbathing on the balcony. When he saw him, he whispered, Brother Zhang Yan, it was my grandmother and aunt who went to the police station and caused a scene, insisting on seeing my sister. But my sister is afraid that they will cause trouble again in the future, so she is discussing it with a lawyer friend. When Xiao finished speaking, and Zhang Yan frowned. Her strange relatives really can't stay put for a moment. I know a few lawyers who can help you. Zhang Yan was being matter of fact, and if it wasn't Wen Rao's fault, he would also help. When Xiao shook his head and said, no thanks. When my sister isn't angry with you, she doesn't want to take advantage of you, let alone now. Zhang Yan was speechless. He then opened his phone and handed it to Wen Xiao. Xiao, do you like this drawing board? It's the latest model with multiple functions, and you can adjust the angle at will. Zhang Yan was showing Wen Xiao a photo of a drawing board. Wen Xiao's eyes lit up. Zhang Yan continued, then can you persuade your sister? Wen Xiao? Brother Zhang Yan, you are bribing me. I have evidence. Zhang Yan was unmasked but remained calm. After all, he deals with projects worth hundreds of millions of dollars every day, and if he didn't have self-control, his opponents would have seen through him long ago. Xiao, I don't want you to end up on the streets because of gambling. Zhang Yan leaned down and patted Wen Xiao on the shoulder in a calm and composed tone. Wen Xiao, however, did not play by the rules. Brother Zhang Yan, so you know you were wrong last night? Zhang Yan. And Wen Rao? Was she not wrong? Zhang Yan asked in return. Wen Xiao sighed and said, okay, I won't argue with you about this, I'll give you a way out. Zhang Yan was about to say something else when Wen Rao hung up the phone and walked out of the room. When she saw Zhang Yan, Wen Rao was about to say that she was leaving right now, but Wen Xiao came up to her in his wheelchair and spoke first. Sister, Brother Zhang Yan has something to say to you. Zhang Yan? Is he being set up by Wen Xiao? Chapter 39039. You're apologizing? Wen Xiao looked at Zhang Yan innocently at this moment. His eyes encouraged him. Zhang Yan really wanted to sneer, but in his eyes, Wen Xiao was just a child. He couldn't get worked up over a child. Zhang Yan stood up straight and looked at Wen Rao. What do you want to say? Wen Rao's tone was light. About what happened yesterday, I shouldn't have said that. You can stay or go. It's up to you. Zhang Yan had controlled his emotions well, but there were still some stuck-up parts. After all, it was the first time. I hope there won't be a second time. Wen Rao looked at him and said with a faint smile, are you apologizing? Zhang Yan's brows furrowed as he heard this. It's not an apology, I'm just stating my attitude. Wen Rao was speechless and rolled her eyes. This person just won't admit to his mistakes, will he? Sister, brother Zhang Yan said he'd give me a multifunctional drawing board, is that okay? I'll just use it for a few days, and when we move out, I'll leave the drawing board behind. Wen Xiao, although more mature than his peers, was also a teenager, and his desires at this moment were written all over his face. Wen Rao looked at Xiao, who was now in the warm midday sun, wrapped in a light golden light, enveloping him in warmth and peace. When they lived with their aunt, the two of them lived on a balcony that faced the west, where they had to dry their clothes and put their aunt's miscellaneous items. They had never seen the sun before 12 noon. When she lived with her parents, they also lived in a small flat in the city center that was waiting to be demolished. It was a total of 20 square meters, and the family of 4 lived there. Because her father was handy, he built a bunk bed in the flat, and her younger brother slept on it. In the summer, it was stuffy like a steamer, so he could only sleep on the floor downstairs. She had a room of her own, but the window was very small, so it was stuffy in the summer and cold in the winter. Her parents slept on the sofa bed in the living room, which was not much better. The bungalow was allocated to their father by his workplace. The factory closed down, and no one took care of it. The developer took it over, but they couldn't agree on compensation with the factory, so they stopped working after demolishing half of it. It's been 4 years now. If not for Wen Rao and her brother, they would at least have a place to live. It's not even a half-finished building anymore. At least with a half-finished building, they can lay the foundation and build a few floors. The environment here is indeed more suitable for heir. The sunshine is good and there is enough space. Heir's wheelchair will not hit the furniture and be considered ugly. Even if it is only for a month, it will be a beautiful memory. Zhang Yan and heir are both waiting for Wen Rao to make a decision. Okay, we will continue to stay. Wen Rao's words were followed by a smile of pure happiness from Wen Xiao. Zhang Yan's face did not show much reaction, but in his heart, he was unnaturally relieved. Zhang Yan, I want to cook at home from now on, so I want to go grocery shopping today. Do you have time to give me a lift? There's nothing at home, and I can't carry it all by myself. Wen Rao had ordered takeout for heir that morning. She hadn't had breakfast in order to save money, and had only ordered one portion, but heir had been sensible and saved her half. The two of them had shared a portion of rice rolls. Sure, I'm off today. Then come back for lunch and I'll cook, and you can eat at home too. Wen Rao is not a mean person, even if she buys everything, she will cook for Zhang Yan. You can cook? Zhang Yan's expression was a little hesitant, full of doubts about her cooking. Just try it at noon and you'll know. Wen Rao tilted her head slightly, she had a talent for home cooking. She dared to invite Zhang Yan, and she would not give him a chance to slap her face. Can I bring heir with me? Wen Rao wanted to let heir go out and get some fresh air. Even if he had to sit in a wheelchair, it was better than being cooped up at home. Yes, he is much cuter and more polite than you. Zhang Yan nodded his agreement and even made a snarky comment. Wen Rao angrily made a fist behind him, and Zhang Yan happened to turn around, accidentally bumping into Wen Rao. His first reaction was to reach out to pull her, but he happened to embrace her waist. Chapter 40:40 Still looking? Had enough? Wen Rao was almost knocked over by Zhang Yan, and instinctively grabbed his shirt. The next moment, she heard a tearing sound. Wen Rao pulled off 3 of Zhang Yan's shirt buttons, revealing his firm and solid chest underneath. There were also the faintly visible pectoral muscles. Zhang Yan's immediate reaction when he wrapped his arms around Wen Rao's waist was, "Why is it so soft? So comfortable? I forgot to let go for a moment." When he noticed the cold feeling on his chest, he looked down and saw Wen Rao staring at his chest muscles. Zhang Yan's face immediately turned red. Still looking? Have you had enough? Zhang Yan was about to let go, but then he thought that if he did, Wen Rao would fall to the ground. Despite his reluctance, he pulled her up with a strong arm. However, since this was the first time he had experienced this kind of thing, he didn't know how much force to use. As a result, he not only pulled Wen Rao up, but also knocked her into his arms. The two of them had an intimate encounter in an instant, and they ended up holding each other tightly. Zhang Yan was silent. Wen Rao was embarrassed. Only Wen Xiola revealed an anti-smile. Wen Rao felt her heart beating violently, and her chest hit Zhang Yan's pecs, feeling like she had been hit by a wall of flesh. It was indescribably awkward. Zhang Yan was no better, still with that indifferent expression as if Wen Rao had taken advantage of him. Zhan Yan, don't act like I'm looking at your pecs on purpose. Do I want to look at them? Why don't you say your clothes are of poor quality? They came apart with just a little tug. Next time, get a good quality shirt. When Rao finished speaking and turned around to leave, she felt inexplicably flushed and her heart was pounding. This was the first time she had embraced a man so closely. She never thought she would give it to Zhan Yan. It wasn't even worth thinking about. Although she hadn't thought about falling in love, she didn't want to give her first intimate embrace to the arrogant Zhan Yan. It was also the first time for Zhan Yan. And she was complaining about the poor quality of his clothes? One of his shirts was enough to cover her living expenses for a year. Why didn't she say that she was rude? If she had known, she would have let go of his hand earlier and let her fall to the ground. 10 minutes later, the three of them went out the door. As soon as they opened the door, Wen Rao noticed a familiar piece of clothing on the ground outside. Wen Rao was confused. Wasn't that jacket Zhu Hushing's? Zhan Yan. Zhan Yan turned his head and pretended not to know. I hung this jacket on the hook before, why is it outside? Wen Rao muttered to herself. Zhan Yan pondered for a moment, and thought that it might have been blown out by the wind when the door was opened. Wen Rao, blown out by the wind? Wen Rao didn't believe Zhan Yan's theory. How strong would the wind have to be to blow it out of the door? Sister, it was me. I accidentally got blown out the door today when I opened it to ventilate, and I forgot to tell you. When Xiaoya's words, Wen Rao believed. Without thinking too much, she picked it up, patted the dust off it, and hung it back up, thinking to wait until it was clean to return it to Zhu Hushu. When Xiaoye winked at Zhan Yan, he accidentally saw it when Zhan Yan threw the clothes. He helped Zhan Yan's brother carry the pot. Zhan Yan cleared his throat, took the initiative to push Xiong's wheelchair, and gave him a meaningful look in return. This kid is several times cuter than his sister. Zhan Yan never imagined that he and Wen Xiong would have their own secret. The three of them didn't realize until they reached the parking lot that their car was blocked by a red SUV. Zhan Yan's face grew increasingly gloomy as he kept getting no answer when he called the other party. He hated people who did not abide by the rules, selfish people who put their own convenience before the trouble they caused others. Underground parking spaces in Hushan Huadu were tight, but not completely full. It just meant that you had to walk a little further. Zhan Yan's parking space was close to the entrance of the building, so some inconsiderate drivers would just leave their cars blocking others' cars to save themselves the trouble. When Rao told Shuer to get into the car first, and then turned to Zhan Yan. Chapter 41041. Can't you see she's a luxury car? Zhan Yan made a dozen phone calls asking the other party to move their car. Finally, the other end was connected, but the voice was lazy and lethargic, that of a woman who didn't sound like she had woken up. Your car is blocking mine, come down and move it. Zhan Yan's voice was cold and calm. Oh, if you're not in a hurry, just wait a little while. I'll be leaving in 20 minutes, and if I go out now, I'll have to come back later, which would be too much trouble. The woman on the other side heard that it was a man's voice, quite magnetic, so she deliberately sounded like a young girl. But Zhan Yan simply didn't buy it. Either you come down immediately and move your car, or I'll call a tow truck to take it away for you. How dare you? My car is worth more than 500,000 yuan. It costs as much as 5 of your cars. If it gets scratched, you can't afford to pay for the repairs. The woman raised her voice. It's just moving the car, isn't it? If he had been nice and begged her, she would have moved it for him. Why should she go down there just because he said he wanted to move it now? Besides, can't she see that it's a luxury car? What's wrong with her giving way? He's a poor loser driving a car worth more than 100,000 yuan, and he thinks he's so great just because there's a parking space? Pop. Zhan Yan didn't say anything else, but hung up the phone cleanly. Then he walked a short distance away and dialed Xiaoshan's phone number. Get another business car here, and call the traffic police to tow away the off-road vehicle parked illegally. Understood, Mr. Zhan. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoshan told an infrequently seen bodyguard to drive the car to the edge of the residential area, and he himself went to the parking lot to follow the normal procedure and call the traffic police to tow the car. After giving his orders, Zhan Yan pushed Xiao Er's wheelchair out the door. There's a company car nearby, the one from last time. I'll drive you there. When Rao caught up and said, why don't I and Xiao Er take a taxi? I don't want to take advantage of you if I keep using your company car. When Rao didn't want to take advantage of him, and she was afraid it would have a bad influence on Zhan Yan. Zhang Yan didn't expect her to refuse, so he made up another excuse. That car was originally assigned to our department by the company, and I just need to fill it up with gas. Then I'll pay for the gas. Wen Rao didn't insist, but she still felt bad. Zhang Yan stopped and frowned at her. Wen Rao, can you not put a price on everything? We are now husband and wife. Although I don't know if we can make it through the month, I will also take responsibility for my part. Within this month, I will be responsible for earning money to support the family. I will buy whatever I need. If it's your own stuff, and you don't want to use that card, I won't object to spending my own money. But now, for the household necessities, don't talk to me about money. Zhang Yan doesn't lack money, and he doesn't spend money casually, but he really doesn't feel the need to divide it up as finely as Wen Rao does. As long as she doesn't spend money indiscriminately, he doesn't have any objections. Okay, let's go, you're so annoying. Wen Rao waved her hand, really not wanting to listen to his lecture. The three arrived at the roadside, and the bodyguard Xiaobo handed the keys to Zhang Yan. He was about to respectfully say goodbye to Manager Zhan, but suddenly remembered Shang Ji's instructions, and immediately said, Manager Zhan, I'll go first. HM. Zhang Yan nodded, and the three drove to the wholesale market. Before they left, Zhang Yan thought they were going to the nearby supermarket, but Wen Rao navigated him to the largest wholesale market in Qing City. This was a place that Zhang Yan had never been to before, and he never thought he would come here one day. The parking lot was full of vans used for transporting goods, and even the trunks of ordinary family cars were stuffed to the brim. The huge market seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see. It seemed that Zhang Yan was the only person here in a suit. If you knew you were coming here, why didn't you remind me to change into casual clothes? Zhang Yan glared at Wen Rao discontentedly. Chapter 42042 Retort. You knew I was coming here, and you still didn't remind me to change into casual clothes? Zhang Yan glared at Wen Rao discontentedly. Wen Rao didn't realize that he could get angry even if she didn't remind him to change clothes. Mr. Zhan, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about yourself? With your cold and aloof face, even if you change into casual clothes, will it change your aura? Wen Rao felt that she was telling the truth. Zhang Yan lifted his hand and touched his face. Where was his face cold as ice? Then why did he have to come here? The supermarket was more convenient, with plenty of parking spaces and no one parking indiscriminately. Zhang Yan pointed at the messy parking lot. Wen Rao saw that he really didn't understand, so she patiently explained it to him. Zhang Yan, in fact, a lot of the vegetables in the supermarket are also wholesaled here. Wholesale in the morning, retail from noon to 2 p.m., and there are also stationery and daily necessities, all very cheap and affordable. If you're just buying for now, the small supermarket downstairs is fine, but if you're buying more, it's still more cost-effective here. When Rao finished explaining, and asked Zhang Yan to push Xiaoer's wheelchair. She took out the list she had written beforehand and followed it to make the purchases. When Rao walked in front of her with a small folding cart, and Zhang Yan glanced at the list. There were more than 20 items on it, and apart from food, everything on it was related to Wen Xiaoer. None of it was for her own use. Wen Xiaoer liked to draw, so Wen Rao had wholesale 20 sketchbooks for him and put them in the car. I'm going to buy some seafood over there. The floor is too dirty, so don't go in, just wait here for me. Wen Rao pointed to the seafood section in front of them, and the smell of fish was already strong before they even got close. Zhang Yan happened to dislike this smell, so he pushed Wen Xiaoer away from it. Once Wen Rao disappeared from sight, Zhang Yan walked away a few steps and called Zhuang Tao on the phone. Zhuang Tao, check up on Wen Rao's aunt and grandmother's recent movements, and if they are doing anything behind the scenes, find a way to stop it. Okay, I'll get right on it. Zhuang Tao was surprised that Zhang Yan would take the initiative to help Wen Rao solve her problems, but Mr. Zhan had never liked trouble, so he probably didn't want to be harassed by Wen Rao's strange relatives for the next month. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yan turned around and saw a 7 or 8-year-old boy holding a water pistol and squirting water at Wen Xiaoer. While spraying water, he laughed and shouted, "Stand up and chase me." Why don't you stand up? I'll destroy you on behalf of Ayatuman. Wen Xiaoer's wheelchair was stuck, and he couldn't move at the moment. He could only raise his hand to cover his face and hide. Zhang Yan saw this and his face instantly changed. He walked over in 2 or 3 steps, and with a swipe, he took the Ayatuman water gun from the child's hand and threw it into the gutter nearby. Splat! The water gun fell into the drain full of stinky seafood water. The brat let out a cry that shook the heavens after an audible ah. You pay me back the Ayatuman. I'm going to kill you. The brat was young, but the words that came out of his mouth were enough to make people's ears pop. At this time, the parents of the brat also ran over. Zhang Yan then realized that the couple buying groceries nearby were the parents of the brat. But when the brat bullied Wen Xiao, they didn't say a word, but when their own child cried, they rushed over at once. What's wrong with you? You're such an adult, how can you bully a child? Yes, my son is so cute and well behaved. Are you a psychopath? You specialize in bullying children. You must have some kind of special fetish. The parents of the brat bit back. They were outstandingly capable. No wonder they could raise such a brat. Chapter 43043 If you won't do anything, I will. Zhang Yan pushed Wen Xiao's wheelchair back a little and stood in front of him. At this moment, Wen Xiao had the illusion that he had gained another protector. In addition to his sister, there was also Zhang Yan. There are surveillance cameras here, so what you say doesn't count. Your son is spraying water everywhere with a water pistol. He even deliberately sprayed my brother. You were just standing there watching and didn't do anything. If you won't do it, I'll do it for you. Zhang Yan is usually a force of nature at the company, and he's even less likely to be polite when dealing with the parents of a brat. Wen Xiao couldn't help but smile when he heard him say that he was his brother, and a very faint smile curved his lips. The brat was crying and screaming at this point, demanding that Zhang Yan compensate him for the Atuman water gun. You're full of shit. My son was playing by himself just fine. It was your brother who insisted on playing with us. You're old enough to know better, and you're still stealing our toys. You asked for it when you squirted water at him. Look at the fancy clothes you're wearing, you can't be too stingy to buy your brother a water gun. Let him take my son's. The bear child's mother started raving. The bear child's father was even more determined to have a go at Zhang Yan. Auntie, do you know how adults behave, and children will learn from them? You lied in front of so many people, and he will do the same to you in the future. If you don't set a good example, he will become just like you. My brother already said there are security cameras here, do you need to watch the footage to believe it? Xiao spoke, his voice was soft, but clear and distinct. Bah, you little cripple. What are you talking about? It's none of your business how I discipline my son. The father of the brat raised his hand and tried to push Xiong'er's wheelchair. Zhang Yan's face fell, and he sidestepped, pushing Xiong'er's wheelchair away while tripping the father of the brat with his foot. Ouch! The father of the brat tripped and fell towards the gutter. Clang! With a sound of splashing, the father of the brat fell hard into the gutter. The onlookers, who had gathered to watch the fun, covered their mouths and laughed. In the shadows, a few bodyguards debated whether to go over and help. After all, General Zhan's status was at stake here. It would be better to wait. General Zhan was not a bad fighter, and the situation was still within his control. Xiaoshan spoke calmly, and the other bodyguards obediently stood outside the wholesale market and waited. Seeing her husband fall into the sewer, the mother of the brat rushed to Zhang Yan's side and started to make a scene. The onlookers couldn't bear to watch anymore and began to accuse the mother of the brat. I was just standing nearby watching. The older boy in the wheelchair didn't say a word. It was your son who sprayed water at people because they had difficulty walking. Yes, and he even sprayed me. I was bending down to buy some vegetables and felt something wet on my back. I reached back and felt it was full of water droplets. Your son was right behind me, sticking out his tongue and making faces at me. Yes. He also sprayed water on my vegetables. I wouldn't let him, so he told me to tell his parents to come, and he said that his parents would kill me. Everyone had actually suffered from the brat. The brat's father had already climbed out of the water by now, and seeing that the situation was not good, he pulled his child and wanted to leave. Stop. You haven't apologized yet. Apologize to my brother. Zhang Yan coldly shouted, stopping them from leaving. He was a stickler for rules and never said yes or no in his life. The other party bullied Xiao and tried to leave, but there was no way. Yes, apologize. The onlookers also pointed at the parents of the brat. Chapter 44044 Everyone shouts at a rat crossing the street. Wow. I'm not apologizing. I'm not apologizing. I'm not wrong. He's the one who took my water gun. It was him. You're framing me. I'm going to kill you all. The brat once again made a shocking remark, accompanied by all kinds of expletives. The onlookers frowned. The boy's mother was even more excited at this point, pointing at her son and asking Zhang Yan, "Do you dare to hit him? If you're so capable, try it. He's still a child. You can't afford to hit him. Not to mention him, you wouldn't dare to hit me either. If I fall down here and break my leg today, your life will be over for the rest of your life." The boy's mother looked unrestrained. Her son was just a little naughty, and what child isn't? What's wrong with squirting some water? Over a little thing? Yes. Go ahead and hit me. Hit me. The brat also jumped up and down in front of Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan was about to speak when Wen Rao pushed his wheelchair forward. "Auntie, I'm also a child, under the age of 18. I can hit him." Wen Rao remembered what his sister had said, "Don't be intimidated by scoundrels, and even less so be compromised. As long as you can ensure your own safety, don't be afraid to speak your mind." Now that Zhang Yan is here, he must be safe. The parents of the brat were stunned by Wen Rao's words. They also knew the consequences of harming a disabled person, not to mention that the other party was also a minor. What bad luck! You must have had an unlucky day when you went out. The father of the brat spat out angrily, and the next moment he grabbed the brat by the collar and walked forward. "Apologize now. I have a lot of things to do." As soon as the naughty child heard that he had to apologize, he stopped. He tried to run, but his father held his head down so he couldn't move. He turned around and cursed his father, using all kinds of swear words and cursing his own father. The naughty child's father had just climbed out of the gutter and was in a bad mood, so he couldn't help but kick the child. The naughty child was completely done. He shouted while jumping up and down. "If you hit me again, I won't let you out to play. You come here to steal when you're not busy. You said no one would suspect if you brought me with you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have come here. You." Slap. "Shut up. What are you talking nonsense about?" Before the brat could finish speaking, his father slapped him in the face. The brat's mother's face was even more red, like a boiled shrimp. The next moment, the three of them grabbed their crying son and ran. They were afraid that if they ran late, they would be beaten. Zhang Yan and Wen Rao looked at each other. Unexpectedly, this was still a case within a case. This family of three would never dare to come here again. They would definitely be hated by everyone. "Zhang Yan's brother, don't tell your sister about what just happened." Wen Rao gently instructed Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan nodded. At this time, Wen Rao bought seafood and walked towards them. She vaguely sensed that there was something wrong with the atmosphere, but she didn't know that she had missed a big show. Seeing that she was carrying a lot of things, Zhang Yan naturally took them from her. They were now husband and wife, so he could do this kind of manual labor if he could. However, as soon as he took the bag from Wen Rao, Zhang Yan regretted it. What did she buy that was so heavy? What did you buy, sister? Wen Rao asked curiously. Wen Rao opened the bag and pointed at the fish inside. It's all the fish you like. Zhang Yan looked at the fish in the bag and froze. This is fish? He wanted to know, what's left after chopping off the head and tail of such a small fish? Wen Rao smiled, not embarrassed, but rather with a face full of openness. There's nothing to be ashamed of eating small fish. Chapter 45045. You were family 500 years ago. I waited for a while for this bag of fish. When the stall owner was about to close up shop, I bought it all. It was all the leftovers that other people had rejected, so there were definitely no big ones left. But it was really cheap, 20 yuan for 5 catties. This kind of small, bulging-eyed fish is fried and eaten, and the small yellow flowers can be chopped up and made into fish balls, which are Xiaoer's favorite. Except that it's a bit troublesome to handle, it really smells good. After hearing Wen Rao's words, Zhang Yan was silent. He had really never seen so many small fish packed together. It felt like there were more than 10 fish in a catty. Are you sure you can eat them? Next, Wen Rao bought all the daily necessities on the list, and the three of them walked out of the wholesale market. When they reached the door, Wen Rao saw a convoy of Rolls Royces across the street. She looked at it thoughtfully for a few moments. Zhang Yan saw her staring at the convoy and asked casually, "Do you know them?" Wen Rao shook her head, definitely not, but she had heard of it. It is the convoy of the richest man in Qing City, and it shares your surname. You two were family 500 years ago. Zhang Yan, and you are still family. Zhang Yan drove back, and when they arrived at the community road, Wen Rao pushed Xiaoer while Zhang Yan carried several bags. Wen Rao found the sight of him dragging the small cart a bit funny, so she took the small cart and tied it to Xiao Er's wheelchair. Is it okay to leave the car here? You can't park here for more than 3 minutes. Wen Rao looked back at the minivan parked by the roadside. Xiao Shan would be here soon. He will drive away. Almost as soon as Zhang Yan had finished speaking, Xiao Shan came out from where Wen Rao couldn't see him and drove away the minivan. They entered the residential area from the pedestrian street and passed by the tea shop. It so happened that Xiaoer's drawing board had also arrived, and Zhuang Tao didn't have the key, so he left it at the tea shop. Zhang Yan went in to say hello. Auntie Sun saw the sincere and loving look in Zhang Yan's eyes, but when she looked at Wen Rao, her expression was indifferent. But she wouldn't say anything mean. Wen Rao could feel that Auntie Sun didn't like her, but she wouldn't make things difficult for her either. Zhang Yan chatted with Auntie Sun, and Wen Rao didn't listen in, so she took Xiaoer back first. Zhang Yan, you help me carry the things upstairs later. Auntie Sun, I'll go first, you go ahead. Wen Rao said hello and pushed Xiaoer away. Auntie Sun looked at the black bag by the door, and there was still a pungent smell coming from it. Where did you buy this? You usually choose everything you eat and use carefully, and you won't be used to eating it in the market, and it will upset your stomach. Auntie Sun was worried that Wen Rao would make a mess of everything and cook it for Zhang Yan to eat. Auntie Sun, don't worry. If it doesn't suit my taste, I won't eat it. That's good. Just don't get a stomachache. Auntie Sun, I've looked into what happened last time, and it was a misunderstanding. Zhang Yan briefly told Auntie Sun what happened last time. Auntie Sun nodded after listening. It's good that it was a misunderstanding. I don't want to see her cause you any unnecessary trouble. Fortunately, she doesn't know your identity, otherwise, I'm afraid all her relatives and friends will come knocking at the door looking for handouts. Auntie Sun, I won't give them that chance. I'll go back first, and if you're fine, you can close the shop early. Zhang Yan was considerate and trusted Auntie Sun, because apart from his mother, she was the person who had spent the most time with him when he was a child. Don't you know yet? I like to stay here, and there's nothing to do at home. Auntie Sun smiled, but her smile was a little bitter. She didn't want to go home and face her son and daughter-in-law. Every family has its own problems. Zhang Yan left the tea shop and went downstairs, but saw Wen Rao and Wen Xiao still there. Why haven't you gone upstairs yet? What happened? Zhang Yan's first reaction was that the driver of the car that was towed away had found out their address and came to cause trouble. Chapter 46046 A Mess, A White Face. Wen Rao supported Xiaoer and looked back at him. Xiaoer wanted to try walking up the stairs on his own. In the past, they didn't have the conditions at his aunt's house, and he could only exercise with me when I had time off work. I see that the sun is shining today, and Xiaoer also wants to take a walk. I'll support him, and you take the things up. If he gets tired and can't walk, I can carry him upstairs. Zhang Yan seemed to have gotten used to taking care of Wen Xiaoer. It wasn't just sympathy. Sister, go upstairs and cook, I'm starving. Xiaoer saw that Wen Rao was not at ease, so he urged her to go upstairs. In fact, he quite liked spending time alone with his brother Zhang Yan. After all, sometimes it is necessary to spend time together as men. Moreover, he and his brother Zhang Yan already had their own secrets. Wen Rao nodded, gave Zhang Yan a few words of advice, and then carried the bags upstairs. Zhang Yan originally wanted to help her carry it upstairs, but when she saw her carrying something weighing dozens of caddies, her feet were nimble. It felt like she was walking faster than him. After Zhang Yan had accompanied Wen Xiaoyi downstairs for a while, Wen Rao called them to come up for dinner. Zhang Yan wanted to carry Wen Xiaoyi on his back, but he wanted to go up the stairs on his own. Zhang Yan thought that this would be a kind of exercise for him, so he accompanied him up the stairs step by step. When they reached the third floor, both of them were sweating. After Wen Rao opened the door, Xiaoer sat down in the wheelchair with a thud and didn't want to move. Wen Rao handed them each a new towel, which she had just bought that day. Xiaoer habitually shook the new towel when he got it, but Zhang Yan didn't understand and took it and wiped his face with it. It was just that this towel didn't feel the same as the one he usually used. It wasn't soft enough or thick enough. Zhang Yan took the towel away and felt that his face was not very comfortable, and it felt strange. He still didn't know that his face was covered in white fluff at the moment. It was also on the tip of his nose. That look looked both funny and embarrassing. Wen Rao and Xiaoer burst out laughing at the same time. Neither of them wanted to remind him, and watching him walking around the living room with white fluff all over his face, Wen Rao and Xiaoer laughed until their stomachs hurt. What are you laughing at? Zhang Yan never knew what was going on. He just felt that their laughter had something to do with him. He had never used such cheap towels before. What's more, he didn't know that after getting such towels, you have to shake them to get rid of the floating hair on them. Or you have to rinse them before using them, otherwise you will be suspicious of life when the hair falls off. Wen Rao still couldn't hold back, pointing at his face. Zhang Yan, you will know everything if you go and look in the mirror. Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan walked into the master bedroom bathroom, looked in the mirror, and his face instantly turned black as coal. Wen Rao, what kind of towel did you buy? Are you sure it's not for mopping the floor? Zhang Yan shouted angrily. He felt that the mopping cloths at home were of better quality than this. Zhang Yan plucked the lint from the mirror while Wen Rao and Xiao Er burst out laughing again in the living room. Hearing their laughter, Zhang Yan's face first turned black, but then somehow he couldn't help but laugh at himself twice. This ordinary life is really a mess for him. No, it's a mess of white hair. While Wen Rao was pouring the soup in the kitchen, Zhang Yan received a phone call. The call was from Xiaoshan. General Zhan, we found out all about the brat and his family. They're repeat offenders, constantly stealing small items. General Zhan pondered for a moment and said, if there's enough evidence, report them. Understood. General Zhan, also, the car blocking the parking lot will be towed soon, but the woman who got out of the car kicked your car a few times, and then she saw that there was a blind spot in the surveillance camera, so she used her keys to scratch your car. Chapter 47047. I don't know anyone who would praise you like that. Zhang Yan's face turned cold when he heard that his car had been scratched. There were 4 surveillance cameras installed in the car, so there was evidence. He called the police. Understood. I'll collect the evidence now. After he hung up the phone, Wen Rao brought the last dish to the table. Zhang Yan helped pull out a chair and helped Shuer sit down. Wow, there's fish balls, fried drum-eye fish, sweet and sour shrimp, locust flour cakes, and spare ribs. Wen Xiao's mouth watered as he looked at the food. Zhang Yan thought that it was just ordinary home cooking, but after following Wen Xiao and tasting a few bites, he found that the taste was really good. At least apart from the ingredients being too ordinary, he couldn't find any major faults with the rest. Are those fish balls made from those small fish? Zhang Yan took a bite of the fish balls. They were firm and smooth, and it seemed that a lot of effort had gone into them. Yes, when slicing the fish, it was a bit disheartening. After all, the fish were so small. But it just took a bit longer. The price of the big fish was there for all to see, but the small fish also had a small fish taste. When Rao served Zhang Yan a bowl of pork rib soup, which was just the simplest mushroom broth, but the umami and meat flavors were locked in the soup, and the taste was beyond words. When Xiaorou had eaten several fried small fish, and Zhang Yan couldn't help but pick up one too. The fish was fried crispy, even the bones were crisp. Zhang Yan couldn't help but eat too, telling himself that he was only hungry. He usually only eats a bite or two of a big fish. I'll give you 5,000 yuan for the household this month. You and Xiaorou can buy whatever you want. You don't have to wait until the end of the market. I'll be back to eat even if I don't have any social engagements. When Rao listened and smiled without saying a word. Zhang Yan asked her not to always mention money in the future. She could refrain from talking about it, but some habits could not be changed. Because she knew that it was easy to go from simple to luxurious, but difficult to go from luxurious to simple. By the way, my mother wants to come and meet you next week. You know, I'm doing this to avoid a second marriage. She didn't believe we could get through the month. Zhang Yan explained the situation. That's fine. I'll prepare some food in advance next week. Good. The next topic of conversation between the two was mostly about Xiao Er. They offered him food, served him soup, and asked him if he was tired. After dinner, Zhang Yan was in the habit of sitting still, but when he saw that Xiao Er was helping, he got up and helped Xiao Er take the plates away together, and even wiped the table. Xiao Er looked at the new drawing board that had not yet been assembled, his eyes full of longing. When Rao understood his thoughts and asked Zhang Yan to help Shui Er assemble it while she washed the dishes in the kitchen. It took Zhang Yan half an hour to assemble the drawing board, and Shui Er couldn't help but praise him with a rainbow fart. Zhang Yan, you're so amazing, you assembled it in half an hour, almost as fast as your sister, who needs 20 minutes to assemble this drawing board. Zhang Yan was speechless. No one praises people like you. I should have just left him alone. In the afternoon, the sun was shining, and Xiao Er sat on the balcony painting while Zhang Yan kept him company. Occasionally, he answered a few phone calls to arrange some work. He had rarely been so carefree in the afternoon sun. He suddenly realized that he had a sense of home here. Wen Rao had organized all the groceries and took the time to make them a fruit plate. The fruit was just ordinary bananas, apples and pears, but she had made cute cartoon shapes out of them, which made them look much more interesting. Sean Yen, you eat too. This fruit plate looks good, and the taste is also improved a lot. When Heir came up with a childish temper for a while, and liked nice patterns. Zhang Yen nodded, took a fork, and stuck it in the head of the cartoon rabbit made of bananas. Heir, that's cruel. Can't you eat the arms first? Chapter 48048 Each to their own room, each to their own bed. Zhang Yen took a bite of the fruit platter. It tasted just like ordinary fruit. It wasn't as bad as she had imagined. Wen Rao looked at the headless rabbit and gave him a speechless glare. If this person marries someone else and has children in the future, it feels like they can twist the children's heads off and kick them around like a ball. Zhang Yen, you'll know if you give birth to one for me in the future. The three of them had a late lunch and fruit for lunch, and they didn't feel like eating dinner. Wen Rao simply boiled some preserved egg and pork congee to drink. The taste was as good as always, and Zhang Yen, who didn't want to eat dinner anymore, couldn't help but drink a big bowl. At 10 p.m., seeing that Zhang Yen was still on the balcony with Wen Xiao watching the stars, Wen Rao gave the order. Each to their own room, each to their own bed. Xiao reluctantly obeyed. Sister, can I stay home and paint tomorrow? Xiao hadn't yet studied the new painting board thoroughly, and it was still fresh, so he didn't really want to go to the tea shop. I'm not comfortable leaving you home alone. Wen Rao was a bit at a loss. How about in a few days we install a surveillance camera in the living room, pointing at the balcony, so your sister and I can see it on our phones, but for the next few days you go to the tea shop. Zhang Yen thought of a solution. Wen Rao had no objection, and Xiao obediently agreed. The three of them went back to their respective rooms, closed the doors, and went to sleep. This was Zhang Yan's first night here. It wasn't as quiet as the villa. Occasionally someone would pass by downstairs, chatting and saying hello, and there were drunk people standing downstairs singing. On other floors, there were couples arguing and quarreling, and children who hadn't finished their homework being scolded by their mothers until they cried. The bed was also not as comfortable as the villas. Zhang Yen fell asleep in a daze until 2 or 3 o'clock. He woke up in the morning and it was already past 7. After getting up and washing up, he found that Wen Rao had already left first. There was a note left for him on the table. Mr. Zhang, if you wake up, please help send Xiao downstairs. I left at 6 o'clock and didn't want to wake him up so he could sleep a bit longer. The dumpling wrapper contains the little dumplings I made this morning. The seasoning is already in the bowl, just boil the water and add the dumplings, they'll be ready in 4 minutes. And I'd like to make it clear, the dumpling filling is from a certain brand of pork that I trust, no lymphatic meat, enjoy. After reading the note, Zhang Yen laughed. She had definitely made the dumplings on purpose this morning. Wen Rao, why not? Zhang Yen didn't immediately wake Xiao, wanting him to sleep a little longer. When Xiao woke up, he followed Wen Rao's instructions and made the wontons. When the wontons were ready, he and Xiao each ate a bowl. Looking at the 2 bowls in the water basin, Zhang Yen felt that they were an eyesore, so he rolled up his sleeves and cleaned them up before pushing Xiao downstairs. At this time, Guan Xiaoye, who was on the first floor of the house opposite, was woken up by the phone. When she saw that it was Guai Anna calling, she picked up the phone immediately. Honey, why didn't you answer my call yesterday? You don't even know how unlucky I was yesterday. I ran into a crazy, smelly loser. He drove a shitty car worth over 100,000 yuan and thought he was so great. I just blocked his car, but he actually called the police and had the traffic police tow my car away. Blind idiot. He didn't let me get away with it, so I didn't let him get away with it either. Guan Xiaoye ranted for a long time. Guai Anna on the other end of the phone didn't say anything for a long time. Anna, what's wrong? Xiaoye, I remember your brother is quite capable. Can you help me find someone? I want to know who he registered with. Who is that woman? Guai Anna's voice was listless and uninspiring to listen to. Guan Xiaoye was the woman who had blocked Zhang Yan's car yesterday. Chapter 49049 Leave it to me. Anna, the person you want to check on can't be the one you want to register, right? What? Someone else stole the prize? Guan Xiaoye still knew a little about Guai Anna. It's just that Guai Anna hadn't let Guan Xiaoye meet Zhang Yan's mother before. Guan Xiaoye is a professional mistress, and she was afraid that Guan Xiaoye would steal her prey. Moreover, Zhang Yan's mother accepted her because she was innocent and kind-hearted. If she lets Guan Xiaoye find out her background, she might not be able to look at her with unbiased eyes. Anyway, it's more troublesome, but I don't know his ID number, only a name and an address of a suburban villa. Okay, you give it to me, and I'll have my brother check it out for you. But you know my brother doesn't do anything for nothing. Don't worry, I'll give him a finder's fee. Anna didn't say anything, but she sneered inwardly. These siblings are both money-grubbing. If it weren't for the fact that Guan Xiaoye is somewhat capable, she wouldn't have sought her out. Anna, if that bamboo shoot tray really gets snatched, if you really can't help it. Xiaoyu, let's just get this one settled first. You can play around even after you get married. You need a long-term meal ticket no matter what. Haven't you always wanted to get a permanent position at Lisong? Anna understood what Guan Xiaoye meant very well. She wanted to learn from her and become someone's third wife. But it's not that easy for someone who was born as a third wife to marry someone rich in the future. It's not easy to enter the door of the middle class either. Nowadays, with such a well-developed information network, anyone with a little talent will be investigated. It took her a lot of effort to gain the trust of Zhang Yan's mother. Hearing Li Song's name, Guan Xiaoye perked up. She had liked a bag yesterday, and today she was trying to find a way to get Li Song to buy it for her. Anna, I'll take care of your business. Just wait for my news. Guan Xiaoye hung up the phone and was about to look for Li Song when she suddenly heard a knock at the door. Her first reaction was that it was Li Song, but when she looked through the peephole, she saw two policemen standing outside. Guan Xiaoye was shocked. Could it be that Wang Ying knew about her affair with Li Song? Did the police come looking for her? That's impossible. Is Guan Xiaoye home? You scratched a car in the parking lot earlier, and we need to take you in for questioning. The policeman said, and Guan Xiaoye suddenly turned pale with fear. She didn't dare open the door, and hurriedly called her brother for help. Wen Rao, on the other hand, was at work when team leader Lin told her that there had been a new development with the suspect and that she didn't need to follow him for the time being, so she could be transferred back to the miscellaneous affairs investigation team. Wen Rao was relieved and was about to say goodbye to team leader Lin when she suddenly heard an argument in the large office. Wen Rao and team leader Lin hurried back and saw Zhu Hushu glaring at Ping Jiwen, who looked completely unconcerned. What's going on? Why are you arguing here? Team leader Lin asked coldly. Wen Rao stood next to Zhu Hushu and signaled to him with her eyes to calm down. Hushu, this is the office, calm down. Team leader Lin, Wen Rao, he threw the information I put on the table like rubbish. I looked for it all morning and finally checked the surveillance camera to find out, but he was right next to me when I was looking around just now and didn't say a word. How much work was delayed? Zhu Hushu is not an impulsive and irritable person. The main thing is that the information was very important, but Ping Jiwen acted as if it was none of his business, which angered him. If the information was so important, why didn't you lock the drawer? I thought it was trash and threw it away when I saw it lying around. What's the problem? Ping Jiwen's attitude was lax, and he didn't care even when team leader Lin came. Chapter 50:50 Domestic Violence. Zhu Hushu was so angry at Ping Jiwen's words that his face turned black. How could there be such an unreasonable person? Deputy Captain Ping, I put the document on my desk. How can it be considered trash? There are still tea stains on it. You must have spilled your teacup and wet the document. You didn't want to face it, so you simply threw it away. Then you should have said something. Zhu Hushu was waiting to hand in this document, and now that it's wet, he has to prepare it again. So are you going to arrest me? Ping Jiwen spoke, and Zhu Hushu laughed angrily. Team leader Lin looked sternly on the side. We're all on the same team, so let's talk things through calmly. Deputy team leader Ping, you were indeed in the wrong in this matter. There are surveillance cameras here, so it's obvious that you spilled the cup. Zhu Hushu, you should keep your voice down too. After team leader Lin finished speaking, Ping Jiwen waved his hand, pulled up his jacket and left without saying goodbye. It was impossible to expect him to apologize to Zhu Hahua. Hahua, don't delay the work, I will talk to him separately about this matter. Team leader Lin comforted Zhu Hahua, and Wen Rao took out his jacket and returned it to him. Zhu Hahua's mood had calmed down a lot at this time. However, he was still full of questions. Wen Rao, do you think I have offended Ping Jiwen without knowing it? Wen Rao shook her head. We are all the same. His attitude towards me is not much better. But I have looked into his previous file, and it is full of achievements. Zhu Hushu also knows this, so he is even more puzzled as to what has happened to make a former elite become so decadent and annoying. Wen Rao returned to the Miscellaneous Affairs investigation team and spent the whole day at the reception desk. The people who came here were all about trivial matters. Some came crying to find their son, saying that they had lost him. After careful questioning, they realized that the son she was talking about was a dog she was raising. Others dropped their keys down the drain and couldn't find them, so they came to complain and sue the water authority for compensation for mental distress and lost wages. There was also a runaway child who came to report the case, saying that he wanted to sue his parents for spanking him on the buttocks and also wanted to sever his relationship with them. It was already the end of the workday, and Wen Rao had finished handing over the work. She was just about to catch her breath when Zhu Chuanfeng's phone call came through. Wen Rao, something happened to Wang Ying. What? Wen Rao's fingers went white as she held the phone. Wang Ying and Zhu Chunfeng were her best friends. Zhu Chunfeng was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, and it was not easy to get inside her heart. Wang Ying is stubborn and a bit rebellious. She got married and had children at a young age, but her marriage was not blessed by her family. However, she was willing to have a naked wedding and pay for love. She has been abused. Damn Li Song. I really want to tear him apart. Wen Rao's face also sank when she heard the words domestic violence. How is she doing now? Let's go and see her. Wen Rao finished speaking and walked out. She's at home. I'm almost there. I'll take you with me. Okay, I'll wait for you. Wen Rao changed her clothes and went to the street next to the police station to wait for Zhu Chunfeng. Suddenly, she heard a loud bang from the diagonal front. A black car in front of her had backed up and slammed into the silver sports car behind it. The hood of the sports car was pushed up. The driver of the black car got out. Not only did he not apologize, he also pounded on the sports car window. How did you drive? Didn't you see the rear end collision? The driver of the black car was fierce and evil, and several burly men got out of the passenger seat and back seat. The driver of the sports car was a petite and cute girl. Seeing the situation, she didn't dare to get out of the car, and could only lower the window. I didn't move, you backed into me. The cute girl's voice was soft and sweet. Are you tired of living? Which eye of yours saw me reverse? You think driving a sports car is something? It's obvious that you're being supported by someone, otherwise how could you drive such a nice car at such a young age? Chapter 51051 Yin Pei. The black car driver got out of the car and started cursing. The cute girl frowned, not wanting to deal with them, and took out her phone to call her family for help. What? You want to call for help? Let me tell you, I don't have time to mess with you. This incident today will be settled privately. 50,000. The black car driver snatched the cute girl's phone away. Seeing this, Wen Rao crossed the street and walked over. Give her back her phone. Otherwise, I'll take you to the police station right now. Wen Rao put on her work ID as she spoke. The black car driver in charge was a bit disdainful when he saw that there was only Wen Rao alone, but when he saw her work ID, his face changed drastically. What's wrong with being a cop? Cops can scare people just like that. The black car driver was very dissatisfied. He also drove a luxury car worth over $1,000,000. It's not inferior to this sports car. And he has a lot of connections, so he's not afraid of not being able to settle things. I don't need to scare you. I just filmed what happened. There's also a surveillance camera on her car. It can all prove that the accident was caused by your backing up. Wen Rao said, and with lightning speed, she took Meng Mei's phone from the driver and gave it back to her. Call your insurance company and your family, and have them come pick you up. Wen Rao gently reassured Meng Mei. Meng Mei looked at her gratefully and whispered, Young lady, thank you. My name is Yin Pei, it's nice to meet you. Yin Pei said, extending his hand towards Wen Rao. She acted calmly and was not scared. Wen Rao shook his hand and nodded at her. The black car driver was furious when he saw the police arrive. Not only would he not get any money, he might even have to pay compensation. Pointing at Yin Pei, he said, which gang are you in? Who's protecting you? Maybe he'll even call me Big Brother when he sees me. What are you doing? Threatening the victim in front of the police? Wen Rao shouted angrily. The driver glanced at her work badge and sneered, Miscellaneous Affairs Investigation Team? Put. Looking for cats and dogs, and incidentally taking lost elderly people and children home. You call yourself a cop? The driver's other accomplices also laughed along with him. This group of people were crazy beyond belief. Wen Rao was about to speak when Yi Pei pushed open the car door and got out. She looked soft and pliable in a princess dress, but she walked fearlessly up to the driver. Why isn't she considered a cop? Try provoking her again. My lawyer is on his way. We'll see who cracks first. You think you can be the boss just because you're so fat? Do you think you can be the Yi family's boss? Yi Pei's voice was still gentle and delicate, but it was full of momentum. The driver blinked, feeling a bad omen. Yi family? The Yi family of the four great families of Qing City? You are. The driver looked at Yi Pei hesitantly. You are not worthy to know who I am. Just remember that you are messing with the Yi family. After Yi Pei finished speaking, several black cars arrived almost at the same time. Little sister, my lawyer and family are here, thank you. Yi Pei was extremely grateful to Wen Rao. Otherwise, she wouldn't even have the chance to make a phone call. Seeing that her family had arrived, Wen Rao also felt relieved. Seeing Zhu Chuanfeng's car arrive across the street, Wen Rao said goodbye to Yi Pei. My friend is here to pick me up. If you need a witness, go to the Miscellaneous Affairs Investigation Team at the Intersection Police Station and ask for Wen Rao. Wen Rao? Your name is so pretty. Yi Pei smiled sweetly at Wen Rao. Wen Rao waved her hand and got into Zhu Chuanfeng's car. In the car, Zhu Chunfeng looked at Yi Pei, who waved at Wen Rao, and thoughtfully asked, How do you know her? Chapter 52052 Head Over Heels. Wen Rao was confused by Zhu Chuanfeng's words as soon as she got in the car and fastened her seatbelt. Her? Yi Pei? What about her? Wen Rao looked at Yi Pei, who had already met his family, with confusion. She told Zhu Chunfeng what had happened earlier. Zhu Chunfeng had already driven away, explaining slowly to her. Oh, this sister is famous in Qing City's upper class for being infatuated. She has a secret crush on the richest man in Qing City, Zhang Xin, and has been chasing after him since high school. Zhang Xin studied abroad in high school and college, so she chased after him, sending gifts, lunchboxes, and confessing her love, and was about to kneel down for Zhang Xin, but Zhang Xin just didn't like her. I also went abroad for a year later, and happened to be at their school. I heard that she slashed her wrists once, jumped into the river once, and took sleeping pills once for Zhanxin. I was also there when she jumped into the river. She cried and asked Zhanxin to come to the scene to see her, but Zhanxin just wouldn't go. In the end, it was me and a few classmates who pretended to persuade her and dragged her down when she wasn't expecting it. I don't know if she did it to scare Zhanxin or if she really couldn't live without him. I was very impressed with her. Zhu Chuanfeng's words made Wen Rao sigh. She said she was from the Yi family. Was she not from the Yi family that owned the bank? Wen Rao remembered hearing Zhu Chunfeng gossip about the four families in Qingshi. The Zhan family naturally led the way, followed by the Yi family. Yes, that Yi family. Yi Pei was not very popular in the Yi family. The Yi family valued men over women, and girls were just tools for marriage. So I suspect that Yi Pei is so radical because she wants to find someone she likes to marry and escape her fate as a tool. The Zhan family is stronger than the Yi family, and if Yi Pei marries Zhang Xin, the Yi family will never dare to stop her. Wen Rao's head was spinning from all the twists and turns of Zhu Chuanfeng's story. Anyway, those so-called four great families were far from her, and she usually just let what they said go in one ear and out the other. You have helped Yi Pei this time. The Yi family will definitely thank you. Zhu Chunfeng didn't expect that Wen Rao would still have an intersection with Yi Pei. Don't. You know, we are strict and cannot accept thanks casually. Wen Rao waved her hand, as it was just a trivial matter for her before, and it was also what she should do, her duty. At this time, when Rao's phone rang, it was Zhu Hushu calling. Wen Rao, my sister said that Wang Ying was a victim of domestic violence? Be careful when you go there, I'll go help you after I'm done. Zhu Hushu was worried that Wen Rao and the others would suffer. Don't worry, I'm a cop and your sister is a taekwondo master. We won't suffer. Wen Rao hung up after a few words. Zhu Chunfeng muttered to himself, this brat, really heartless. He's a friend forgetting playboy. He only calls Wen Rao and ignores her. I'll teach him a lesson when he gets back. Zhu Chunfeng drove fast without speeding, and when he arrived at Wang Ying's house, he heard dissatisfied rebukes coming from inside before he even entered. It's not Song Song's fault today. You brought this on yourself. If you don't put your face in front of him, who else is going to beat you up? What's wrong with a man having a drink? What's wrong with smoking a cigarette? Isn't it normal to have a meal out? You eat and drink at his place, and it's not like my son is supporting you, just on that 2,000 odd yuan a month. You'd have starved to death long ago. Your money is his money. How can you be so calculating with your own man? It sounded like Wang Ying's mother-in-law. Wen Rao and Zhu Chuanfeng's faces changed at the same time, and they pushed open the door. The door was unlocked, and the room was in a mess. Chapter 53053. She's going to have a heart attack? You've got to be kidding me. The room was a mess, with the tea table and table not in their original positions, and the chairs falling over. Wang Ying was sitting on the floor, her hair disheveled. Her child was crying on the sofa, and she seemed to have lost her hearing. Her in-laws stood in front of her, one on each side, pointing their fingers and constantly berating her. Wen Rao and Zhu Chunfeng were both furious at the sight. Wang Ying, I'm going to call the police on you. Zhu Chunfeng kicked open the door and yelled. Wen Rao followed him in, came over to Wang Ying, and pulled her up from the floor, making her sit on the sofa. Don't sit on the floor, it's cold. Outsiders don't care about your health, but we sisters do. You should care even more. Wen Rao's words were a double entendre. Wang Ying's in-laws felt the sting of her words. Yes, Yingzi, you still have your family. If it's really not working out, let my 6 brothers come over. Your problems are their problems. I'm just afraid that this place is too small and my brothers won't be able to stand around. Zhu Chunfeng felt both sad and angry when he saw Wang Ying like this. Before they got married, Wang Ying was her parents' precious little girl, with no worries in the world. Her pajamas are pilling, there's milk from the baby on her chest, her socks are showing her toes, her face is pale, and she's gained weight. In just 1 year of marriage, she's become someone Zhu Chunfeng doesn't recognize. Wen Rao looks at her and feels sad too. They've hardly seen each other since Wang Ying got married and got pregnant. First, Wang Ying had severe morning sickness, and then she had to take care of the baby, and there was no one to watch the baby when she wanted to go out. Her in-laws also have to take care of her brother-in-law's family of 3, so they don't help her with the baby at all. And Wang Ying broke with her family in order to marry Li Song. Otherwise, her in-laws would not be able to bully her so openly now. Wow! On the sofa, Wang Ying's 1-year-old son Tuan Tuan let out a miserable cry. Wang Ying's father-in-law then pretended to pick up the child and comforted him. But the child didn't pay any attention to her at all, and instead reached out for Wang Ying. Wang Ying's mother-in-law had been mocked and ridiculed by Wen Rao and Zhu Chunfeng earlier, and her face was like a coloring palette. She twitched the corners of her mouth, put on a kind and caring face, and sat on the sofa while covering her chest. Ouch, I've had a heart attack over your affairs. Wang Ying, can't you have some pity on an old person like me? Stop fighting with Li Song. He works so hard every day, and you're stirring up trouble in the family. Do you want to make me die of anger? Now that your friends are here, let them persuade you. I can't persuade you anymore. Where exactly have we wronged you? We paid for every single thing in the wedding room. When you got married, not even anyone from your family came. What did we say? You tell me what's wrong with you now. Li Song did it today, but he was forced to buy you. You too, go and persuade her properly. As soon as Wang Ying's mother-in-law opened her mouth, she instantly pushed Wen Rao and Zhu Chuanfeng's bottom line. This is truly a strange person among strange people. A moment ago, she was still reprimanding Wang Ying with arrogance, but now that she sees them coming, she's clutching her chest and pretending to be Lin Mei Mei. With her physique, I heard she can dance in the square for 3 hours straight. She'll have a heart attack? Are you kidding me? Wen Rao signaled to Zhu Chunfeng with her eyes to remain calm. It seems that Li Song has gone out after hitting someone. They need to appease Wang Ying first and then deal with Li Song when he returns. Wang Ying, let's go to your room first, calm down, make a phone call, and ask Li Song to come back so that you can sort things out face to face. As soon as Wen Rao finished speaking, Granny Wang Ying immediately chimed in, yes, you should call Li Song and apologize to him. Be nice about it, and we can help you say a few words too. Wen Rao? Zhu Chunfeng. Apologize my ass. Chapter 54054. I can't let him off that easily. Wen Rao held down Zhu Chunfeng, who was about to explode at any moment, and signaled for her to calm down. She turned to look at Granny Wang Ying. Let's persuade Wang Ying first. Why don't you call Li Song and ask him to come back? Wouldn't it be more effective to apologize face to face? When Wen Rao said this, a sense of smugness appeared on Granny Wang Ying's face. Wang Ying, even your friends are more sensible than you. After saying this, she even asked her husband to let Wang Ying hold the baby. You have been causing a scene all afternoon, and you don't care about the baby, just leaving it on the sofa. How could you be such a heartless mother? While Wang Ying's mother-in-law was talking, Wang Ying remained in a daze. It wasn't until the baby was in her arms that her tears suddenly burst out. Wen Rao and Xu Chunfeng knew that she had suffered a great injustice. They took her into the room, closed the door, and waited until she had finished crying before speaking. Yingzi, why did he hit you? Wen Rao asked softly. Wang Ying sat on the bed with the baby in her arms, her eyes red from crying. I saved some money before we got married, and before the wedding he said he would put it in his friend's bank to earn high interest. At the time I disagreed, but he patted his chest and told me I could trust him. At the time I was just pregnant, and I had really bad morning sickness. I couldn't stand it when he brought it up 2 or 3 times a day, so I finally agreed. He even got me a bank card and said that all the money was in it. Today, I wanted to check the interest with the baby in my arms, but the bank told me that the card had been reported lost a long time ago and there was no money in it. That was all my savings. A total of 100,000 yuan. I asked him where the money went, and he said he spent it all on the family. But this family has no mortgage or car loan, and I bought the car in full before the wedding, so I never needed the 100,000 yuan. I saw that he kept quiet, so I said I was going to call the police. After hearing this, he simply denied it, saying that the 100,000 yuan was his, that he had saved it before getting married, and that it had nothing to do with me. I argued with him, and he hit me. I wasn't ignoring the children, but I was unable to move after he hit me. He held me by the neck and pressed me to the ground, and it was a while before I could catch my breath. I was beaten and wanted to fight back. My father-in-law saw me stand up and rush at Li Song, so he kicked me hard from the side. I sat there unable to get up. Wang Ying's voice was low, and after she finished speaking, she bowed her head and cried silently. Thinking about that scene earlier still made her feel fearful. She felt like she was going to be strangled to death by Li Song. Wen Rao helped her son wash the milk powder. The little guy was tired from crying and fell asleep after drinking his milk, although there were still tears in the corners of his eyes. Wang Ying's words made Wen Rao and Xu Chunfeng tremble with anger. 100,000 yuan is not a small sum. He wouldn't have gambled it away or spent it on other women, would he? Wen Rao asked tentatively. Wang Ying shook her head. I don't know either. Ever since the baby was born, I haven't slept a wink. I'm so busy every day that I don't even know what time he comes home at night. Wang Ying admitted that she hadn't paid any attention to Li Song for a whole year, mainly because she didn't have the energy or time. She had pinned her hopes on Li Song's sense of responsibility, but it now seemed that she had overestimated him. Yingzi, think carefully. If you start something, there's always a second time. What exactly are you thinking? Xu Chunfeng had hit the nail on the head. After saying that, he looked at Wen Rao. She and Wen Rao should be thinking the same thing. If Wang Ying chose to forgive Li Song, they would leave right now. In the future, they would not meddle in other people's affairs. After all, the person involved herself has chosen to forgive, so what's the point of them getting worked up about it? Wang Ying's eyes were swollen with tears, and she wiped them away with her hand. Before we got married, you all advised me to think twice, saying that he was smooth-talking and looked too fickle. I didn't believe you, and I got pregnant before we were even married, so I didn't even have a chance to regret it. I called you all today because I want you to be my witnesses. I don't want to live with him anymore. I want a divorce. But I won't let him get away with it. Chapter 55055 I'll fight you to the death. Wang Ying finally came to her senses, but it wasn't too late. What do you want us to do? Wen Rao asked in a low voice. Our living room is monitored, and Li Song was in the living room when he hit me. You have to copy it for me, and then everyone should keep a copy. This is evidence for the future lawsuit. Also, Li Song is better off than me, and they will definitely fight for custody of the baby. I have to get that money back. Li Song's parents bought the house, and at first they said they didn't have the money to renovate it, so Li Song and I gave them 150,000 yuan from our joint account. Now they're claiming the renovation as their own. The car we bought before we got married was left to me by my grandfather's estate, and it's worth 400,000 yuan. Li Song always wanted to replace it, and I didn't agree at first, but in the end I gave in to his persuasion and replaced it. But the car I replaced it with was bought after the wedding, so it's considered our joint property. I must get the car back. After Wang Ying finished speaking, Wen Rao and Xu Chunfeng both gasped in shock. They had heard of people washing their rooms after getting married before, but this was the first time they had seen someone washing their cars and paying for renovations before the wedding. Wang Ying had truly loved Li Song at the time, and was willing to break with her family for him, giving him everything she had. One incident of domestic violence had completely awakened her. Zero tolerance for domestic violence from anyone. Because if there's a first time, there'll be a second. No wonder you rarely sought us out after marriage. It turns out you've been living such a stifling life. I hope Chuanfeng's hot temper flares up again soon, and I really want to grab Li Song and slap him a dozen times. Chunfeng, when Li Song gets back, don't do anything, let Wang Ying do it. She hitting Li Song is a family conflict between husband and wife, and besides, she's the victim. If you do, the situation will be different. We will be responsible for stopping Wang Ying's parents-in-law, so that they don't take sides. Wen Rao reminded Zhu Chunfeng. Zhu Chunfeng snorted, with the two of us here, how dare those two fight? Ha! You underestimate the thickness of their skin. This time I went back to my hometown with Li Song, and I really saw how shameless they are. We'll talk about this later. Wang Ying looked at her sleeping son and thought about the fact that he would soon be a child in a single-parent family. In the future, when he grew up and looked for a partner, he might face some discrimination. She felt sad. However, domestic violence was her bottom line. At that moment, footsteps and voices could be heard outside. It was Li Song returning home. Wang Ying heard Li Song talking to his parents, and her body suddenly trembled violently, making the red marks on her neck even more obvious. This was a consequence of being subjected to domestic violence. Wen Rao took her hand in sympathy and said, "Yingzi, if you don't want to face him, just forget it for today." Wen Rao was worried about her and didn't want her to take it. Wang Ying shook her head stubbornly and said, "No, I can do it. I just want him to know that if he doesn't beat me to death, he should be prepared to be beaten back by me. I'm going to fight back today. Why should he sleep soundly?" After Wang Ying finished speaking, she got off the bed, rummaged around the bedroom for a while, found a solid wood clothes hanger, took it in her hands, nodded to Wen Rao and Zhu Chunfeng, and the next moment, pulled open the door and rushed out. "Li Song! I'll fight you to the death." Wang Ying rushed out almost jumping, and the clothes hanger in her hands slammed down on Li Song's head. Li Song was standing in the dining room talking to his parents, and he didn't react for a while after suddenly taking a hit. Chapter 56056 It's better for you to die than for me to die. Wang Ying took advantage of Li Song's lack of reaction and pounded his head. Li Song's forehead and chin were broken, and he immediately began to bleed profusely. "Oh no! Murder! Murder! Wang Ying, are you crazy?" Wang Ying's mother-in-law screamed and rushed up, while kicking Wang Ying with her foot. Wen Rao took the lead and stepped forward, pointing at her and scolding, "You didn't care when your son hit Wang Ying. Now that you see your son suffering, you want to get your hands dirty? Let me tell you, I'm recording a video right now. They're husband and wife fighting, it's a couple's conflict. If you interfere, it'll be a different matter." Grandma Wang Ying was intimidated by Wen Rao's attitude and tried to step forward, but was hit in the face by a glass cup thrown by Wang Ying. "Oh my God!" Grandma Wang Ying was stunned by the attack and let out a cry of anguish before she fell silent. "How dare you! You don't get to throw a temper tantrum in this family." Grandpa Wang Ying was about to rush over when Zhu Chunfeng grabbed a stool and held it in front of him. "I'm telling you. Take one more step and I'll hurt you, and it'll be considered self-defense. Ask your son if he knows who I am. See if your family can afford to pay for the damage you've done." Zhu Chunfeng stood there with the chair in his hands, and eunuch Wang Ying couldn't move for a moment. Eunuch Wang Ying's wife also got hit by a teacup on the forehead, and she was so angry that she sat on the ground, rubbing her feet and cursing. Li Song wiped the blood from his face, cursed, and said, "Damn it! I gave you face, didn't I? You." Li Song raised his hand and was about to repeat his old trick of choking Wang Ying's neck, but the next moment Wang Ying took advantage of the situation to grab his arm and bit him hard on the back of his hand. Ow! Li Song jumped 3 feet high in pain. Wang Ying was completely in a red-eyed state at this time. The hanger in her hand had long since broken. She grabbed items on the table and hit Li Song in the face with whatever she could find. In the end, there was only a fruit knife left. Wang Ying grabbed the fruit knife and waved it in Li Song's face. "You almost strangled me to death before. It's better if you die first than me." Wang Ying deliberately acted crazy to frighten Li Song. Li Song looked at the bright knife and backed away in fear until he was up against a wall. "Help! My son! Li Song's mother saw Wang Ying holding the knife to her son's neck and fainted from fear. Li Song's father was also shocked. Wang Ying suddenly raised her hand and slapped Li Song 3 times. Listen carefully. These 3 slaps are for your father. He kicked me, so I'm giving you 3 slaps in return. If your parents lay a finger on me in the future, I'll chop you up 3 times at night. Unless you can never sleep. After Wang Ying finished speaking, she gave Li Song another hard kick. Li Song no longer had the arrogance he had before. Mainly because Wang Ying was now terrifying, and she looked like she was ready to fight to the death. And there were also Zhu Chunfeng and Wen Rao there, and he couldn't afford to provoke them. Moreover, his house was on the 1st floor, and if his neighbors saw him, he would be humiliated. Li Song. Let me ask you. When will you pay me back the 100,000 yuan? If you don't pay me back, I'll fight to the death with you. Wang Ying seemed to still be in a frenzy, and when Rao's phone seemed to be placed in front of her body unintentionally, but in fact, the video was always on. I told you, I spent the 100,000 yuan. Li Song's eyes flickered, and the 100,000 yuan was obviously spent in a place where it could not be seen in the light of day. That was my premarital property. At the time, you lied to me and said that your friend worked in a bank with high interest rates. You cheated me out of my money and even gave me a fake bank card. Do you know that this is illegal? Chapter 57057. This is the first and last time that Li Song has faced Wang Ying's questioning, and he seems to be unconcerned. Are you going to arrest me and send me to jail? You've got to think about this carefully. If I have a criminal record, your son's future will be ruined. In the future, he won't be able to take the civil service exam or work in a public institution. Sue me. Li Song is nothing but a scoundrel at this point. Wen Rao has finally managed to hold back Zhu Chunfeng from rushing over. What they had to do now was collect evidence. I don't care. That 100,000 yuan is my premarital property. You must give it back to me. And there's 150,000 yuan in our joint premarital account, which was used to renovate this house. Tell your parents not to say that they paid for the renovations every time they get upset. They didn't pay a single penny. Although Wang Ying was angry and heartbroken, her mind was still maintaining its last vestiges of lucidity. She just had to get back what was rightfully hers. Why have you become like a madman? You are so calculating about everything. If I had known you would turn out like this, I, Li Song, would have chosen one of my suitors over you. Li Song held his head high and clenched his fists in anger. Li Song, what suitors could you have? Although your school is next to ours, I heard that you paid a high price to get in, and your scores weren't even close to the minimum admission score. Which of your so-called suitors can afford to buy you a car worth over 200,000 yuan? Don't we know it? The Buick you're driving now was bought by selling the car that Wang Ying's parents bought for her. When they got married, Wang Ying didn't ask your family for a penny in dowry. You're saying this kind of thing now. Do you want me to open the door and shout into the courtyard right now, so that the neighbors in this community can come and judge for you? When Rao mentioned the car, and Li Song felt a little guilty. Li Song was just better looking and had a silver tongue. After getting married, he relied on his father to spend money to find him a good job, and for this job, he also emptied the pockets of Li Song's parents. He has only been working for a year, and he is already acting recklessly. Wang Ying, do you need to call the police? When Rao signaled Zhu Chunfeng to take out his phone and get ready, Wang Ying waved the knife in front of Li Song again and said, no need for now. Li Song, I'll let you off today, for the sake of my son. This is the first and last time. Wang Ying threw the knife on the ground, turned around and looked at Wen Rao and Zhu Chunfeng. Thank you for your trouble today, you can go back first, I still need to take care of Tuan Tuan later. Wang Ying gave them a wink. Wen Rao looked at her haggard and rough face, and the ill-fitting home clothes, and her nose inexplicably went sour. Just now, when Wang Ying was looking for a hanger, she saw that all the coats in Wang Ying's closet were bought when she was in school before, and there was no new one. Tuan Tuan also had very few clothes. Apart from the 2 sets Wen Rao had sent, most of the others were bought by Zhu Chunfeng. She has sacrificed so much for this family, but what has she got in return? Li Song, listen carefully. Wang Ying does have family. I do. Zhu Chunfeng does. This time, we'll give Wang Ying face and not call the police. Next time, your whole neighborhood will know that you're a domestic abuser. I don't know how you'll be able to live here anymore. Wen Rao's expression was serious, and Li Song, upon meeting her gaze, inexplicably shrunk his neck. Li Song. I wish you the best of luck, Chunfeng. These are my two best friends. Wang Ying is having a hard time, and you don't want to be any better off. I'll take the evidence of your domestic violence to your boss at your company. Let them judge what's right and wrong. Li Song turned pale with fear when he heard that Zhu Chunfeng was going to his company. Chapter 58058 I'll break both your legs first. Li Song turned pale when he heard that Zhu Chunfeng was going to his company. He knew that the Zhu family had some ability, and that Zhu Chunfeng was definitely capable of doing it. Don't go to my workplace. I was impulsive today, I shouldn't have hit him, but Wang Ying hit me back. She hit me harder than I hit her. Look, I'm covered in blood, it looks like I'm in a worse condition than her. Let's just let this go, I was in the wrong, okay? Li Song admitted his mistake reluctantly. Bah! Do you have any shame? Your whole family bullied Wang Ying together. You hit her and then just walked away, leaving the baby unattended on the sofa. You have the nerve to say that Wang Ying hit hard. If I were Wang Ying, I would break both your legs first. Zhu Chunfeng said, kicking a chair away. Li Song's father wanted to swear, but Li Song's eyes stopped him. If this gets out of hand and the police are called, how will they be able to live here in the future? Yingzi, if they start fighting again tonight, you call us immediately and we'll be right there. Wen Rao left before saying this. Li Song's head was spinning, and he didn't even bother to wipe the blood off his face. Don't worry, starting today, my son and I will share a room. No one is allowed in that bedroom. If anyone dares to go in, I'll get my knife. Wang Ying was resolute in her attitude. She would not engage in any intimate acts with Li Song until she had gathered all the evidence. When Rao and Zhu Chunfeng left Wang Ying's house, looking back every few steps, they had only just exited the residential area when Zhu Hushing arrived. I was afraid of traffic jams at this hour, so I took the subway. Zhu Hushing was panting from the run. Get in the car, it's a temporary solution. Zhu Chunfeng gestured for Zhu Hushing to get in the car. When Rao was looking down at the video that Wang Ying had sent her. She hadn't had time to watch it at Wang Ying's house, but now that she had watched the whole thing, her hands trembled with anger. In the video, Li Song dragged Wang Ying from the sofa to the ground without saying a word, not caring at all that she had a child in her arms. As soon as Wang Ying fell, she put Tuan Tuan on the sofa first to ensure his safety. By then, Li Song was already sitting on top of Wang Ying, choking her. Wang Ying resisted, but she was at a disadvantage from the start and was no match for Li Song. Li Song's parents were in the living room at this time. The two of them just glanced at the scene, and Li Song's mother turned around to clean up the dishes on the table, saying to herself that Wang Ying deserved it and that she had only herself to blame. Li Song's father stood with his arms folded, watching on. Seeing that Wang Ying was about to break free from Li Song's father finally moved, but he just kicked Wang Ying. Li Song held Wang Ying's neck for a while, and only let go when he saw that Wang Ying really couldn't breathe. When Rao sent the video to Zhu Chunfeng, who was already too angry to speak. If it weren't for helping Wang Ying collect evidence, Li Song would have been arrested long ago. But once he was arrested, Li Song would inevitably try to move his assets, and it would be impossible for him to admit to the renovation money and car expenses. Sister, let me tell you something that neither you nor Wen Rao knows. In fact, at that time, Li Song wanted to woo you, but I found out about it. I checked him out and didn't think he was reliable, so I asked someone to warn him. He probably got scared, so he turned around and wooed Wang Ying. After Zhu Hushing finished speaking, Zhu Chunfeng slammed on the brakes, pulled over to the side of the road, turned his head, and glared at him fiercely. Why didn't you fart earlier? Zhu Huxuo looked aggrieved. At the time, I just thought he had impure motives and was slick and slippery. I didn't think much of it when I saw that he didn't dare to make advances towards you. Who knew that he and Wang Ying would develop so quickly? I was just gone for a few months training, and they're already talking about marriage. Chapter 59059 I didn't want to destroy your relationship. Zhu Hushing felt that he was even more aggrieved than Doi. At the time, he had only heard that Li Song wanted to court his sister and stopped him, but he never imagined that Li Song was so thick-skinned that when he failed to court his sister, he turned to court Wang Ying. It seems that Wang Ying should not have known about this incident that Hushing mentioned, otherwise she would not have started with Li Song. Wen Rao let out a light sigh. They knew Wang Ying's personality well, and she didn't like to get involved in this kind of mess. Everything seemed to be predetermined. Wang Ying had lived with her grandparents since she was very young. Her parents were too busy working to earn money, and they didn't pay enough attention to her. The older generation had a patriarchal mindset, and they made her give way to her cousin in everything. By the time her parents realized that their negligence had caused their daughter to become rebellious and difficult to communicate with, they had already missed the time when she needed companionship the most and could have communicated with her. Wang Ying longed for a relationship with someone who cared about her and whose eyes sparkled when they saw her. When she was in university, her relationship with her parents became so cold that they didn't even call once a month. Fortunately, although Wang Ying longed for someone to care about her and understand her, and she had once blindly thrown herself into it, she came to her senses at the critical moment. Xu Chunfeng's instructions to Wang Ying were convincing to Wen Rao and Zhu Hushu. After all, Zhu Chunfeng had studied psychology abroad for a year, and she had completed a 2-year course in 1 year, so she was considered a professional in this field. I think the family is temporarily intimidated by Wang Ying and won't bother her for a while. But it won't be easy for Wang Ying to get the money back. Let's see if we can help her out later. After Zhu Chunfeng finished speaking, she stopped the car by the roadside. Wen Rao then realized that they had already arrived home. She had previously called Auntie Sun and told her that she would pick up Shower later. Auntie Sun didn't say anything, and even let Shower speak to her on the phone. Wen Rao, I haven't seen Shower for a long time either, why don't I get off the car with you? Xu Hahua said he wanted to get off the car too, but actually wanted to take the opportunity to be alone with Wen Rao. It's so late, what are you going to do? Wen Rao was going home after picking up Shower, and her husband was at home, so what are you going to do? Before Wen Rao could refuse, Zhu Chunfeng stopped her for her. Wen Rao smiled, waved goodbye to them, and got off the car. Zhu Chunfeng turned the car around, and when he turned his head to see Zhu Hushing, he saw that Zhu Hushing's gaze was still fixed in the direction Wen Rao had left, his eyes full of desolation. Although Zhu Hushing knew that Wen Rao and her husband were living together as a couple, they were not actually married, but the thought of them living under the same roof made Zhu Hushing jealous. Zhu Chunfeng really wanted to talk things over with his brother, but then he thought that he should find some other time to sit down and talk to him slowly. Wen Rao went to the tea shop to pick up Xiao'er, and called Zhang Yan to ask what time he would be back that night. When the call connected, a gentle female voice came from the other end. Hello, who is this? Wen Rao. This voice sounds familiar, doesn't it? Wen Rao cleared her throat and said, Isn't this Zhang Yan's phone? I need to talk to him about something. Wen Rao asked out of curiosity, but the woman on the other end of the line hurriedly explained, almost sounding like she was about to cry with nervousness. Hello, don't get me wrong about my relationship with brother Zhang Yan. I didn't mean to answer his phone. It's just that his phone looks a bit like mine, so I thought it was mine and picked it up. Please don't misunderstand. I don't want to ruin your relationship. Wen Rao, what did she misunderstand? Chapter 60:060 You didn't really misunderstand, did you? Wen Rao didn't think there was anything wrong with a woman answering Zhang Yan's phone call. It was the woman's attitude that was a bit deliberate. If she really didn't want her to misunderstand, she wouldn't have used that tone and attitude. Why are you so quiet? You didn't really misunderstand, did you? A voice that sounded cautious and tentative came from the other end of the phone. Wen Rao smiled. I just wanted to ask Zhang Yan something. I don't think you're the one who misunderstood. It's fine, I'll ask him later. Wen Rao was about to hang up when the other end whispered, Don't worry, I'll explain to Zhang Yan in person. Wen Rao? The phone hung up, and Wen Rao was still confused. But she didn't care. Guana on the other end of the phone did care. After hanging up the phone, she waited for Zhang Mu's mother to come in and immediately looked at her with a grievance. Auntie, this phone just rang. Because the color is the same as mine, I thought it was mine and answered it. After answering it, I realized that something was wrong. The phone note said when something. The person on the other end didn't seem very happy to hear my voice. Should I meet her and explain everything clearly to her face? If that's really not possible, I'll apologize. Zhang Mu's mother was taken aback by Guana's words. After she reacted, she waved her hand and said no. This is Yan's phone, I can just have someone take it to his office. Auntie, I'm going to the city anyway, so why don't I take it to Yan? Guana was very depressed. She and Yan never seemed to meet. Yan had just left, and she was just arriving. In fact, at first she didn't know that the phone belonged to Yan, and she only found out when she saw the name on the caller ID, when something. Just now, she heard Zhang's mother say that they were going to have dinner with that woman at the end of the month, and Guana felt a sense of crisis. She had to find a way to go with Zhang's mother, so that she could behave well in front of Zhang Yan and compare the two to see who was better. Anna, you don't need to trouble yourself, just stay here and chat with me. Zhang's mother politely declined Guana. In fact, she also wanted to create opportunities for her son in Guyana. But that was before Zhang Yan and Wen Rao registered their marriage. Now Zhang Yan is someone's husband, and although there is a high probability that he will divorce her in a month, it is not the right time for Gui to intervene. Although Guyana put on a submissive face when her mother rejected her, she was like an ant on a hot pan. What if that one whatever used some trickery? She had barely gained any benefit from the marriage, and she could not let someone else take it away from her. When Rao hung up the phone, and apart from feeling that the other person's voice was a bit familiar, it didn't affect her. Heir wanted to go to the nearby internet celebrity night market, so when Rao, who was free, pushed him along. The two siblings bought roasted sweet potato skins, vegetable pancakes and stinky tofu. After eating and drinking, they went to buy some bottles to paint. Heir likes to paint on bottles and storage boxes, and Wen Rao will give them to her friends. After strolling through the night market, Heir was so tired that he almost fell asleep. Wen Rao pushed him downstairs, and it was already past 10 o'clock. Wen Rao asked Heir to wait for her downstairs while she took the wheelchair up first. Wen Rao felt normal when she passed the first and second floors, but as she approached the third floor, she vaguely sensed a strange aura in the air. Out of a police officer's intuition, Wen Rao blocked the wheelchair in front of her and stepped up the stairs one step at a time. The sensor light on the third floor had broken down at some point, and the neighbors had not yet finished renovating, so they were the only ones living there. As Wen Rao stepped onto the last step, a dark figure pounced on her in the darkness. Chapter 61061 Be more careful in the future, don't be ungrateful. In the darkness, a dark figure pounced on Wen Rao. Wen Rao had prepared in advance, and the wheelchair in her hand smashed hard at the dark figure. SSSHH. A muffled grunt came from the darkness, and the opponent took a big step back. This was followed by the sound of a switchblade being unsheathed. With the dim moonlight, Wen Rao saw a burly bald man wearing a mask holding a switchblade and gesturing at her. "Who are you?" Wen Rao asked, her voice cold. The opponent swung the switchblade, clearly not taking her seriously. "You live here?" "I didn't think there was a woman here." "Then you can give that John a message. Listen to me carefully, watch your fucking step in the future. Don't be ungrateful. Tell your husband to withdraw the charges. If my sister loses even one hair, I'll paint your face." Ouch. Before the bald man could finish his threat, Wen Rao swept her leg out, swung her wheelchair and smashed it hard on the other person's wrist. Clang! The switchblade fell to the ground, and Wen Rao kicked the knife away in the first instance, kicking the bald man in the leg. "Damn you!" The bald man didn't expect Wen Rao to be so powerful. After taking a kick, he refused to admit defeat and cursed, still trying to charge forward. Wen Rao didn't hold back either. After a few moves, the bald man realized that he wasn't Wen Rao's match and tried to escape. However, he slipped and fell down the stairs, fainted. At this time, the neighbor on the second floor heard a noise and just opened the door a crack to see a bloody man lying on the ground. She screamed in fear and closed the door again. "Don't be afraid, I'm a cop. Stay at home and don't go out. If it's convenient, give me a rope to use." Wen Rao spoke calmly to calm the frightened neighbor. The woman of the house whispered her assent, and a moment later the man of the house stuck his head through the crack in the door and handed her a rope, asking cautiously if she needed help. He could tell that Wen Rao was just a young girl, while the other person was burly and looked to weigh at least 200 pounds, so he was afraid that Wen Rao would get into trouble. "No, thank you, brother. I can handle it." Wen Rao called the police, tied up the man, put on her work ID and waited for her colleagues to arrive. During this time, the couple from the second floor, who had not left the door too far, were thinking that they could help her in the first instance if needed. The police car arrived in 8 minutes. As the other party was suspected of criminal assault with a knife, the team's car and people came, and Wen Rao knew them all. She gave a brief account of the situation, sent Heir home to rest first, and then followed him back to the team to record a statement. Although Heir was worried about Wen Rao, he didn't ask too many questions. When he was the only one left in the house, he dialed Zhang Yan's phone number. Zhang Yan was still working overtime at the company. When he saw that the caller ID was Heir's, he paused for a moment before quickly picking up the phone. "Zhang Yan, someone just attacked my sister at the front door. They said to tell you to withdraw the charges. But she's fine. She went back with her colleagues from the police station to make a statement. If you're free, can you go pick her up?" Heir's voice only sounded calm, but if you listen carefully, you could feel the trembling in the endings of his words. In this world, he only has his sister as a relative. He couldn't help her in danger, so he didn't dare to ask anything just now, because that was also helping her, so that she didn't have to be distracted and could focus on investigating the truth. Realizing that when Xiaoya's voice was a little off, Zhang Yan comforted her, "You lock the door at home. Except for your sister and me, don't open the door for anyone who knocks. I'll go get her and be right back. I'll add you on WeChat now, and you can leave the video on so we can chat and feel less scared." "I got it. My sister told me." Ah. When Xiaoya was saying something nice at first, but then suddenly there was a loud noise and he hung up. Chapter 62062. His rival is no ordinary person. Hearing Wen Xiao shout, Zhang Yan stood up abruptly and walked out. He had only reached the office door when Xiao's phone rang. "Brother Zhang Yan, I'm fine. There was a power outage just now and my phone fell to the ground." Wen Xiao was afraid that Zhang Yan would worry, so he got up too quickly and fell to the ground. He found his phone as soon as possible and called him. He was still lying on the ground, but he didn't tell Zhang Yan. "Sire, I'll send a colleague to keep you company. Just tell him to call you Brother Sean. I'll send you his photo. Open the door when he arrives." Zhang Yan was still worried about Xiao and arranged for Sean to protect him, because Sean was good at kung fu and could take care of anything. Xiao obediently agreed, and not refusing at this time was the best cooperation. Zhang Yan got into the car that had been scratched and scarred and drove off. The Rolls-Royce convoy followed at a distance. Along the way, Zhang Yan kept calling Wen Rao's phone, but it was always disconnected. When he arrived at the police station, he saw Wen Rao walking out with Zhu Huxiu. Zhang Yan's face fell, and he honked the horn. Wen Rao looked at him when she heard the sound and walked quickly over. Zhu Huxiu also saw Zhang Yan in frozen place. He didn't realize that Wen Rao's husband in a shotgun wedding was so handsome. Moreover, he had an air of authority, with cold eyebrows and eyes and impeccable features. His rival was no ordinary person. "Why are you here? Did Xiao tell you?" Wen Rao's first reaction when she saw Zhang Yan was that Xiao had called him. Zhang Yan's expression was indifferent, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. "Why was your phone unreachable?" "Oh, it fell to the ground when I was fighting with the criminals and broke. I can't get it repaired until tomorrow." Wen Rao took out her broken phone and waved it in front of Zhang Yan. "Let's talk in the car, it's so late." Zhang Yan said, got out of the car, and took the initiative to open the door for Wen Rao. In the past, his bodyguards always opened the door for him, but this was the first time he had opened the door for a woman. Zhuang Tao, who was sitting in the car not far away, met up with the other bodyguards and they all widened their eyes. Didn't they always hate Wen Rao? Why did he voluntarily hold the door open for her? They always felt that Zhang was acting, and the next moment he would crush Wen Rao with the car door. Wen Rao didn't feel anything special, and was about to get into the car when Zhu Huxiu walked quickly over. "Wen Rao, is this your friend?" Zhu Hua had already guessed Zhang Yan's identity, but he asked anyway. Wen Rao then remembered Zhu Hua and hurriedly introduced him. "Hua, this is my husband Zhang Yan." "Zhang Yan, this is my best friend's brother and colleague, Zhu Hua." Wen Rao gave a brief introduction, and Zhu Hua offered his hand. "Hello. Facing Zhu Huxiu's initiative, Zhang Yan gave a cold and did not shake his hand. Instead, he gestured for Wen Rao to get in the car. He didn't want to shake hands with someone who coveted his wife. Although he didn't love Wen Rao, she was now his wife, and Zhu Huxiu knew full well that she was married but still hadn't given up. He had no need to give Zhu Huxiu face either. Zhu Huxiu's hand stiffened and he withdrew it. Wen Rao's husband has quite a character. "Wen Rao, I won't be driving, can I get a lift with you?" Zhu Huxiu was undaunted. The offer of a lift was a ruse to get to know more about how Wen Rao and Zhang Yan got along. "No, it's not on the way." Zhang Yan's voice was cold and he refused without even asking where Zhu Huxiu wanted to go. Wen Rao frowned. Why did she feel that Zhang Yan was full of hostility towards Zhu Huxiu? But the car belonged to Zhang Yan, so even if he said he wasn't going to give Zhu Huxiu a ride, Wen Rao couldn't say anything. "Wen Rao, I have some new ideas about the person who attacked you. Why don't you let your husband go home first, and I'll drive you there and we can discuss it on the way." As Zhu Huxiu finished speaking, Zhang Yan's face turned even more dark and cold. Chapter 63063. Are you confessing to me? Wen Rao had never thought that Zhu Huxiu had a crush on her, so she didn't react to what Zhu Huxiu said. "Really? Then tell me in detail." Wen Rao perked up at the mention of a case. She was about to wave her hand to signal that Zhang Yan should go first, but the next moment, Zhang Yan shook her hand in front of Zhu Hushu. Wen Rao's brain exploded with a loud bang and temporarily shut down. Zhang Yan took the opportunity to shove her into the passenger seat, while seemingly thoughtfully, but actually gritting his teeth, he pulled the seatbelt across her chest and buckled it for her. He lifted his hand and patted her cheek, smiling, but his smile did not reach his eyes. It's too late. If you don't go back now, heir will be waiting for you until dawn. I have to go to work tomorrow too, and you have to get up and make breakfast for me. Talk to your colleagues on the phone if you have anything to say. After saying this, Zhang Yan's body got out of the passenger seat, and with a bang, he slammed the door. He gave Zhu Hushu a cold and casual glance, and without saying a word, he got into the driver's seat, started the car, and drove off into the distance. Wen Rao didn't even have time to say hello to Zhu Hushu before the car had already turned the corner. Zhu Hushu stood still in silence, and all he could see was Zhang Yan holding Wen Rao's hand. Didn't Wen Rao and he get married because of a misunderstanding? Didn't they agree to a peaceful breakup in a month? Why did he feel that the man didn't want to let Wen Rao go? No way. He couldn't let Wen Rao fall for the other guy. In the car, Wen Rao, who had come to her senses, suddenly shook her hand. Zhang Yan saw this in the corner of his eye and his face turned even colder. What? You think I'm dirty? As soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly remembered that he had been touched by Wen Rao before, and his reaction seemed even stronger than hers. It seemed that it was inappropriate for him to say this. Zhang Yan, in the future, you need to ask for my permission before you hold my hand. This time, since you came to pick me up, I won't hold it against you. After Wen Rao finished speaking, she took out a disinfected wet wipe from her bag and wiped her hands. The car smelled of alcohol. Zhang Yan's hand holding the steering wheel was covered in blue veins. He shouldn't have come to pick her up. He thought to himself that as her husband, he should at least check up on her after she was attacked. Now, he regretted it. I looked it up on the way here. The person who attacked you and the woman who scratched the car are brother and sister. They bribed the property manager to find out my address. Zhang Yan changed the subject, otherwise he wanted to get Wen Rao out of the car. As soon as Wen Rao heard that he had found out so much, she immediately looked at him warily. Zhang Yan, I told you before, you have to use proper methods when researching information. Zhang Yan, you don't need to tell me. Wen Rao saw that he was serious and determined, and it seemed that he wasn't lying, so she wasn't as suspicious as before. We have already detained the property manager. The man's name is Guan Dazhang. You previously sued his sister for scratching your car, and she asked him to intimidate you. Your house is in your name alone, and the occupation field says self-employed. He didn't know that I also live here. Occupation is still police, plus the property manager told him that you had only bought the house not long ago, so he became even more unscrupulous. But now both the brother and sister are in jail. You can reunite in the detention center. Wen Rao shook her head with a wry smile. Zhang Yan's face, however, remained tense. Thank goodness heir is fine. Otherwise, I would feel guilty for the rest of my life. It was my fault for not telling you in advance that I had reported the woman to the police. If I had, you could have been on your guard. Wen Rao found it incredible that Zhang Yan had actually become aware of his own problem. Zhang Yan, are you confessing to me? Wen Rao tilted her head to look at him, waiting for his answer. Chapter 64064 A weak heart despite a strong exterior. Wen Rao's question made Zhang Yan smile. He focused on driving and ignored her. After parking the car, the two got out and walked around the parking lot. Zhang Yan suddenly spoke in a low voice. Something's up. Wen Rao's entire body became alert upon hearing this. Who? Where? Wen Rao leaned closer to Zhang Yan, acting as if nothing was wrong, but her eyes never left any suspicious spots. It's my mother's people, they're watching us from behind. I guess they're afraid we're acting to trick her, so they're secretly keeping an eye on us. Wen Rao suddenly understood when she heard Zhang Yan's words. All parents are worried about their children. After that, Wen Rao naturally put her arm around Zhang Yan's. So are we going to put on an act for her? Wen Rao didn't want to turn back, as it would be too conspicuous. You're holding on to me too tightly. Act more naturally. Zhang Yan said, and took Wen Rao's hand. He took her hand and walked back. This was the second time Wen Rao had been held by him today. Although she really wanted to struggle, she thought about how she had promised Zhang Yan to act along with him, and she had to get through this month, and besides, it was just a hand holding. So naturally, Wen Rao took his hand. Zhang Yan glanced in the corner of his eye at the dark corner. The person his mother had arranged to keep an eye on them had already left, but he hadn't let go. Because he had discovered that Wen Rao, who had obediently cooperated with him in the play, had lost her previous sharp edges and resistance, and was actually somewhat cute. She looked much more agreeable. When he held her hand, he didn't feel anything wrong or uncomfortable. On the contrary, it felt good. But why had his mother sent someone to keep an eye on him and Wen Rao? He had already said that they would let them meet in a few days. Did the pot say something secretly? Did it do something? Zhang Yan frowned lightly and his face sank. Wen Rao noticed that he suddenly tightened his grip on her hand and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied with my performance?" Zhang Yan came back to his senses and shook his head. "It's not because of you, your performance is passable, I was thinking about something else." "You call that passing? You're being too demanding. I'm telling you, holding hands is the limit for me. Don't think too much about it." Wen Rao obviously misunderstood what Zhang Yan meant. As soon as she spoke, she laughed out loud, which made Zhang Yan fume. "Could it be that you're thinking too much? Could it be that I want to kiss you and sleep with you? I don't even like you." Zhang Yan has always been a reserved person, and this was the first time he had said such a thing to a young woman. He was shocked when he finished speaking. This was so unlike his style. Wen Rao didn't care if it was like his style or not. She suddenly squeezed his hand, and Zhang Yan let out a gasp of pain. He tried to pull his hand back, but she held on tightly. She looked tall and thin, but she had a lot of strength. "Wen Rao, let go," Zhang Yan whispered, giving an order. Wen Rao snorted. "Shan, don't you dare cross the line. Don't even think about it. Don't think that just because you're good looking, a woman will want to jump you. I hear that the more physically imposing you appear, the more useless you really are. Have you heard of the term strong on the outside, weak on the inside?" Wen Rao's comment about being strong on the outside, weak on the inside caused Zhang Yan's face to change several times. He had previously felt that holding hands with her felt good, but now that fleeting feeling of fondness had vanished. Zhang Yan was angry and shook off Wen Rao's hand and walked away. Looking at the sweat on the palm of her hand, Wen Rao muttered behind his back, "You're not holding hands for the first time, are you? Why are you sweating so much? Or do you have kidney deficiency?" "Zhang Yan, whether you have kidney deficiency or not, you'll know if you try, won't you?" Chapter 65065. You might as well take advantage of the situation. Before Wen Rao and Zhang Yan went home, Xiaoshan received a call from Zhang Yan and left first. However, he didn't go far. He was hiding in the bushes downstairs, so that if anything happened, he could rush up first. Zhang Yan didn't want Wen Rao to see Xiaoshan. The more people she saw around him, the easier it would be to expose his identity. Xiaoshan waited until they had gone upstairs before he walked out of the bushes. After returning home, Wen Rao told heir what had happened, reassuring him at once. After heir had rested, Wen Rao left his room and saw Zhang Yan still in the living room. "Are you hungry? Do you want some late-night food?" Wen Rao asked. In the past, Zhang Yan would definitely have said that eating so late at night was bad for the body and that he would resolutely not eat it. But tonight, he inexplicably nodded and agreed. He convinced himself that he should eat because Wen Rao had made him angry tonight, and this was something he should eat. It was free, so he should eat it. Wen Rao busied herself in the kitchen for a while, and 20 minutes later, 2 bowls of steaming egg noodles arrived on the table, along with 2 glasses of hot milk. Before eating, Wen Rao received a call from Wang Ying. It was Xu Chunfeng who took the time to accompany Wang Ying to make an injury report. Knowing that everything went well, Wen Rao was also relieved. Zhang Yan asked casually while eating his noodles, "You can't choose your family, but you can choose your friends." Zhang Yan's words were full of sarcasm. Wen Rao could hear it. "Are you questioning my judgment in choosing friends?" Wen Rao didn't beat around the bush. Zhang Yan nodded, it was true. Wen Rao put down her chopsticks and didn't argue with him. There were some things that he had not experienced, and no matter how much you said, he could not empathize. "Let me tell you a story, and after you have heard the story, you can judge whether there is anything wrong with my choice of friends." Wen Rao finished speaking, and Zhang Yan nodded, indicating that he would continue. "Xu Chunfeng, Wang Ying, and I were all university classmates, but our backgrounds were very different. Xu Chunfeng's family had no worries about money and food, and she was the apple of her parents' eyes. On the surface, she was hot-tempered, but inside, she was delicate. Wang Ying was a kind of left-behind child. Her grandparents favored boys, and she was not close to her grandmother or uncle. She was rebellious and stubborn, but deep down, she was a little woman who longed to be treated tenderly. As for me, you already know everything, so I won't say anything. Wen Rao took a sip of milk and her thoughts went back to her sophomore year. Our school is different from an ordinary police academy in that we have field training assignments in our sophomore year. That time, the three of us were assigned to a group and led by a teacher to Laoshan for a 3-day field survival training. But after entering the mountains, the weather suddenly changed. It was still over 20 degrees, but it suddenly started to rain. Halfway up the mountain, the temperature dropped to below zero. Our teacher, who was leading the group, thought that we should immediately withdraw from the mission after considering all the factors. However, while we were descending the mountain, an accident occurred. Our teacher slipped down the slope and disappeared, and she was carrying our important communication tools. Under these circumstances, naturally we could not abandon our teacher. We didn't have any cell phone signal, and it would take too long for help to arrive if we went back up the mountain to get help. So the three of us supported each other, and we only had one thick down jacket to wear in turns. Later, Wang Ying broke her leg trying to reach her school bag hanging on the side of the cliff. Xu Chunfeng and I took turns carrying her down the mountain. In fact, before this, the three of us had not spoken more than 10 words to each other at school. Wen Rao's narration was rare and Yan Zhan listened with interest. Chapter 66066 Those who understand naturally understand. Wen Rao's narration, and Zhan Yan rarely listens with interest. He has never thought that he could listen to Wen Rao's stories with such patience. It had only been a few days, but their relationship had changed a lot without them even realizing it. We encountered wolves on the way to the teacher's house. It was the first time the three of us had encountered such a situation. Fortunately, the teacher who had slipped and fallen was nearby, but she was stuck and unable to move, so she directed us on what to do from the side. We finally won, everyone was injured, and the teacher passed out from the pain. I was in the best condition at the time, so I took on all their hopes and went to get help. Wen Rao glossed over the process of them fighting off the wolves, but in fact after that incident, the three of them saw a psychiatrist for a long time. Wang Ying's leg was so badly injured that she had to take some time off from school, and later she was unable to choose her favorite job and major. It goes without saying how thrilling the process of dealing with the wolves was. Zhan Yan couldn't help but look at her with a little more gentleness in his eyes. If she excitedly and enthusiastically went on and on about how she had fought the wolves and how capable she was, Zhan Yan would rather not listen. But she never forgot that what she wanted to say was about the friendship between the three of them, and that was the point. I went down the mountain alone to get help, and finally found an old man who kept sheep. The old man accompanied me to rescue the teacher. I carried the teacher, the old man carried Wang Ying with her broken leg, and Xu Chunfeng slowly followed behind us. When I put the teacher down and went to find Xu Chunfeng, I fainted on the way. Xu Chunfeng found me and brought me back. In the end, the three of us and the teacher all survived. I always knew that no matter who it was, we would never give up on anyone. We all survived in such low temperatures, with communication equipment malfunctioning and food lost. This was the beginning of our unbreakable friendship. When Rao finished speaking and gestured for Zhan Yan to continue eating. She could have talked about this past for days and nights, but she had finished in less than 10 minutes. Her way of expressing herself was meant for mature, understanding people. Those who understand naturally understand. There is no need to say anything more to those who don't understand. Zhan Yan was silent for a moment, touched, and his voice softened. Wen Rao, you must know that people change as they enter other stages of life. He wanted to remind Wen Rao that Wang Ying would be more or less different after getting married and having a child. Wen Rao nodded in agreement. You're right, but the bottom line in a person's bones will never change. As for Wang Ying being subjected to domestic violence, Xu Chunfeng and I were initially waiting to see her attitude. If she chose to forgive, we would leave immediately. After all, you can't wake someone who's pretending to sleep. But now that she has chosen to gather evidence for a divorce, we friends can help as much as we can. After all, she still has to live with a child over 1 year old. Wen Rao finished speaking and smiled at him. Her smile was pure and clear, and her beautiful features were surrounded by a leisurely halo under the warm light. Zhan Yan's eyes were momentarily vacant. Eat, the late-night snack is getting cold. Wen Rao signaled to Zhan Yan. At that moment, there was movement from Xiao Heir's room, and he poked his head out of the wheelchair. Xiao Heir, sister, I smell something. It smells so good. Wen Rao. Zhang Yan. In fact, he never slept, just waiting for his sister to finish telling the story and come out for a midnight snack. Wen Rao and Zhang Yan rarely smiled at each other. She was about to give her midnight snack to Heir, but Zhang Yan stopped her with a raised hand. I can't eat all this, I'll give Xiaoli half of mine. After saying this, Zhang Yan got up and went to the kitchen to get a bowl and chopsticks. When he returned, he looked seriously at Wen Rao and said, I can find someone to help you investigate the matter of your friend. You have to go to work, so where would you find the time? Wen Rao was taken aback by Zhang Yan's words. Chapter 67067 You really don't know how to appreciate things. Wen Rao didn't expect that Zhang Yan would take the initiative to help her, or to help with her friend's matter. He had previously been very disgusted with her being influenced by the matters around her. I don't think it's necessary for now, and it's not good to alert the snake by disturbing the grass either. We can just investigate in private. Wen Rao said, and also picked some noodles and meat dishes from her bowl for Heir. The three people divided the 2 bowls of noodles and ate them all. Zhang Yan couldn't remember the last time he had a midnight snack, but Wen Rao's cooking was quite to his liking. Seeing Wen Rao yawn as she got up to clear the table, Zhang Yan took the dishes and utensils from her hands. It's late, you go rest. You have to work tomorrow, I'll do the dishes. Hearing that Zhang Yan was going to wash the dishes, Wen Rao couldn't help but shoot off a rainbow fart. Zhang Yan, you actually do have some good points. Zhang Yan glared at her, about to give up, but Wen Rao quickly made a gesture to seal her lips. Zhang Yan's mouth twitched, and he turned and went into the kitchen. When his back was turned to Wen Rao, he smiled lightly. When he came out after finishing the dishes, he saw Wen Rao already asleep on the sofa. Wen Rao had wanted to digest a bit before going to sleep, but she was so sleepy. Zhang Yan frowned and glanced around. He found a blanket in his room and threw it over a meter away from Wen Rao. It landed right on top of her. She could sleep on the sofa if she wanted. But before he could turn around, Wen Rao raised her arm and the blanket fell to the ground. Zhang Yan's face turned black. This woman can't even sleep peacefully. Then just stay here and freeze. Zhang Yan turned to leave, but the next moment he returned, leaning over and hesitating for a moment, wondering whether to carry her back to her room. After all, the living room was cold, and she could easily catch a cold sleeping there all night. But their bedrooms were off limits to each other. And he had never thought that living under the same roof as Wen Rao would involve any physical contact. That was something he absolutely rejected. Just as Zhang Yan bent down in hesitation, Wen Rao on the sofa rolled over and was about to fall to the ground. Zhang Yan instinctively reached out his arm and caught her. He held her in his arms. And Wen Rao, drowsy from sleep, subconsciously put her arms around Zhang Yan's neck. Zhang Yan lowered his head and wanted to wake her up, but he accidentally touched Wen Rao's cheek with his lips. It was a light kiss, like a dragonfly touching the water, which should not have caused any ripples, but Zhang Yan's heart was hit hard. His first kiss. Zhang Yan really couldn't figure out why he kissed her. It wasn't like those melodramatic TV dramas where you can kiss someone if you fall over. Wen Rao felt a scorching breath on her face, and when she opened her eyes dazedly, she saw Zhang Yan's handsome face magnified countless times in front of her. Wen Rao's first reaction was to kick Zhang Yan away. Bam! Zhang Yan was kicked by her and sat on the ground with a thud. What are you doing? Wen Rao angrily rebuked Zhang Yan. Fortunately, there was a carpet in the living room, so Zhang Yan was not hurt. Wen Rao! You really don't know how to appreciate things. Zhang Yan sat on the floor, glaring at her in anger, and forgot to stand up. If his younger siblings saw this scene, he, as the eldest brother, would completely lose his authority in the future. Who do you think you are to say that to me? Wen Rao was about to argue back, but then she saw a blanket on the floor in front of her. Thinking about her habit of kicking the covers and her past of falling asleep as soon as she got tired, Wen Rao quickly realized what was going on. It seems that she might have mistakenly taken yen for yen. I thought you wanted to take advantage of me while I was asleep. Wen Rao spoke the truth. Zhang Yan's face turned green with anger. Take advantage of her? She's dreaming. Wen Rao, you should find a mirror and take a good look at yourself. When Zhang Yan said this, he never imagined that one day in the future, he would long to be taken advantage of by Wen Rao. Chapter 68068 Does she want to cripple him? After Zhang Yan stood up, there was still a vague feeling in his lower abdomen. This Wen Rao really knows how to kick. If he hadn't reacted quickly and backed up a bit, he probably wouldn't have been able to get up for a long time. Does she want to cripple him? Although he didn't want to fall in love, he felt that love would make people stupid and blind. But that doesn't mean he doesn't want to be a complete man. Zhang Yan was furious after being kicked, but he couldn't kick back. He angrily returned to his room and slammed the door. Wen Rao rolled her eyes at his back. What woman could stand such a proud and picky person? The next morning, Wen Rao left a note for Zhang Yan and went to work as usual. Zhang Yan followed the steps in her note and steamed buns for heir. The buns were stuffed with tofu, kelp, and dried shrimp, and Wen Rao had made them early in the morning. Zhang Yan had never thought that the filling for buns could be made with tofu, kelp, and dried shrimp. At first, he thought there would definitely be a fishy smell, so he didn't eat it. Later, he saw Xiao eating 3 of them with relish and kept urging him to try it. Zhang Yan couldn't resist and took a bite. He was quickly attracted by the amazing taste. The steamed buns made with fermented dough were not only not fishy, but also had a fresh and sweet taste. She had also adjusted the flavor just right. Zhang Yan, I didn't lie to you, did it taste good? You won't get tired of eating this for breakfast, and it can also fill you up. Heir said, and put the 5th bun into his mouth again. Zhang Yan also ate 3, and he rarely ate so full for breakfast. Wen Rao, on the other hand, after going to the Miscellaneous Affairs investigation team and sitting down, she hardly left her workstation except to eat lunch and go to the bathroom. She spent the whole day busy with trivial matters. In the evening, she even worked overtime. An elderly man with Alzheimer's disease had wandered off and his family could not be reached. Wen Rao waited until the community workers arrived to take over before leaving. It was already dark when she walked out of the police station. Wen Rao was about to walk back when a silver sports car pulled up. Yi and Pei got out of the car. Wen Rao. Yi and Pei waved at her. Yi and Pei smiled sweetly, with dimples rippling, looking simple but sweet and moving. It's just that she was wearing a bit thinly, a 3/4-sleeved white dress with matching color high heels, long hair slightly curled and scattered, with delicate and fair features. When she waved, the scar on her wrist was inadvertently exposed. Wen Rao's gaze moved away from the scar on her wrist without a trace. The scar was obviously from slashing her wrist. Hello, Miss Yi. Wen Rao walked over and greeted Yi and Pei naturally. Yi and Pei looked a little cold as she crossed her arms, making her seem even more charming. The matter has been settled, and those people have also compensated and apologized. I came here especially to thank you. I know you can't accept gifts, so I want to invite you to dinner. Please don't refuse me. Yi and Pei said earnestly. Seeing that she was wearing so little, Wen Rao felt embarrassed to let her wait in the cold wind, and gestured for her to get in the car first. Let's talk in the car. You're so thin, don't catch a cold. Okay. Yi and Pei smiled and agreed. Her smile was also sweet, and no matter how you looked at her, she was a soft and cute girl. It was hard to associate her with the kind of girl who went crazy for love. After Wen Rao got in the car, she wanted to tell Yi and Pei that she had something to do tonight and they could talk about dinner later. The main reason was that she felt that what she did the other day was what she should do, and Yi and Pei didn't need to specially invite her to dinner. However, as soon as she got in the car, Yi and Pei received a phone call. She didn't know what was said on the phone, but Yi and Pei's face instantly changed after she hung up. The next moment, she suddenly started the car, slammed the accelerator to the floor, and the car sped off. Wen Rao didn't have time to ask her what was going on when Yi and Pei suddenly pulled the silver sports car in front of a Rolls-Royce. This Rolls-Royce was parked at the corner of the street next to the police station. Chapter 69069. Have you ever thought that because of you, you have ruined someone's life? After Yi and Pei forced the Rolls-Royce to stop, he opened the car door and rushed down. Wen Rao was afraid that she was in trouble, so she followed him out. Inside the car, Zhuang Tao saw Yi and Pei rushing over and was about to tell the driver to turn around and leave, but he froze when he saw Wen Rao behind Yi and Pei. President Zhang, it's Wen Rao. Why is she with Yi and Pei? Zhuang Tao's words fell, and Zhang Yan looked up at Wen Rao, who was obviously confused, following Yi and Pei's footsteps. He said sternly, from now on, you should call her Miss Wen, don't call her by her first name. Zhuang Tao, yes, Mr. Zhang. Zhuang Tao hesitated for a moment before agreeing. He felt that the focus of this matter should not be on how he addressed Miss Wen, but rather on why Miss Wen was with Yi and Pei. However, since Mr. Zhang had spoken, he would have to comply. Yi and Pei put his arms out to block the car, but he couldn't see Zhang Yan in the car. He could only see the driver and bodyguard. The partition in the car slowly rose, blocking her view. John Xin. Will you get out of the car? Just let me see you for a moment, so we can talk things out and I'll leave. I'm not insisting on being with you, I just want to be your friend, is that not allowed either? Yi Yanpei spoke, her voice dragging. She was already dressed thinly, and now she was standing in the cold wind, shivering, but stubbornly refusing to move out of the way. Wen Rao felt that this was someone else's relationship matter, and she shouldn't interfere, so she can only stand aside and wait. Yi Yanpei shouted at the person in the car that it was Zhang Xin, so that must be the richest man in Qing City, Zhang Xin. Wen Rao glanced at the luxury car. She had seen this convoy twice or thrice recently. It seemed that Qing City was really small, and she could accompany the richest man in time and space whenever she was free. Reverse. Zhang Yan ordered coldly. He could clearly see Wen Rao standing on the side. He had originally planned to stop here, switch to the BYD, and then go to the police station to pretend to be at an intersection, and pick her up on the way back. After all, he and Wen Rao still had more than 20 days together. During that time, he would try to do what a husband should do, apart from giving his emotions. Who knew he would run into the lunatic Yi Yanpei? Seeing that the Rolls-Royce had started backing up, Yi Yanpei still wanted to catch up, but Wen Rao hurriedly stopped her. Don't chase after it, it's too dangerous. If Wen Rao hadn't stopped her in time, Yi Yanpei would have rushed across the road and almost caused a car crash. Don't hold me back. I must go and talk to him. Why won't he see me? I've already said that I won't pester him to be his girlfriend. Can't we just be friends? It was hard enough for me to find out where he was, but next time it won't be so easy to meet him again. Yi Yanpei said, stumbling towards his car, and Wen Rao chased after him. Before Yi Yanpei started the car, Wen Rao took the keys. Wen Rao, I'm sorry, I can't take you to dinner today, I have to go after him, I have to catch up with him today. Give me the keys. Yi Yanpei was extremely emotional at this time and her speech was incoherent. There was no trace of her previous sweetness and cuteness. Wen Rao sighed and, instead of just appeasing her, laid out the stakes in plain sight. Miss Yi, do you know that when you were about to cross the road just now, you almost hit a van? If I hadn't pulled you back, you would have been the one to blame, not just you, but also the driver of that van. That driver is just an ordinary person trying to make a living. He might be rushing to make a delivery, and is afraid of getting a bad review. He might earn only 200 to 300 yuan, or even less, after working hard all day. But if he hits you, he might not be able to recover for 8 or 10 years. Have you ever thought that because of you, you have ruined someone's life? You just answered your phone and stepped on the gas. Luckily, she was slow, or else you would be sorry now. Chapter 70:070 A Wake-Up Call. Wen Rao's words gradually calmed the originally agitated Yi Yanpei. She vaguely remembered that someone had walked past the roadside when she started the car, and indeed she almost hit them. Miss Yi, you won't be so lucky every time. You have to know that in the city, a collision at speeds over 60 kilometers per hour can be fatal. Your love is your life, but isn't someone else's life also their most precious possession? I don't mean to criticize or mock your pursuit of love. I just think that while pursuing love, you should maintain a basic level of calm and pay attention to safety. This is responsible for you and also for the innocent people on the road. After Wen Rao finished speaking, she handed Yi Yanpei the car keys. Yi Yanpei was already in tears. Wen Rao, don't you think I'm sick? I feel like I'm sick, but I don't have the courage to see a psychiatrist. In the past, when I did this, my grandparents would just scold me, my uncles would just mock me, and my parents were too busy taking care of my twin brother to do anything. They just gave me money and told me to go abroad for a change of scenery. You're the only one who's willing to say these things to me. I know I've done something wrong, but I can't help it. Yi Yanpei covered her face and cried out helplessly. Wen Rao did not stop her and let her vent her feelings. Crying is also a way to vent. When Yi Yanpei got tired of crying, Wen Rao patted her and whispered, "You are actually very admirable for pursuing love so bravely. After all, it takes a lot of courage for a woman to chase after a man. Although I have never been in love, I understand that relationships go both ways. They are also about a long-term commitment, and there is no need for them to be world famous. He even refused to get off the bus to meet you. I think he is disgusted by your approach to wooing. The more you do this in the future, the more he will reject you." Wen Rao's words were like a bolt of lightning to Yi Yanpei. She is not the kind of person who is willful and makes a fuss, but she has been secretly in love with Zhang Xin since high school, and it was only in college that she mustered the courage to confess. She also knew that her family's cousins were waiting to see her fail, so she started and never looked back. Thank you, Wen Rao. No one in the Yi family has ever told me this. They just simply and rudely judged me to be wrong, but never bothered to tell me where I went wrong and what the consequences would be. Today, I did make a mistake and almost got myself into trouble. If you hadn't stopped me, I might have made a big mistake. Yi and Pei now calmed down and thought that if Wen Rao was not there, he would have just driven recklessly after her, and with her half-assed driving skills, there was a 90% chance that something would have happened. If she hit someone and went to jail, then she would have no future. And she would have also hurt an innocent person. Thinking about it now, she was inexplicably scared and couldn't help but shiver. Ms. Yi, you should go home and rest today. You will have plenty of opportunities and time to pursue the man of your dreams. But don't be so impulsive in the future. You can always invite me to dinner. Wen Rao smiled at Yi and Pei. Her pure smile infected Yi and Pei, and she also revealed a knowing smile. Wen Rao, in the future, if I can't figure something out, can I come to you? I hope you don't mind if I'm annoying. Yi and Pei dried her tears and revealed a sincere smile. Wen Rao was about to say yes when her phone suddenly rang. Wen Rao answered the call because she thought it was a strange number, but as soon as she connected, all kinds of nasty swear words came from the other end of the line. Chapter 71071 Shameless Person, it's you from beginning to end. On the phone, Wen Rao's aunt was cursing her with all kinds of nasty swear words. Wen Rao, you've made your grandmother sick. Are you satisfied? Your grandmother has spent thousands of dollars on hospital stays and intravenous drips because of you. She only has a small pension, and now it's all being used up because of your ungrateful behavior. How can you be so heartless? When you were little, it was your grandmother who looked after you, so your parents had time to work and earn money. Now that you're working, you've turned your back on them. And you've blocked me. What gives you the right? If it weren't for our pity, and the hope that your relatives at your grandmother's would take you in, they would have sold you off long ago. And you're still complaining about my family's Bao. Apart from Bao, who feels sorry for you, who wants you, with a child to support and still an intern? You go to your grandmother's house right now and apologize. Your grandmother said that as long as you're willing to apologize, she won't blame you anymore, and she won't go to your workplace to find you. We've been kind to you, but you're being ungrateful. Auntie's voice was loud and powerful, and even Yi and Pei could hear it. Just as she was worried about how Wen Rao would respond, she spoke. Ms. Wen, I'm calling you Auntie to give you the last face you can save. Because the shameless person has always been you. Heir and I did live in your house for 4 years. But I only agreed after you repeatedly asked me. I originally wanted to rent a place near the school so that I could go back and visit Heir more often, but you and Grandma went to the place I was going to rent and I don't know what you told the landlord, but he changed his mind that night and even the real estate agent wouldn't see me, as if to imply that Heir's illness was contagious. You promised that while Heir was living with you, you would give him whatever you were eating, and that once you had cleaned out the small study, you would give Heir a bedroom all to himself. I won't mention how you mistreated Heir in terms of food, or how you stole his snacks and chocolates every now and then. As for the room issue, after 4 years, have you solved it yet? I haven't spent a single penny of Grandma's pension since my parents died. As for how much you've spent, that's up to Grandma to give you, I don't care. But don't bring up what Grandma said when I was little. My mother went back to work as soon as her maternity leave was over, so I went to the factory day care center with her. My mother worked on the assembly line and would finish her work early so that she could take some time to see me and feed me. My grandmother was watching your son at that time. It was Louis Bao. To put it nicely, she watched him grow up before she came to see me. Who knew that she would watch him until he was 5 years old? You and my grandmother deliberately kept Louis Bao from going to kindergarten when he was 4 years old, just in case my father asked you to let my grandmother watch me. Grandma did watch over me for a month, but that was because my father's company had sent him abroad for a while, and my mother was too busy working overtime to take care of me, so she left me with Grandma on Saturdays and Sundays. And before he left for abroad, my father had given Grandma money to take care of me. But how was I taken care of? Once, when my mother left work early to pick me up at Grandma's, she saw that Grandma was only feeding Louis Bao formula milk and biscuits, while I was crying from hunger, crying and screaming that I wanted some too, but Grandma ignored me. Louis Bao even kicked me away. It was already 2 p.m., and I was only 3 years old. Grandma lied to my mom, saying that I had already eaten, and my mom made a bowl of formula and put in 10 pages of calcium milk biscuits. I ate it all. Where did it look like I had just eaten? My mom still bought those formula biscuits. But I never got to eat them. As for that excellent son of yours, he likes to steal underwear so much, you better watch out. You're not always that lucky, and sooner or later you'll be arrested as a pervert. Chapter 72072 Not the Wen Family Seed. Pop. Wen Rao hung up the phone with a pop, and incidentally blocked the unknown number. The actions were done in one go. Yi Pei was full of admiration. Wen Rao, you are so cool. Yi Pei had forgotten the pain of his unsuccessful pursuit of love, and was full of admiration for Wen Rao's clear-cut response just now, without even a foul word. Wen Rao's aunt's accusations against her over the phone were also heard by Yi Pei. In fact, if you think about it carefully, they are all bugs and simply cannot stand scrutiny. Wen Rao sighed helplessly and said, "Every family has its own difficulties." Yi Pei wanted to raise both hands and feet to express his agreement. "So, do we now consider each other to have exchanged secrets? We will be good friends from now on, right?" Yi Pei looked at Wen Rao with expectation. Wen Rao couldn't help but laugh out loud. The little anger she had felt when she received the call from her sister-in-law had disappeared. In fact, Yi Pei was very cute, and she could listen to reason and tell good from bad. The main thing was that she lived in a large family that placed a high value on men and looked down on women, and girls were just a tool for family marriage. On the surface, the extended family is bustling with activity, but in reality, everyone has their own agenda. She wants to escape her current life, and Jianqin is her hope. But sooner or later, she will have to understand that hope is not given by others, and what you hold in your own hands is the most secure. Wen Rao's aunt was so angry that Wen Rao had hung up on her that she almost dropped her phone. But she held her temper in check, thinking that if she dropped her phone, she would have to pay for it. "Mom, you heard it all, didn't you? This little bitch has grown up and now she dares to scold me. Who is she living with now? Is she someone's mistress? Who in their right mind would want her, with a child to boot? Aunt Wen Rao can't wait for her relatives to do better than her." Wen Rao's grandmother is also furious. "Didn't you say you were going to go to the TV station to seek mediation? Go quickly. I'm going all out this time, I have to say something." Wen Rao's grandmother heard what Wen Rao said. She thought Wen Rao didn't know anything about those things. After all, she was young at the time and couldn't remember. She didn't expect Wen Rao's short-lived mother to have told her. But there is no way to prove it now. It's not what Wen Rao said that counts. "Mom, you don't know, that incident was really difficult. No one pays any attention to me." Aunt Wen Rao looked troubled and resentful. Don't those mediation programs love to take on cases like theirs? The granddaughter is ungrateful, doesn't respect her grandmother, steals from her aunt's house, and now lives with a man. What a popular topic. But after she had looked around, everyone who had initially agreed to help told her that they couldn't do it because they were too busy. When the grandmother heard that she couldn't get help, she got angry and cursed. "Those sons of bitches, why won't they help you? Don't they just want something in return? Do you think I'm an old woman who doesn't understand their petty nonsense? Mom, do you think it's possible that the little brat has found someone to back her up? Or maybe she knows about her background?" As soon as Auntie Wen Rao said this, Grandma Wen Rao immediately signaled her to lower her voice, making sure the door was locked before speaking in a mysterious tone. "At the time of your elder brother's adoption, only your father and I knew about it, and then only you. Your father has been dead for many years, and only the two of us knew about it. That little girl would never have guessed that her father was not born in our Wen family." After Grandma Wen Rao finished speaking, a sense of guilt and hatred flashed in her eyes. Chapter 73073 Last time I ate it was still last time. Aunt Wen Rao suddenly thought of something when she heard this. "Mom, didn't you say before that the dead girl's real grandmother's family is not doing well either? Since we can't do anything now, why don't we let them deal with the dead girl and the sickly boy? The girl's parents' pensions were all taken by her aunt, but the funeral expenses can be claimed by the family. The girl's grandmother doesn't want it, but her uncles and aunts are all poor as church mice. Can they not see the money?" Aunt Wen Rao has always been the one in the family who was the best at stirring up discord and jumping up and down, and is best at coming up with these bad ideas. Wen Rao's grandmother thought about it for a moment and snorted. "I didn't claim the funeral expenses at first because I heard from that side that they didn't want it. If I wanted it, they would have to say it, otherwise I would have to get back most of that money." Wen Rao's grandmother had a look of remorse on her face. Wen Rao's eldest aunt also pursed her lips, looking distressed. Yes, that's more than 100,000 yuan. Enough to buy a car. Yi Bao has always wanted to buy a car, and has been talking about it for more than a year. I've decided to become family with that damned girl, and told her to give me her salary card. 2 years of savings will be enough, and if it's not enough, I'll top it up. The family didn't want the funeral expenses, probably because they were afraid the girl would leave them with the sickly. That was probably the plan. Wen Rao's grandmother nodded, scheming in her heart that she would not let Wen Rao off lightly. If the brat won't see her, then she'll find someone else to cause trouble. After saying goodbye to Ian Pei, Wen Rao went to the supermarket without letting her see her off. She bought chocolates for Xiao'er and was preparing to go back when she received a call from Zhang Yan. Let's go out to eat tonight, I'll treat you. Zhang Yan's voice was muffled, and Wen Rao felt that he was acting a little strange today. Zhang Yan, nonsense. Seeing you and Ian Pei together, can I not be strange? No need, there are still a lot of dishes in the refrigerator. Wen Rao thought about those dishes. If you don't eat them tomorrow, they won't be fresh. I asked Xiao'er this morning what he likes best to eat, and he said it's buffet, but the last time we ate was when you first got your internship salary. Wen Rao felt a little sad when she heard Zhang Yan's words. Xiao'er was embarrassed to tell Zhang Yan that the last time they went to a buffet was the last time. I got my bonus today, so even if I'm treating Xiao'er, you'll get to benefit from it too. I'll be there in half an hour, so just wait for me by the curb. Zhang Yan hung up the phone without giving Wen Rao the chance to refuse. Wen Rao rolled her eyes at the phone. Fine, we'll go. We can always invite him back later. Wen Rao picked up Xiao'er and slowly walked downstairs, just using this half hour to let Xiao'er walk and exercise a bit. Xiao'er's face broke into a smile of joy when he heard that they were going to a buffet. He was just much more mature than his peers, but deep down he was still a teenager. Sister, where do you think brother Zhang Yan will take us to eat? Jie Chui Pin or Paris Roast? The two places Xiao'er mentioned were both mid-range buffets. But both places also have salmon and ice cream, although the quality is not as good as that of a 5-star hotel, but the price is unbeatable. Wen Rao also didn't know that Zhang Yan was treating her to dinner, and she didn't dare to ask too many questions. After waiting for a few minutes, Zhang Yan arrived in the less than 200,000 yuan BYD. After parking the car, he was already adept at helping Xiao'er load the wheelchair into the car, so Wen Rao helped Xiao'er sit in the back. The car started and Zhang Yan drove directly onto the cross-sea bridge. Wen Rao looked at the sea, which was sprinkled with the golden radiance of the sunset, on one side, and looked at Zhang Yan blankly. Are you going to sell us both? You have to take the cross-sea bridge for a meal? She knew that the several cost-effective buffets were all in the city, and there was no need to take the cross-sea bridge. Chapter 74074 How could he possibly have feelings for Wen Rao? Zhang Yan, where are you taking us to eat? Wen Rao asked curiously, looking at the sea surface sprinkled with golden light. As a native child of the seaside, she had not properly looked at the sea for a long time. The various difficulties of life had made her tired and busy, and it was difficult for her to calm down and appreciate the sea surface at sunset. Go to the Intercontinental Hotel. Zhang Yan's voice was light. Wen Rao gasped. Isn't that a 6-star hotel? You don't have to spend so much. Wen Rao felt inexplicably overwhelmed. If she had to invite him back, she would probably go bankrupt. It's not a big deal. It's a meal voucher from the company's marketing campaign. My mother is a vegetarian and my father doesn't have time, so I brought you here to eat. Actually, I've been here once or twice when the company had an event. Zhang Yan is getting better at lying without blushing or breaking a sweat. The Intercontinental Hotel is owned by Zhanxin International, so it's not uncommon for him to come here 2 or 3 times a month. But this time, he gave advance notice, and the managers and executives who know him will pretend that he is an ordinary guest. I also booked a small private room, so we can eat in peace. After Zhang Yan finished speaking, Wen Rao looked back at Xiao'er and saw that he was full of anticipation. Wen Rao didn't say anything more. It seems that she had underestimated Zhang Yan a little before. He should not be an ordinary manager. However, they had only been living together for a month, and she didn't want to ask so many questions. How come you never asked me what company I work for or what I do? Zhang Yan asked while driving. Wen Rao smiled and said, You knew what I did the first time we met. If you were doing something shady, you definitely wouldn't dare to live with me. If you're not ashamed, then it must be a decent job. We've only been together for a month, there's no need to know so much. Anyway, there won't be much socializing in the future. Wen Rao's casual and natural attitude made Zhang Yan inexplicably annoyed. He couldn't say why, but it just didn't sit well with him. Wen Rao, you know the reason I don't want a second marriage. In fact, we can continue working together for a long time. You and heir have a place to live, and heir is also taken care of. What's wrong with maintaining the status quo? Zhang Yan couldn't help but ask. Once the words were out, he felt that the tone was not like his own. It seemed as if he was trying to persuade Wen Rao to stay. Actually, I only said this because I care about heir. He added at the end. He was afraid that Wen Rao would misunderstand that he had feelings for her. How could he possibly have feelings for Wen Rao? Wen Rao's gaze moved from the window to his face. His angular facial features were coated in a warm golden light from the sunset, hard and full, flawless. She had never thought about getting married, and the person she had mistaken for the wrong person and received the wrong certificate from was actually a super handsome guy with a perfect appearance. It was all like a dream. But ever since her parents died, she had stopped dreaming about unrealistic things. Life was not a novel, nor a fairy tale. One had to rely on oneself for salvation. Zhang Yan, the way we get along is simply not a normal way of getting along in a relationship. Sooner or later, there will be problems, and it will face collapse. Have you thought about that? Wen Rao was calm like an old man who has lived through most of the century when faced with a relationship decision. Zhang Yan's heart shrinks. The big problem Wen Rao is talking about may be his identity. At that time, he will face two choices. 1. Wen Rao knows that he is very rich and will demand a high alimony, and even go so far as to sue him so that the whole world will know. In order to get more money, she will expose his privacy to gain sympathy. 2. Wen Rao will turn around and leave, and he will be doomed to a second marriage. Chapter 75075 Eating well and smelling delicious. Zhang Yan felt that even if he and Wen Rao only spent a month together, they should have a witness and a prenuptial agreement. This would prevent too much unnecessary trouble in the future. Zhang Yan was thinking about how to sign an agreement with Wen Rao, but he didn't know that one day in the future, in order to destroy the evidence, he would actually tear up and eat the agreement. But that's a story for another time. Wen Rao, of course, had no idea that Zhang Yan was plotting, and was still studying the strategy for eating at the buffet with heir. Listening to her and heir chatting and laughing, Zhang Yan's eyes were opened again. There's a strategy for eating at a buffet? Zhang Yan looked at the two siblings in incomprehension. Isn't it just about eating whatever you want? Of course there's a strategy, there are a lot of them on Shelushu and Kuaizhou. Wen Rao explained to Zhang Yan. Brother Zhang Yan, there is a very popular post online right now called The Guide to Eating Your Way Through the Intercontinental Hotel Buffet. My sister and I even said before that if we ever got the chance to go, we would follow that guide, but since you're treating this time, we won't let you down. Zhang Yan's mouth twitched at heir's words. Eat your way through the Intercontinental Hotel? Isn't that eating your way through him? When they arrived at their destination, Zhang Yan parked the car and, seeing that Wen Rao was still carrying heir's bag, offered to push heir's wheelchair. Heir also preferred to be pushed by Zhang Yan. The three of them entered the lobby, and the manager, who had been arranged in advance, quickly came up to greet them. Mr. Zhang, you're here. Yes. Thank you. Zhang Yan's tone was light, and the manager's heart trembled at the words thank you, but he dared not show it. He led Zhang Yan and the others into a small, exquisite private room. After they sat down, the manager handed each of them a tablet to order food. Wen Rao let heir practice ordering food on his own, and Zhang Yan gave him a look, and the manager quickly left. I've only seen this place on TV before, but there's another place I've seen it too. Heir looked around and smiled as he spoke. Where? Zhang Yan asked curiously. In a dream. Zhang Yan heard silence. Heir finished speaking and smiled embarrassedly. He is now studying to draw comics, and there will be scenes of high-end banquet halls in his drawings. Previously, he searched for pictures online, but now that he is here in person, he will have a better feeling when he draws them in the future. Heir didn't mean to say anything, but Wen Rao was listening attentively. She was smiling too, but her smile betrayed her sadness. Because they had to save money for heir's medical treatment, they rarely went out to eat. When they were at university, she was busy working part-time and didn't have much time either. But heir was very understanding and never complained about food, clothes, or other necessities. He even used both sides of a notebook. She tried her best to give heir the best she could, but her abilities were limited. Perhaps she should consider Zhang Yan's suggestion and continue to cooperate with him in the long term. After ordering, the food arrived shortly afterwards. The buffet at the Intercontinental Hotel is prepared by the kitchen after the customer has placed the order, so the customer does not need to collect the food. Wen Rao and Xiao Heir are both lovers of sweet shrimp, salmon, and king crab. However, they also ate at a leisurely pace, not embarrassing Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan ate very little and very slowly, with a refined air about him in every gesture, and he took sips of tea from time to time. Wen Rao took a bite of the king crab, glanced at Zhang Yan, and whispered to Xiao Heir, "Look at him, what a good-looking eater. We both look so delicious." As soon as Wen Rao finished speaking, Zhang Yan, who was drinking tea, spat out a mouthful of hot tea. It splashed all over the king crab in front of him. Wen Rao and Xiao Heir both said that he was wasting the king crab, and one handed him a tissue. Wen Rao was the one who laughed out loud. Xiao Heir wanted to laugh, but he kept holding it in, his face turning red. "Just laugh if you want to." Zhang Yan gave the order, and Xiao Heir finally couldn't hold back his laughter. Zhang Yan himself couldn't help but smile. Although the laughter was very short, he did smile. Just then, Zhang Yan's phone rang. When he saw the caller ID, his expression inexplicably changed. Chapter 76076 People's hearts are separated by their stomachs. "I'll go answer the phone." Zhang Yan got up and walked out of the room, leaving Wen Rao and Xiao Heir's laughter behind him. When his back was turned, he couldn't help but curve his lips. This Wen Rao is quite cute sometimes. Zhang Yan gathered his thoughts and answered his mother's call. "Yan, are you having dinner with Wen Rao at the Intercontinental Hotel?" Zhang's mother sounded tentative. "Yes, I brought Wen Rao and his sister here to have buffet." Zhang Yan didn't deny it, because he hadn't kept his family in the dark when he made the arrangements. After hearing Zhang Yan's words, Zhang's mother just felt that this was becoming more and more unbelievable. She even suspected that her son was addicted to acting. But her son has never been someone who would put himself through hardship. Except for agreeing to marry Xiaoguo because she was not well, he has always had his own ideas and direction in everything. This time, he was clearly treating Wen Rao and her siblings differently. It seems that he is determined not to remarry. She also asked the lobby manager, and Zhang Yan and Wen Rao and her siblings had a harmonious meal together. Zhang Yan even patiently told Wen Rao and her siblings how to eat hairy crabs. So far, Wen Rao is not being pretentious. "Yan, people's hearts are full of secrets, you'd better observe the brother and sister more before saying anything. If you really get along, I won't say anything, and I'll adopt Xiaoguo as my goddaughter." Zhang Mu has sort of backed down. However, the prerequisite is that she personally approves of Wen Rao. "I understand." Zhang Yan agreed, and after chatting with her mother for a while, she returned to the private room. After the three had eaten and drunk their fill, Xiao Heir fell asleep from exhaustion on the way home. Wen Rao wanted to take off her jacket and cover her up, but Zhang Yan had already taken off his suit jacket and draped it over Xiao Heir. "Thank you," Wen Rao said. Zhang Yan glanced at her. "I'm doing this for Xiao Heir, not you. Don't thank me." In the past, Wen Rao would have argued with him, but today, she let it go because he had treated them to dinner and driven them home. "It would take you an hour to drive back. Do you want to listen to some songs? It's easy to get sleepy." Wen Rao thought it would be awkward to be silent in the car for more than an hour on the way home. Zhang Yan didn't object when he heard it, and Wen Rao played a song in the ancient style on her phone. Zhang Yan usually doesn't listen to pop music, and glanced at her phone song list, which was all by the same singer. "You're a fan too?" Zhang Yan asked. "Not really a fan. Xiao Heir likes it and recommended it to me, and I found it really good after listening to it. So what other hobbies do you have?" Zhang Yan took it as a casual chat with Wen Rao, not at all aware that he was the one actively trying to get close to her. Wen Rao thought about it for a while and shook her head. "When my parents were still alive, I liked to go fishing with my father and help my mother with her handicrafts. It wasn't really a hobby, but I liked the feeling of being with them." Wen Rao misses the days when the family of four were together. But that life is gone forever. "I don't quite understand how you could put up with your sister-in-law's family for 4 years." Zhang Yan asked the question he really wanted to ask. Wen Rao was able to be clear and decisive when it came to Wang Ying, and if Wang Ying forgave her husband and left her alone, why was she so passive in front of her relatives? Wen Rao looked back at Xiao Heir, saw that he was still asleep, and then continued. "After my parents died, my grandmother could have claimed part of the funeral expenses and compensation, but she didn't ask for a single penny. I was grateful to her from the bottom of my heart. At that time, I was still a minor. After facing my eldest aunt's repeated requests, and coupled with my grandmother's sniffling and tears, asking me to live at my eldest aunt's house, saying that she missed me in shower and it would be convenient for her to visit us, I agreed. Chapter 77077. I don't think that day will ever come. Wen Rao helped Xiao fix his clothes a little and continued. After I moved into my aunt's house, my grandmother always used the fact that she didn't contribute to my father's funeral expenses as an excuse to pick on me. Coupled with the fact that she and my eldest aunt often agreed with each other, it took me a while to figure out what was going on. But during that period, Xiao's health kept getting worse, and I caught pneumonia from taking care of him. I just let him stay there for the time being, and I took him to the doctor every weekend. In fact, I was grateful to my grandmother a few years ago. After all, she didn't ask for my father's funeral expenses or pension. But recently, I've gradually come to realize that there must be a reason why she didn't ask for it, but they just wouldn't tell me. Wen Rao frankly talked about her initial distress and the helpless choice she had made. She didn't go into detail about how she gave her jacket to Xiao when she couldn't hail a taxi in the rain, and she was caught in a torrential downpour all night before she met a kind driver who gave them a ride home. Nor did she mention the embarrassing incident when she was making money by doing handicrafts and collapsed in the dormitory from low blood sugar, scaring Zhu Chunfeng and Wang Ying into thinking she had died. One was crying while checking her nose, while the other was shaking his finger to feel her pulse. Zhang Yan now understood Wen Rao a little. After all, she was only 23 years old this year, and was still a young child when her parents had an accident, but she had to shoulder the responsibility of an adult and take care of her 10-year-old younger brother. Seeing that the atmosphere in the car was a bit heavy, Wen Rao switched to a light-hearted song. Zhang Yan glanced at her profile, which was beautiful and striking, with delicate features. Although he hadn't looked at her closely before, he knew she was pretty. Now that he had looked closely, he discovered that she had a kind of beauty that could be both sweet and salty. She had a delicate and intelligent side, as well as a quiet and warm aura. Somewhere in his heart, Zhang Yan felt a stirring, without knowing where it came from. It was already past 10 when they arrived home. Instead of asking Wen Rao to wake up Xiao, Zhang Yan carried him upstairs. Wen Rao carried the wheelchair behind him and explained as they walked. Xiao gets tired easily with this disease, and he gets sleepy easily, and it's not easy to wake him up when he falls asleep. Zhang Yan nodded and asked, "Have you seen a specialist?" "I have, and Zhu Chunfeng helped make the contact, but for this rare disease, even abroad there is no most effective treatment. Xiao is considered lucky. In the early stages, he showed symptoms of mild intellectual disability, but later intervention had a good effect. He is also very talented at drawing and likes to read, so he is considered lucky. It's just that his physical condition is not as good as before, and his limb weakness is becoming more and more obvious. I have a friend who knows an expert in this field, let me contact him for you and see." Zhang Yan finished speaking and arrived at the door. Wen Rao opened the door and let him and Xiao go in first. "Then thank you in advance." Zhang Yan nodded, put down Xiao and went to the balcony. While Wen Rao was in Xiao's room, Zhang Yan called Zhuang Tao. "Zhuang Tao, contact an expert who can treat Wen Xiao's illness and invite them to Qingdao for a consultation. Also, prepare a prenuptial agreement and bring it when I notify you, and be a witness to the signing." Zhang Yan's task of finding someone to treat Wen Xiao was one thing, and signing a prenuptial agreement with Wen Rao was another. Just because he understands Wen Rao's choice doesn't mean he likes her, and they still need to settle their accounts. "Okay, Mr. Zhang." Zhuang Tao hung up after saying yes, but he was still mumbling to himself. There's no problem with him being a witness, but if Mr. Zhang and Wen Rao get married in the future, wouldn't he be an awkward witness? It feels like he's the third wheel between Mr. Zhang and Miss Wen. I don't think that will happen. Chapter 78078. I don't want to live anymore. Wen Rao had been busy all week, and on Friday evening, she pushed Xiao out the door to go shopping. Zhang Yan's parents were coming to dinner tomorrow, and she needed to prepare the ingredients in advance. Zhang Yan was still busy at the office, saying that he would pick her up after work and let her use his card. Wen Rao didn't mind, so she took his card and Xiao and set off. Once they entered the mall, Xiao was attracted to the new cultural and creative brand on the first floor. Seeing that he liked it, Wen Rao asked him to wait for her on the first floor while she went to the supermarket to do some shopping. After Wen Rao left, Xiao was so engrossed in his reading that he didn't notice when his aunt and grandmother arrived behind him. His aunt and grandmother saw him from afar, and a malicious plan grew in their hearts. "Wan Xiao, where's your sister? Why are you the only one here? Do you know how hard I've been looking for you? How long are you two heartless people going to hide from us? I fed and clothed you two for 4 years. And you just ran away without a word of thanks. Your sister is barely in her 20s and already living with some shady guy. How can I face my dead brother after this? Xiao Er was startled by a sudden cry. He turned his head and saw his aunt and grandmother each holding a handrail of the wheelchair. His aunt pointed at his nose and cried. His grandmother covered her chest and looked as if she were about to collapse. Xiao Er was shocked and instinctively wanted to push the wheelchair away. But before the wheelchair even touched the top of his grandmother's foot, she let out a cry and sat on the ground. Do you want to crush me? Wen Rao. I'm your grandmother. You're just as bad as your heartless sister. When your parents died, I didn't ask for a penny of the pension or compensation, I gave it all to you. And this is how you treat your grandmother. It's really unjust. Grandma has always been an expert at playing the victim, and she was very skilled at lying on the ground. When Xiao clenched his fists at this point, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His face turned pale as paper, and his breathing became rapid. How could he, alone, be a match for his aunt and grandmother? Hearing the sound of the quarrel, the crowd looked in this direction, and some people took out their phones to take pictures. Seeing someone taking pictures, his aunt performed even harder. Everyone, judge for yourselves. He and his sister lost their parents 5 years ago. I don't mind that they are two burdens, so I let them live at home and serve them well, thinking that they are my own brother's children and must not let them suffer. But what about them? His sister met some wild man and moved in with him. Before leaving, she even stole a lot of food and things from my house. I don't blame them anymore. I just hope they can come back to see grandma when she gets sick, but they won't. Not only do they curse me and their grandma, they've also blocked us on social media. They're heartless. While scolding Xiao, Auntie gave her mother a wink, telling her to put on a better show. She didn't care that Xiao was already having trouble breathing and looking as pale as paper. Grandma was sitting on the floor, clutching the armrest of her wheelchair with one hand, crying so loudly that it shook the ground, but there were no tears. My dear son, you must show your spirit and see what your daughters have done. I'm dying of illness, but not only do they not come to see me, they have also blocked me on social media. And on the phone they called me an old witch and told me to hurry up and die. What sins have I committed? I raised you with great difficulty, and you went ahead of me, not only making me a white-haired man to see off a black-haired child, but also giving them all the compensation money I didn't want, while your daughter used the money to support a lover and never visited me. I've wronged you, I haven't brought up your children well. I don't want to live anymore. Chapter 79079. You're still young, don't be deceived. Grandma Wen Rao cried and was about to bang her head on the ground, but was quickly stopped by the onlookers. Seeing that everyone was on their side, the grandmother became even more agitated. Xiao, you are grandma's favorite grandson, how could you treat me like this? Grandma would give you her heart if she could. You just despise me because I'm old and won't even look at me. The grandmother fell to the ground, crying and pounding the ground while rubbing her feet back and forth. Next to her, her eldest sister was adding fuel to the fire. Xiao, you ungrateful brat. Your grandmother was calling out for you even when she was sick and in a coma. She just wanted to see you and your sister. Do you think your grandmother has spent a single penny on you since your parents died? We, your aunts and uncles, have been taking care of you. I've given you so much, and it's fine if you don't appreciate it, but you even stole the food and things I used in my house before you left. How can you repay the trust I've put in you? Auntie quickly put her finger in Xiao's face. Xiao's face turned pale and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. We didn't. You're accusing us falsely. Your sister gives you money every month. Xiao said, and tried to turn his wheelchair to leave. Seeing this, Grandma moved even closer to the front of the wheelchair. One Xiao. Just say you're leaving, can I stop you? You saw Grandma here and you're still leaving. Do you want to run over Grandma? The eldest aunt said this and reached out to wave at Xiao. Xiao instinctively backed up a little. Although the slap did not land on Xiao's face, it cut across his cheek, leaving 2 fingernail marks. You are wronging your sister. Dare you show the transfer records your sister gave you? Dare you tell others where I live and what I eat at your house? Xiao held his head high. Although he was alone, he could not let them slander his sister's reputation. I'm accusing you? My family is so well off, both of us have pensions, and my son makes over 10,000 yuan a month. While arguing, the eldest sister couldn't help but show off her family's wealth. Some of the onlookers pointed at Xiao and whispered. Some people nowadays really have no conscience. Grandma didn't want any compensation from their father, but they're still so ungrateful that they didn't even visit when she got sick. It's so heartbreaking to hear. Some girls just don't know how to love themselves. They don't listen to their families and casually go out and live with someone else. And then when they get dumped, they come running back, crying. Why do I feel that I can't just listen to one side of the story? This girl takes her younger brother with her everywhere, so she shouldn't be an ungrateful person. Hearing someone speak for Wen Rao, the eldest aunt's eyes twinkled, and her vicious words once again struck heir. Heir, when the eldest aunt took in you and your sister, it was because she felt that you were not well and needed 24-hour care. Now you've just run away with your sister. What if you have a seizure? Your sister is just using you to gain sympathy. She might even start a fundraiser to make money off you. You are still young, don't be fooled, go home with your aunt and grandmother, only we can take care of you. Facing the brazen shamelessness of her aunt, no matter how mature 15-year-old Wen Rao is, how can he be a match for the shameless women? I'm not going back with you. Everything you said was a lie. The one who loves me most is my sister. You only see the value of my sister's use. Chapter 80:80 Is my money feeding the dogs? I won't go back with you. Everything you say is a lie. The one who loves me most is my sister. You only see the value of my sister's use. After Wen Rao finished speaking, Grandma got up from the ground and raised her hand to hit him. Stop. Who dares to hit my brother? The sudden sound came from Wen Rao. She had just come out of the supermarket and saw the scene. She threw the bag she was carrying and rushed to Shower's side. Sister, they're wronging you. Shower grabbed Wen Rao's hand, unable to hold back the tears that welled up in her eyes, and her hands trembled violently. Wen Rao's gaze fell on the bruises on Shower's face. Who hurt you? Wen Rao asked, her voice cold and penetrating. At this moment, she looked like a wounded little animal, ready to pounce and bite the person who had hurt her in Shower. It was my eldest aunt. Shower pointed at my eldest aunt. Wen Rao's eyes fell sharply on my eldest aunt. The feeling of coldness penetrated her bones, and it scared my eldest aunt, who took a sharp step back, but accidentally twisted her ankle and sat on the ground with her butt. Ouch! Wen Rao, you pushed me. You pushed me. My eldest aunt fell by herself, but she still wanted to frame Wen Rao. Grandma, who was standing nearby, also waved her hands and was about to hit her. Don't you dare hit me. There's a surveillance camera here. It can prove that I didn't do anything and that she fell by herself. As for you, you hit my brother, who is still a minor. I will sue you. Wen Rao was shaking with anger. However, she was still trying to control her emotions. Her job did not allow her to lose control of her emotions, and she had to take care of Shower, so she had to control herself even more. You want to sue us? I'm your grandmother. You forgot that I didn't ask you for a single penny of your father's pension or funeral expenses. You want to sue us? God, why don't you just take this little bastard away? Grandma Wen Rao was used to bullying people at home. She was always the one picking on and bullying her daughter-in-law, and she had never been exposed like this by a younger generation before. When she heard that Wen Rao was going to sue her, she rolled around on the floor, beating her thighs and crying out to the heavens. You know very well why you didn't want that money. Suddenly, Wen Rao's words startled her aunt and grandmother. Her aunt stood up from the floor with a start, her eyes rolling around, looking at Wen Rao and then at her own mother. Seeing that her mother was also shocked, her aunt didn't dare speak easily. What? Did I hit the nail on the head? You think if you don't tell me, I won't find out. Wen Rao was actually just bluffing them, but who knew she would hit the nail on the head? Judging from their reactions, she was right on the money. Grandma didn't want to at first, but she couldn't. She just didn't know the reason why she couldn't. Wen Rao, you have a heart of ice. I took you in for 4 years, and now you're turning against me. Grandma didn't want the money because she wanted to provide for you too. You're heartless. I took you in for 4 years, and now you're turning on me. My eldest sister said she was going to teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. She was less than 160 centimeters tall, and even when she jumped, she wasn't as tall as Wen Rao. Wen Rao pushed Shower's wheelchair to the side, took a step forward, and faced her. I'm right in front of you. Try hitting me. I'll settle the score with you for my brother's injury. You say you took care of us for 4 years, but what about the 3,000 yuan a month I gave you for living expenses? Do you dare to show the bank transfer records I gave you? And the gifts I bought for grandma during the holidays were all bought online, and there are transaction records. Do you dare to match up with me?